comes out and sweeps this endgame, gets the liquidation off his help. It's so close to a move, and swaps out.
So that's another KO here.
And he's going to go ahead and sweep the game. Does he find it? Escape from switching card. There's the switching card. There we go.
Welcome to day number 2 of the Sacramento Regionals. It's Championship Sunday, and it's a perfect morning to play some Pokemon. My name is 2O Butters, joined by the 2-time qualifier, the 2-time rock-type appreciator in Bastiodon and Carbink, Caleb Bang.
I'm about to be the 3-time appreciator, supported by my friend 2O Butters, who traded me that awesome Carbink. And the action here in Sacramento was electric on day number 1. We had incredible battles, and we have some big names coming up that made it onto day number 2.
But this season has just started, so let's take a look at the road to Worlds. We have Sacramento finishing up here, but look at how many tournaments we have left. It's amazing time to compete. New players are thriving. You can come here, catch Lickitung, Metatites, all these PvP Pokemon that are relevant in the meta, Caleb.
Let's not forget Carbink. We have Toronto coming up in North America, and then we end off November with Latin America International Championships before we head on to more regionals and internationals for the rest of the year. But Latin America International Championship will be one of the last tournaments in this awesome meta, Butters, and I'm very excited to see how the rest of it plays out. For those that are just tuning in now, keep you updated on this. We have championship points for the first time in Pokemon Go.
Yeah, it's the best meta ever, and it's the best time to compete in Pokemon Go PvP. We are seeing these championship points rack up. Some trainers like Dejan already have 300 championship points, over halfway there to qualify the World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. But we had some awesome action yesterday. If you missed, let's take a look at the top plays.
These were some really high plays. 2 big names. We got Elite, the champion of Fresno, versus Heidanis, multiple-time top cut player. And this was a close battle. You can see Gligar trying to reach for a move. And look at the simultaneous swap from both trainers. Heidanis trying to catch a move, but Elite just one step ahead. And here we go. We see the foul play coming in, and it is going to start chunking away at this. Look at it. You see both trainers having a lot of fun here, too.
Elite play and elite reactions from Elite there, trying to keep his streak alive in California. Elite was the Fresno regional champion. He won it on the loser side of the bracket. This time is coming in on that winner's side of the bracket, has a much easier road to back-to-back regional championships in California. Absolutely impressive by Elite.
Yeah, the CMP victory here, but you love to see the sportsmanship. A lot of these trainers, they've seen each other multiple times. They've developed friendships over the years. They might even be scrim partners. This was a hype matchup of the day, though. Our reigning world champion against 9-time Clash, who's been making multiple top cuts this season and last season.
Definitely was not battling the rust, as you saw here on this swap, but was actually battling a little bit of food poisoning on social media. So I hope the world champion, its accent, is feeling a little bit better, but he was still able to ruin the dreams of the new Mr. Top Cut, 9-time Clasher, who made 4 straight Top Cut appearances, just taking a page out of its accent's book, but then couldn't get over the hump against the world champion because his gameplay is just too clean.
Both these trainers actually have multiple top cuts. Neither of them actually made it into top cut, which actually is not a knock on their skill, but more a show of how skilled these trainers are that did make top cut. And speaking of top cuts, Drake Flames making that top cut, but had to battle the very spicy team of Telegraph Train beforehand.
Yeah, and shout out to the Bay Area. We always bring the spice. Telegraph Train from the Bay Area, bringing that Emolga. Just didn't quite have the reach. Maybe if that was a Shadow Emolga, it would have been able to knock out the Lickitung there, but that is a story of the championship series so far. Lickitung is just so strong in the meta, able to counter all those Spice Picks. And Nidoqueen, we haven't seen this Pokemon in a while. It's not bad because you can still set up the rest of your team, but you're just a little too slow now, Caleb.
Nidoqueen Double Dark, what is this, 2021? Telegraph Train still making it work here too. If you can count to 5, you can also count to 6, and you see this Nidoqueen getting to this decisive Earth Power to tie up the series against Stray Flames.
Yeah, amazing plays by Telegraph Train, but Stray Flames was able to close it out and make it to day number 2 with that Shadow Charizard, which is a little bit spicy right now in the current meta, but of course we've seen that last season from Hartford on just being so dominant, and it actually made day 1 usage. Charizard came in at number 11, something we really haven't seen that much in Championship Series history, Charizard being this high.
I think this is the second time Charizard has ever made top cut, the first time being at World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. Meta has shifted quite a bit, but it's still friendly towards Charizard. Speaking of friendly towards certain Pokemon, Metachamp still at the very top, Lickitung second, and then Superior, the first time we've seen a grass type this high in usage since the Trevenant days.
And it dropped in day number 2 because Superior was number 3. It literally just went down all the way into number 9 there, 25% usage. So how are you going to counter that Lantern, which skyrocketed in top 12 usage for day number 2? If you don't have the Superior, if you don't have a Dragon type, Lantern is just so free. We saw that in Peoria last event. King Alexander and that Water Gun Lantern was so tough to deal with, and how will these top trainers be able to deal with that? We have, of course, on the winner side, more of these trainers with the Shadow Venusaur from Bopper. You have that Guzzlord as well. So you have 2 options there. You have a lot more optionality on the top side of the bracket.
I gotta know the answer for you. We got Lurantis from the CTU, one of the spiciest grass Pokemon, second time ever in a top cut, and it could be interesting against the Lantern. I don't know if it's better than some of the other grass types, but the CTU made top cut, undefeated so far on day number 1, and I'm excited to see how it makes it work in day number 2.
Let's see how these individual matchups break down, because I have this Bopper matchup versus Elite. Elite has pretty much the team from King Alexander, just changed Lickitung to Umbreon, Dynamic Punch on the Medicham, Spark on the Lantern, but Bopper, I feel like, prepared for that team, and the Guzzlord Sableye core is so strong against Elite teams, so I feel like we're gonna see some Guzzlord action to start us off.
Double Dark is pretty strong, especially when we don't have a single fairy type in the top 8 meta. That's gonna be really strong. We got CTU versus the champion of Arlington, Doombug, so that's gonna be a very interesting matchup. See if CTU can make an upset happen. We got Eomero versus Frostfire. Frostfire running that Shadow Charizard. Eomero, the runner-up at Indianapolis, and we got Jogger Swamp versus Stray Flames. Stray Flames, first time ever top cut. I believe Jogger Swamp's first time top cut as well. So love to see some new faces in day number 2, and it's been incredible so far. I mean, new faces. We got King Alexander, first time ever top cut in Peoria, winging it all the way. We might get a repeat of that action in Sacramento.
We got the fire, we got the flames, but who will be that 3rd North American regional champion, joining with Dodge and King Alexander, and then joining all the total champions right now with Zweilous and LNDS Hardjeffy as well? Who do you have, Caleb, winning the Sacramento Regionals?
Man, I gotta say, this is a stacked bracket. I'm probably going to be wrong here, but I gotta say, day number 1, Doombug impressed me the most. He was making catches left and right. Every one of his losses were close as well. He looks dialed in. He looks locked in. He looks like one of the best players in the world right now, and I think he's going to try to prove it here in Sacramento. What about you, Butters?
I think he has a great shot. It's going to be tough to deal with that Water Gun Lantern from the C2U, but I have Bopper, the Guzzlord Lord, because he was looking so good with that Pokemon in day number 1, and I think he has a great matchup going into Elite. This is the exact team you prepare for, so if Bopper can win this first matchup, he has a great chance of winning it all, but we want to hear from you. Who do you think will win the Sacramento Regionals? Make sure to @PlayPokemon or #PlayPokemon on X, and you can be featured on the stream. We love to see you, and please follow us on YouTube and Twitch as well to keep up with all the action.
Very excited to hear what you all have to say, but I think that does it for us. So let's get into the battles. Take away, Speedy and Soph.
You heard them right. This is Championship Sunday in Sacramento, California. I can't wait to get started with these intense battles. I'm Speedy Cheap 2 here with Soph Toph. Soph, are you hyped?
I am super hyped. I know so many of these battlers from California are here and they've made it so far. And one of them, well, not necessarily from California, but one of these top 8 trainers is going to earn their invite to Worlds today. So I'm super excited to see how these battles play out.
We were talking about that yesterday. Some trainers that are locals, right? Natives to California, and some trainers that are from Texas. These trainers have traveled far and wide to come here to Sacramento to throw down. And like you said, so one of them will be a regional champion at the end of today. But if this is your first time tuning in, let's take a quick look at the format for the tournament this weekend.
This 2024 Regional Championships event will be showcasing exciting Pokemon Go matches all weekend. Trainers from around the globe are here to compete for over $125,000 in cash prizes, travel awards, and championship points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu, Hawaii. This tournament is a 2-day event, with our trainers competing in a double elimination bracket using the Great League format in Pokemon Go. Matches are best of 3, except for the winners finals, losers finals, and grand finals, which are each best of 5. All matches are played in a Bring 6, Pick 3 format. This means trainers will create a team of up to 6 Pokemon, but only 3 are brought into each game. Who is taking home the title of Regional Champion this weekend? Who will secure the points to qualify for Worlds 2024 in Honolulu? Stay tuned this weekend and watch all the action live. If you want to learn more about upcoming Play Pokemon events, visit Pokemon.com/play.
So much on the line. Championship points and a shot at the title. These trainers are amped and ready to go. So let's go ahead and dive into our pairings so far for Championship Sunday. This first pairing, honestly, you can talk about it, right? I feel like I'm too excited. This could be a grand finals by itself.
I think a lot of these matchups could be like Caleb and Butters were saying, Elite, a regional champion, Bopper also very accomplished, like an incredibly accomplished Pokemon trainer in general, right? We know very accomplished in VGC as well as Go last season. After that, we were going to have CTU and Dunebug. I believe very good friends. I believe drove here together even. So really excited to see them throw down on the stage. And then in the losers bracket, we've got Eomero and Frostfire and Joggerswalt versus Dre Flames.
Yeah, I thought it was kind of interesting, right? You have some of these key picks that were rotating around. Let's take a look at Dunebug and his opponent, right? You've got Lurantis and Mandibuzz. And then in the losers bracket, you've got 2 Shadow Charizards, but you got to watch out for Eomero's Mantine. So that's going to be really tough, and tons of storylines will develop as we move through the bracket. But let's get into that first match. We have an exciting pairing here, Elite versus Bopper. I've been hearing rumblings, I've been hearing rumors. I actually talked briefly with a former regional champion right before the show. She said she thinks Elite has everything that he needs to win this weekend.
I think that definitely could be the case. Elite is a terrifying trainer, has not lost a game at these regionals in California since like very early in Fresno, so absolutely on a tear here. Like Butters and Caleb were saying at the top of the cast, very similar team to what we saw from King Alexander last weekend as well.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these core pieces can kind of be rotated in and out. Elite is no stranger to borrowing inspiration in teams, but Bopper, meanwhile, with a wild, unique pick, that Ultra Beast Guzzlord is looking to impose its will upon the enemy. He's used a lot of ABA Dark as well with that Purified Sableye, like Caleb and Butters pointed out. So this is going to be a very tricky matchup for Elite to navigate.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just the Guzzlord, that Shadow Venusaur as well, kind of a unique pick, and honestly looks pretty safe into Elite's team. Can even deal a lot of damage onto that Frostlass. But it looks like we're getting into that first game here. We've got Umbreon versus Lantern.
Let's see some hype in the chat and on social media. Use that hashtag #PlayPokemon because we are underway. Spark Lantern into the Umbreon. We've got a double dark back line for Bopper. Meanwhile, Gligar and Superior for Elite.
Yeah, looks like Elite is throwing that first foul player here. Just going to chip that Lantern a little bit to get things started.
Exactly. Getting things started and kind of slowing down the matchup. You want to start to think about what could be in the back. Try to predict your opponent's team as these two Pokemon kind of feel out this initial lead situation. Thunderbolt will connect, though, from Bopper, dealing some meaningful chip damage.
Yeah, I think, like you said, you want to start thinking about those back lines, whether you want to go for switch advantage or not. If you're Elite, you might have noticed that Guzzlord has so much play against your team, and you might be fearing your Superior getting lined up against that. So let's see if Elite tries to fight for switch advantage here.
Exactly, and speaking of switch advantage, there's no Medicham on the side for Elite, so it's not that critical to get the Guzzlord in the right place. It kind of has neutral play across the board as the Surf does connect into the Umbreon. Another foul play, probably going to get fired off here shortly, but great timing by Elite right before that Surf is ready.
Yeah, firing off this foul play, Bopper not shielding it up, potentially hoping that that Lantern is able to hang on and get off this Surf, which it is.
Lantern hangs on by a thread, looking for a Spark and a Surf to knock out the Umbreon, take control of switch advantage. Elite has a decision to make. How much does he value it? Gonna let it go and give switch advantage over to Bopper.
Yeah, does bring in the Gligar for getting that single wing attack advantage here. It looks like Bopper does bring in the Guzzlord, so Elite probably very happy to see it here and not against that Superior in the back.
I'm telling you, Guzzlord looks like it's about to eat this Gligar whole. It's got a Dragon Claw already ready to go. Bopper looks very comfortable in this situation. We got a 3-turn Dragon Tail versus 2-turn Wing Attack, so turn intervals are going to be important. I expect Bopper to go on odd numbers, and Elite to try to sneak in as much energy as he can.
Yeah, getting out this dig is actually going to be really important. You're going to be doing some very meaningful damage here onto this Guzzlord. And this Guzzlord is just chunking away. These Dragon Tails just add up so quickly here.
I feel like, oh, actually no Protect Shield here from Bopper. Maybe trying to call either the Frost Slash or the Medicham in the back. Gonna let Guzzlord almost faint. Does he switch it out? No, he gets one more Dragon Claw. You can see a little smirk on his face. He's very content with this.
Yeah, Guzzlord does have a very high HP balance there. And, you know, potentially Bopper is thinking that the Sableye is very safe in the back, having already seen that Umbreon, right?
In comes Superior. A lot of trainers know this matchup. They know in the 2-shield scenario which one of these Pokemon will win. It's hard to tell at this point, but I do have to give the HP and bulk advantage over to Elite.
Yeah, Superior, like you said, very bulky. Also has that Community Day Frenzy Plant room, which is incredibly efficient. And I think Elite is just going for the farm down here once you've landed that Frenzy Plant.
That was a bit of a risky call. Maybe Bopper was hoping for that Aerial Ace, but instead gets thumped by the Frenzy Plant. Now he's got very little HP. Gonna try to pace up the triple foul plays, but he just can't get there in time. Bopper had such a solid lead, but Superior is outlasting the Sableye there to give Elite game number 1.
Yeah, actually, I think you were right. Bopper was hoping for that Aerial Ace, potentially thinking that the Superior, you know, does have that superior, superior moveset and bulk, and thinking that maybe calling an Aerial Ace was the only win condition there.
It felt a little bit risky, right? You still have 2 Protect Shields. You think about every charge attack animation is going to take about 10 seconds off the clock. I mean, essentially, Bopper had 3 Protect Shields, right? If you think about the Guzzlord in the back.
Yes, yeah, I think you're right.
Could have gotten really lucky with a swap and a catch there, but unfortunately tries to make a call early on, and Elite fully capitalizes. But that's what you have to do at this level, right? If your opponent makes a single misstep, that is your opening, that's your window, and you have to seize that moment.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, potentially Bopper was thinking that they get to the moves at a very similar time, and there's that Frenzy Plant landing there, which is kind of the turning point in this game, and that Sableye is just unfortunately so low that can't really do much from here.
And Bopper can't even fish for the return there. He knows Elite is going to use that Protect Shield, but that was just game number 1. We're in a best-of-3 situation. We've got leads on the field. This is a solid lead for Elite as Gligar matches up against Shadow Venusaur.
Yeah, and Bopper immediately reaching for that Sableye safe swap, unfortunately met by Umbreon. This is one of the hardest counters to Sableye in the game. Elite in a very comfortable position here.
Yeah, absolutely. Umbreon versus Purified Sableye, one of those classic open Great League matchups that we are all very familiar with. The pure dark type Umbreon will dominate over time, even if this Sableye is able to land a return, which looks like it will.
Yeah, I think a really good Umbreon can actually take 2 returns. There you go. You see the Umbreon not even in the yellow yet, still very comfortably snarling, doing these foul plays, and probably going to be even able to leave this matchup with some energy.
Another foul play coming through from the Umbreon. Only going to do some neutral damage here to the Sableye, but it's enough as Sableye loses a big chunk of health. Now it's going to look for another return. Here's the test, Softove. Is this Umbreon going to hang on? Elite says, I don't want to find out. I'm just going to shield and snarl all the way down.
Yeah, I think if you're not sure, that is a safe shield. The Umbreon is pretty safe for Elite into Bopper's entire team. They're actually going for the full snarl down as well, so you're going to be able to chip whatever comes in.
So much leverage and momentum on Elite's side. He's going to fire up the first foul foul play against the Shadow Venusaur. Bopper is forced to no Protect Shield here. He does have that Guzzlord in the back, but Elite actually changed up his lineup as well. Medicham is in the reserve for him, so if the Guzzlord switches out, you can expect what will come out to meet it.
Yeah, and usually when you have this Shadow Venusaur up shield, it can be very scary, but this Umbreon is still pretty healthy. I don't think you can farm all the way down here, and getting so much mileage out of this Umbreon still.
Yeah, Bopper trying to look for an energy advantage here, forced to take another foul play, and now the Shadow Venusaur is going to get very low. Have to be mindful of a Gligar switch in and snipe with the wing attacks. Is it going to happen? No, he's just going to leave it in, go for the Frenzy Plant here. I don't think this Shadow Venusaur can muster another one, though. I think it's going to get knocked out by fast attacks.
Yeah, I think so too. Bopper probably just, hoping and praying that there's like a Serperior or a Lantern in the back, but unfortunately, it is that Medicham. I think both players kind of realize that the writing's on the wall here. This Medicham is easily going to be able to punch through Bopper, not even putting up a Protect Shield here.
A lot of games can be won and lost on the lock-in screen. Elite is just so in tune with what Bopper is trying to do. Has that Guzzlord in the back. It was so good in game number 1. Maybe kind of lulled Bopper into a false sense of security. Medicham comes out and just knocks him down 1, 2, 3. That's a game 2 victory for Elite.
Yeah, that was very smooth, very fast. Those games felt like they were over in a flash, am I right?
Yeah, exactly. Those are fast-paced games. And Elite just out-picking his opponent, out-maneuvering Bopper at every turn. Bopper will fall to our losers bracket, which means he's not quite out of it yet. He does have a chance to fight through that losers bracket, make it back to the grand finals, but then you're kind of in a Zweila situation, right, in Barcelona, where you have to force the reset and try to get a victory. It's so tough against trainers like Elite.
It is tough, but Elite did reset that losers bracket in his own victory in Fresno, so it's not impossible. But Bopper still has some work to put in, and we'll see him later.
Bopper will fall to that losers bracket. Still a lot of matchups that are going to shake out down there. Again, we have Shadow Charizards, we've got Mantine, a lot to love down there in the losers bracket. Let's take a look here at our series highlights from Elite versus Bopper. Frenzy Plant absolutely just throwing a wrench in all of Bopper's plans here.
Yeah, that Frenzy Plant does a lot of damage. I mean, it is such a hard-hitting move. Make sure on those community days that you're evolving your Pokemon, like today, right? Because those moves are often very efficient and very useful.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's such a tough position to be in, right? Because you want to play in your element, you want to be comfortable. Maybe Bopper's kind of feeling himself like, yeah, I'll just call the Aerial Ace here and I'll just, widen my advantage, but it was a little bit too risky. And then Elite coming in with the Medicham, landing that super effective Ice Punch. Bopper knows the matchup. He knows even if he starts Protect Shielding, it's just going to draw this matchup out.
Yeah, a little bit of an unfortunate team composition for Bopper there. Wasn't able to fight back, hard countered in the lead, and then unfortunately on the off as well. Just couldn't get that alignment.
Bopper bringing the Purified Sableye in game number 1 to counter something like a Medicham or a Frostlass. Finds neither of those targets, leaves his Purified Sableye on the bench in game number 2, and pays for it in that matchup. But I'm starting to understand why people are talking up Elite, right? I'm starting to get the vibes here.
After he already won a championship, right?
Yeah, a little slow on the uptake sometimes, but I am very excited to see how he progresses through that bracket. Again, we have so many exciting matchups yet to come. If you want to see some Shadow Charizard action, that's going to come later in the stream. We're going to take a look here at our another winners bracket matchup. The CTU versus Dunebug. I mean, on paper, you got to get the Mandibuzz the advantage over Lurantis, right?
Yeah, Dune was extremely effective with that Mandibuzz yesterday, making so much use of that energy, using it for catches as well, right? Making sure all the Dark Pulses lined up on the Frostlass, etc. So obviously a very impressive player with an incredible resume. But I don't think that we should underestimate CTU or C2U. I think he goes by C2U, but his in-game name is C2U.
Oh, okay.
But anyways, very impressive battler as well. Did very well in Fresno, and I believe has been successful in the Go Battle League and a couple grassroots team formats as well. So.
Exactly. Well, all these trainers are fighting to win the regional championship in Sacramento today, but let's take a closer look at some of the prizing that they will gain as well. Here we have the monetary prizes, the booster packs, and the corresponding placements as well. I mean, that's pretty sweet.
It is pretty sweet. And, I don't think that Go players should underestimate the value of these booster packs. You can pull some amazing stuff. I know some people were pulling some Charizards out of their booster packs, so it's not just the cash prizes, of course, but that's very good as well.
Yeah, exactly, right? It doesn't hurt. I think it's really fun to crack a pack, as they say, check out those awesome Pokemon cards. And like we talked about yesterday as well, don't forget about that illustration contest that is going on. Make sure to follow up on that if you fancy yourself a Pokemon artist. But that being said, our trainers are getting set up on stage. The C2U versus Dunebug 97. I'm excited to see this matchup. So
I'm super excited to see this matchup. Like I said earlier, I know they are good friends, have driven for many, many hours together to get to this tournament, possibly even scrimmed together, you know, talked about their plans and preparations on that long, long drive. But like we said here, the C2U was top 8 at the Fresno Regional Championship earlier this calendar year, and has that very spicy Lurantis pick. Do you think that we're going to see that come into play here?
I think that there were more opportunities for Lurantis in day number 1 against Doonbug's team, right? You've got 2 flying type Pokemon in both the Gligar and the Mandibuzz. Doesn't feel like there are nearly as many targets, but look at this resume. We can't even fit everything on the graphic here. Going all the way back to 2022 in Milwaukee, where he was the runner-up. Baltimore top 4, Arlington regional champion, where he reset the bracket against Bibalicious, and then the top 8 finish in Hartford. If I have to characterize both of these trainers in just one kind of phrase or sentence, I would say that they hold themselves to very high standards. We saw yesterday, CTU made one single mistake, and it was just visible on his face. He was uncomfortable, didn't like it, didn't appreciate it. He says, this is not me. Doonbug is the same, right? When he makes a single mistake, you can tell he's thinking about it, it's running through his mind, and he will not allow that to happen again.
Yeah, absolutely. I remember that game actually from CTU, and he kind of just like immediately, I think, went into mode for the next game. He was like, all right, I made a mistake. This game is over. Let's just start getting set up. And he actually came back to that series, you know, 2-1. So absolutely a fighter there. And of course, Doonbug, like you mentioned as well, has fought through those losers brackets and no stranger to the Play Pokemon stage.
Exactly. Doonbug, just when you think he's on the ropes, you know, down 0-2 against Bibalicious, he strikes back with a reverse sweep in the grand finals in Arlington. But we're here in Sacramento, and these two trainers are ready to throw down. CTU says, buckle in, we're going. Here we have leads on the field. We've got a Medicham leading in to Lickitung.
Very familiar matchup here, and we do see that the C2U brought that Lurantis in the back, and we do see the Mandibuzz on Doon's side. So switch advantage potentially going to be very important here.
Exactly. We've got our pivotal picks on the field. Meanwhile, CTU gearing up for the dynamic punch. Doonbug says, let me sneak in a body slam real quick.
Yeah, and that dynamic punch is going to be huge here. Like we all know, this matchup is very close if Medicham only has Psychic. Actually going for the bait here with the Ice Punch, and Doonbug shielding it up.
We saw this yesterday from CTU. If you remember, there was a really pivotal moment when he decided to Ice Punch bait. Goes for it again, and it works 2 for 2. Now he's got the dynamic punch, and again, Doonbug with the perfect timing says, I'm going to interrupt that flow with the body slam here.
You know, it's funny because last season you would never shield that as Lickitung, but on day 2, and you know, potentially even before the tournament started, Doon knows C2's movesets and actually throwing up another Protect Shield on the Lickitung. Things you don't see every day, 2 shields on a Lickitung.
Right, a normal type actually shielding a fighting type. Who would have called it? But the dynamic punch does flip so many matchups. Taking control, switch advantage, Doonbug's Lickitung looks poised to deal some neutral damage here to the Shadow Alolan Sandslash. And as we look at these back lines, so I think Doonbug is in a perfect position. Controlling switch advantage was critical in this matchup.
Yeah, I think the 2 shields, I mean, I know they were unusual to put on the Lickitung, but you're so right. He has set up so well for success here. Gonna be able to get the Medicham on this Alolan Sandslash and the Mandibuzz on that Lurantis. So CTU maybe doesn't know it yet, but in a very tough position here.
That's body slam number 4 for all of you counting at home. Here comes Medicham, quick punishing counters, counter swap into Lurantis, and Mandibuzz comes out, ready to just pick apart this grass type. Leaf Blade, Superpower, it just feels out of reach for Lurantis right now.
Yeah, so unfortunate there for this poor little Lurantis on the stream. Doon looking very happy here as he's firing off this aerial ace. Not going to do quite enough to take out, you know, the Lurantis is going to be able to chip, but unfortunately that Alolan Sandslash in the back is a little out of gas at this point.
Neutral Superpower going to get fired off here by the Lurantis. Chips away the Mandibuzz just a little bit, but remember, Superpower not only drops your attack, but also your defense. So Lurantis just gets weaker, and Mandibuzz just continues to bear down on it. CTU wants a couple of Superpowers here, so he's going to use his final Protect Shield on the Lurantis. I suspect we'll see the first one get fired off, and a couple more Fury Cutters than the third.
Yeah, we did see him build up to those back-to-back Superpowers. As you all know, Superpower does debuff both your attack and defense there, so trying to build up. But unfortunately, Doon just firing off his aerial ace before that second Superpower can come off.
Exactly right. Doon was doing this earlier with his Lickitung, just interrupting his opponent, getting in right before those charge attacks are ready. Counter swap into the Medicham. Shadow Alolan Sandslash just cannot hang, and Doonbug very happy with the Game 1 win.
He seems very happy indeed. We do see that high friendship from the players too. And yeah, I think that lead matchup really impacted the rest of the game, right? You know, you think that Dynamic Punch Medicham is going to flip that Lickitung matchup for you, but Dune just didn't care, you know, shielded right through that, looked that Medicham all the way down, and was able to get the alignment there.
And just think about the team composition call as well. If you bring Lurantis as the CTU, you're expecting Lantern, you're expecting Medicham, maybe even the Registeel, and Doombug just went the entire opposite direction. We see here, very curious double shield scenario here. Doombug recognized that it was valuable, it was worth it to give up both of his Protect Shields in the lead scenario in order to control switch advantage.
Yeah, absolutely. Those matchups in the back were just so dominant. And of course, that Lickitung actually put in a lot of work on the Sand Slash as well, getting it all the way down into the red.
Yeah, as if Medicham needed any help, right? Lickitung says, hey, let me help you out with that matchup as well. I think finding an answer, like you said, Soph, to Lickitung is going to be pivotal here. Moving into game number 2, winner's bracket, C2U on the left, Doombug 97 on the right. He's got a 1-0 lead, looking to push it to 2-0. CTU is going to try to flip that as well.
Yeah, it looks like actually brought the same 3 Pokemon, but leading Lurantis this time. Actually, that's a great read here because that Mandibuzz is in the back again for Dune.
I like the Lurantis lead because if you see Lickitung again, you do have that superpower asset, and like you pointed out, Soph, if Mandibuzz is the closer, you want to avoid that. You want to show up early to the party instead. Ice Punch does get Protect Shielded up. Leaf Blade coming through here. Great timing as well from CTU and the Fury Cutters.
Yeah, very precise play there, like you said. And Leaf Blade is a very efficient move, actually pulling a shield from Dunebug here.
Dunebug might be going for the double shield strategy in this game as well. Actually, excuse me, switches right into Lickitung to soak up this Leaf Blade.
Yeah, that's actually a great catch because if C2 had been able to anticipate that, could have potentially landed that super effective superpower instead. Actually catches the Leaf Blade, which is still a great charge attack, but building up a little bit of energy before coming into the Alolan Sand Slash. I actually like that play a lot because you can absorb the energy very well.
I was going to say, why not just superpower the Lickitung, right, to try to pull away another Protect Shield before switching?
Yeah, that's a good question. Potentially thinking you need that energy to deal with the Medicham because you don't want your Alolan Sand Slash on it, and I believe you write that Dynamic Punch Medicham.
That's a great call out. Yeah, I think if you know where the Medicham is, you just keep this Shadow Alolan Sand Slash away from it at all costs. Ice Punch connecting into Lickitung. These Powder Stones are dealing some neutral damage. Lickitung going for the Power Whip. Dunebug did this in day 1 as well, recognizing if he only gets 1 charge attack, he's going to make it count. In comes the Power Whip. A little more neutral damage, or excuse me, resisted damage than Body Slam would be.
Exactly, and I think C2 going for this full farm down, going to be able to throw a charge attack at whatever comes in. It is that Medicham, so probably not going to be able to get off any more charge attack here. But remember, he did build up all that energy on Lurantis, so potentially going to finish off the Medicham that way.
You're exactly right. Medicham does get the knockout, and actually a little, meditation dance there as well. We're going to see Lurantis and Medicham in the back for CTU. He's got energy, like you pointed out, on the Lurantis. Comes in with the Medicham instead, and now it's Mandibuzz time yet again. But Mandibuzz has a lot more work to do. Medicham is fully healthy.
That's right. Well, the Mandibuzz is pretty healthy as well. First, super effective Aerial Ace coming through, but remember, Medicham is dealing those super effective counters, and that's, neutral counters and super effective Ice Punch, so definitely can hit back in this matchup.
No Protect Shield early on here from Doombug 97. Forced to absorb at least 1 Ice Punch, but this is what Mandibuzz does, right? We joked earlier, we called it the Umbreon of the skies. It can definitely absorb a ton of damage. Second Ice Punch, I do think will, it actually will not garner a Protect Shield, excuse me. Doombug just looking to gain some Aerial Ace energy here.
Yeah, potentially just looking to fire off 2 Aerial Aces here and then put the rest of the game on his own Medicham here. I think C2's Medicham can hang on here, but you might, doesn't throw out the shield either. So, probably just wants to try to knock out this Mandibuzz here with some counters, or maybe, can you Fury Cutter this down?
I was thinking that, but if you keep an eye on the switch timer as well, Doombug's switch is available. I anticipate the Medicham to come in right away from, both trainers make the swap. Here comes the heads-up Leaf Blade. If you would have left the Mandibuzz in, this would have been a solid catch, but Medicham is forced to Protect Shield now.
Yeah, CT still has so much energy on that Lurantis, able to get off that Leaf Blade, but this Medicham is going to take it out and unfortunately neutralize all that energy on the Lurantis.
Exactly. This is a big knockout from Dunebug. This is one of the final pieces he needs. CTU on the ropes looking for the Ice Punch here. Does get it. This is going to be really close, Soph.
Yeah, because you do knock out the Medicham here, but the Mandibuzz is still there, and you need to counter down before it gets to... Oh my goodness!
No, you don't! It's a simultaneous knockout, and Doombug 97 again is able to get that decisive KO to advance in the winner's side of the bracket. You could tell he was nervous there. I was too.
I was nervous too. But looks like Dunebug is able to take that series. Another 2-0 sweep for Dunebug, moving on to those winners finals, right?
Yeah, exactly.
Wow.
It's really curious too, right? Because I feel like CTU was trying to outthink Doonbug there. Doonbug has 2 flying-type Pokemon on his team, the Gligar and the Mandibuzz, and in both games, CTU was bringing Lurantis.
I know. At the second game, it didn't see them, well, maybe towards the end game, right? But it didn't see the Mandibuzz, so it was more positioned for success, but unfortunately, just not able to close out that game there.
Yeah, exactly right. Curious plays there, but I think, you know, when one trainer dips, the other one dives, and they always try to line things up. Sometimes it doesn't quite work out. But we saw Elite actually do the inverse, right? Make all the right calls against Bopper. So sometimes you're just on. That was a really incredible matchup to watch. Let's take a look here at our series highlights, though, because there was a lot to remember. Ice Punch bait from CTU, same thing he did in day 1.
Yeah, actually, not a play I've personally thought of a ton, but it looks like it's been working out. I might try that in the future if I'm threatening that dynamic punch. And here's that second shield coming out from Doonbug, and kind of the pivotal moment in the game where he's pretty much able to lock up switch advantage from here on out.
Yeah, Doonbug, a very fascinating trainer to watch. I've always thought that he sees Pokemon Go in terms of mathematics, right? He sees the numbers behind everything. It's very calculated, every single movement. A great swap in there to catch that Leaf Blade and avoid super effective superpower. Lurantis made a bigger impact in game number 2, but like you pointed out, Soph, it just was not enough.
Yeah, and like you were saying, you know, Doonbug has been around for so long, knows these matchups inside and out, knows how they've changed over time. And here's that Ice Punch coming through, which doesn't quite knock out Doonbug's Metacham, and then they end up simultaneously knocking each other out.
You could see there for a moment, Doonbug was kind of pondering. He said, can I hang on to this Ice Punch? And he was able to do so. CTU will fall to that loser's bracket as well as Bopper. Those 2 trainers will continue to fight it out against the likes of Dre Flames, Eomero, and Frostfire. It's going to be really exciting down there as well.
Yeah, absolutely. And you know, the thing about our winners finals too is those are both regional champions, right? So it's going to be a really exciting showdown there.
Exactly right. Well, we will continue to move through our tournament bracket. We're going to take just a small second to segue over. We've got an awesome interview that you don't want to miss. Butters, take it away.
Thank you so much, Speediest Chief. We are joined by 2 of our top cut competitors, Dre Flames and Frostfires. Thank you so much for joining us.
I gotta say, started off with Dre Flames. First time making top cut. I know you went to the California Regionals last season as well. How are you feeling about the competition here today?
Just the same, man. Anytime there's any regional tournaments here in California, you know, it's not a bad place to visit, so people show up on top of the local competitions, which I would say is one of the best across the country. So, yeah, it's always a tough competition, but nothing we're not used to.
In Frostfire, you previously top cut Orlando last season, but your first series didn't go so great and you were eliminated. What did you learn from that experience, and how can you apply that to here today?
Yeah, I would say the main thing that I learned from that was honestly to pay exact attention to, I guess, what is just going on in the battle. In that battle, I got kind of caught up in the exact fast move damage, and so I made a few mistakes. And so I think it's really important to just focus on exactly what is happening in the moment.
Dre, I feel like your favorite Pokemon is probably Charizard, right? I've seen you play Charizard in Grassroots tournaments before the official tournaments format came out. I see you play Charizard in Pokemon Unite as well. Use it all the time. Was there any doubt you would not bring Charizard into this tournament?
Not at all.
I love it.
I knew I was gonna bring it.
Frostfire, same question.
Yeah, I mean, Charizard has been my MVP in basically every regional I've been to. So initially I was thinking about running something like a Shadow Dragonite, but then I just couldn't get it to work, and I'm like, I just have to go with the old reliable Charizard. Nothing better.
Was it because of the Frostlass switch in the meta as well?
Frostlass switch was difficult, and I just felt like Dragonite just wasn't doing enough for me. I feel like even it's like whenever I was getting a reverse farm, it wasn't producing the results that I felt like Zard was. So I just felt like Zard was overall a much safer pick.
Sure. Dre, you mentioned that, you know, a lot of the tournaments you've been to, especially in California, is super tough, a lot of tough competition. Of course, your time furthest you made it so far. I'm sure a lot of people at home are tuning in. They're thinking, I don't know, I feel a little iffy about it. Do you have any words of advice for those that haven't competed before or have gone to some of these tournaments, haven't made that top cut yet, but want to be in your spot today?
I would say you cannot expect immediate success and instant gratification always. It might happen, it might not. But I mean, show up and try to do better every time, you know. I mean, I've been in the competitive scene for a long time, but as far as like to play Pokemon, if you look at my history too, I feel like every time I'm doing a little better, and it takes some reps. It takes some. It's almost like its own format, so you got to get used to, being on stage, playing at the tables, not from the comfort of your home, and so it's a little different. Of course, there's a few factors you got to get used to, but once you get in the flow of things, I think it makes a difference for sure.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Frostfire, I have more of a matchup question.
Gotcha.
Your Shadow Charizard is about to face off against a Bubble Beam Mantine. How are you feeling going into that matchup with Eomero?
It'll definitely be difficult. Yeah, Bubble Beam Mantine is gonna be a big threat. It's just I wouldn't be surprised if we go to timer, just because it's that bulky and it can just sit there for that long. Bubble Beam spam. I've come up with a few ideas on how to handle it, so I'm sure I'll be able to showcase them soon, hopefully.
All right. Well, before we get into these battles, I'm sure both of you had a lot of preparation coming into this tournament this weekend and maybe your entire Pokemon Go journey. Any shout-outs you all like to give? Dre, let's start with you.
There's a lot of shout-outs, man. First of all, obviously my SoCal Swablu community. We're a group in Southern California. Also, my lady at home, for being supportive, and letting me do my scrims late at night when she wants to sleep, of course. Hi, Queen. She's watching from home. And the Billy Bravebird for taking me out for breakfast this morning. Meep from home for giving me the stamp of approval for my team. I always ask him. He's like one of the strategists, part of our group, and he likes to be involved from behind the scenes. And just everyone overall, like scrim partners. There's a lot of people. Oh, James DeBlasian. Sorry, one more. James DeBlasian for he started hosting local tournaments in LA. And I think those are pretty important also to get reps in a real tournament setting in person. So shout out to him too, and he's gonna keep it going for the rest of the season. So looking forward to it.
Yeah, local super important too. I went to that one too, and I got spanked in that one. What about you, Frostfire?
Definitely a few people. Similarly to Dre, I also, my NEB community and teammates, they've been so helpful. I basically made a total team change the night before with help from them with scrims, such as 8 the Great, who we saw actually yesterday. He did amazing. I'm so happy for him. Caboose helped me scrim a lot. Adikazam helped me pick the Umbreon pick. Bosock Sky, he's always been there supporting me and helping me. Yeah, basically NEB has just been always very consistent and have been great friends to me, so I appreciate them a lot.
Last question, real quick, before we go. You have flames in your name. You have fire in your name. Is that an advantage while playing Shadow Charizard?
I think you guys are up to something. When I rewatched the stream last night and I caught that, I thought it was funny, and I was like, damn, I think they got us, bro.
Exactly.
All right, well, thank you so much. We're about to get into the battles because you're going to face that Shadow Charizard into the Bubble Beam Mantine right after this.
Hey there, Pokemon trainers. Gabby Snyder here with your recap of all the electrifying action that took place at the 2023 Pokemon World Championships in Yokohama, Japan. The second ever World Championships in Pokemon Go brought trainers from around the globe to fight for the title, the prizes, and the glory. With so much on the line, trainers fell back to consistency, relying on Pokemon like Medicham, Lantern, Lickitung, and Altaria to take them through 2 days of tough competition to the grand finals on Championship Sunday. It's Axin and Rubik's Master were the final two standing after taking down challenging opponents like Elche, who made it to the winner's semifinals with only 5 Pokemon, and Wadaj, who won the North America International Championships and Hartford Regional Championships back-to-back. While its Axin relied on Medicham as his counter-fast attack user, Rubik's Master chose Deoxys Defense Form instead. The two had faced off already, not just in the winner's semifinals, but also in the Portland Regionals Grand Finals. With the stage set and trainers ready to go, it was time for the World's Grand Finals to begin. In the final game of the weekend, its Axin made an incredible prediction. Seeing that Rubik's Master left his Shadow Quagsire on the bench for 3 games, he led with his Shadow Alolan Sandslash against Altaria, putting Rubik's Master on the back foot. Switching in his Medicham to counter down Rubik's Master's Umbreon, it was Sableye who knocked out Azumarill to make its Axin not only the 2023 World Champion, but also the first Pokemon Go trainer to win the Triple Crown, a regional international, and world championship title. With the sun setting on the 2023 season, now is your chance to vie for the opportunity to compete at the next year's World Championships. Make sure to check out Pokemon.com/compete for all the information you need, and who knows, maybe next year we'll see you on stage with the trophy and the title of World Champion.
How did we get here? So far from home, on the untread path. But we're not alone, we got each other. So we got a lot, and now the moment's come to finally take our shot. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. We're so much closer now to the battles we've won. Oh, look how far we've come, look how far we've come. There's still a ways to go, but look how far we've come.
Welcome back, trainers. We are here in Sacramento for Pokemon Go day number 2. We're in the top 8 and we're ready to crown a champion for this regional to determine the 3rd trainer from North America to qualify for World Championships in Honolulu, Hawaii. My name is Caleb Pang. I'm joined by Tuo Butters, rocking the red, ready for some Charizard action, I think.
Yeah, and we have some Charizard action right now because you just heard him in an interview. Frostfire is going to be facing Eomero with that Bubble Beam Mantine. And I asked him off camera and on camera how he's feeling about this Mantine matchup, and both times he was genuinely concerned, which I was actually surprised about because he does have Lantern and Registeel on his team. So if he wants to hard counter the Mantine, he has the options.
Yeah, well, let's take a look at stage to see what the rest of these teams look like. These players are ready to get into it, so let's break it down. And yeah, you said it, Butters. There's the Lantern and the Registeel, and I believe this was also a Spark Lantern. Even the Serperior is not in the worst matchup, but Bubble Beam Mantine is going to be some trouble. Eomero, an experienced battler, one of the first trainers in North America to qualify for World Championships at Indianapolis, runner-up there, and also making a top cut last season. Running the Swampert, the Mantine, the Umbreon, the Lickitung, the Gligar, and the Medicham. Double flyers, double bulk. It's going to be some timeout strategies, I think.
An iconic trainer in my eyes in the championship series just because of that epic series against King in the first ever regional facing Frostfire. He said he learned from his mistakes in the Sacramento top 8 and he's going to apply that to this tournament in Sacramento to try to make it all the way through that loser side of the bracket, which is just so tough, and especially facing against that bubble beam Mantine will be such a challenge. But you have those options that, let's face it, hard counters the Mantine. It's not like you just beat the Mantine, you absolutely destroy the Mantine and will have momentum going into the next matchup. And here we are, game number 1 of Eomero versus Frostfire. We got a Medicham into superior lead.
This is a fairly neutral matchup. However, in some ways, it actually kind of favors the superior, especially if you can land that first Frenzy Plant. You just outpace in that zero shield scenario, forcing opponents to have the shield. Looks like Eomero's going to go straight for the Ice Punch, not throwing on charge from priority Frostfire is, so Frostfire is going to hold on to some of that energy first.
Yeah, and you can dictate the alignment here once you've landed that Ice Punch, because if you protect shield this Frenzy Plant, you could take the alignment with the Medicham, but deciding to let that go, so now Frostfire can go for the Frenzy Plant, and this is where you go for the Aerial Ace, because 1 Frenzy Plant plus 1 Aerial Ace will knock out, go on charge, attack priority, actually just commits to the Frenzy Plant. This is a little bit more than you needed, but decided to go for the big move nonetheless.
I wonder if Frostfire maybe anticipated a catch on the Mantine or the Gligar maybe, and the Frenzy Plant would hit a little bit harder, or really anything else in the back. Frenzy Plant is the way to go. But we see the pivot out from Frostfire, coming in the Umbreon into the Gligar. I like this play a lot because once the Medicham's out of the way, what's there to check this Umbreon?
No, it's such a safe pivot. Exactly right, because Medicham is the best answer. That is gone, and Frostfire knew that. I think that was a good call, thinking that he was expecting a swap as well. Both these trainers are trying to play a fluid battle here, throwing the foul play into the Gligar. Gligar's bulky. We haven't seen Gligar action as much, but the more I see it, the more I'm impressed with the bulk, and it's able to get to these digs so quickly.
Especially the non-shadow variant, which is the one that Eomero's running. Eomero running a very bulky team. I love that because it gives you a lot of flexibility, even when you might not have the best matchups. And you can see Umbreon, one of the bulkiest Pokemon Great League, but actually going kind of toe-to-toe with this Gligar so far.
But we have to point out, Eomero ran double ground in the back. Look what's in the back for Frostfire. Has that Lantern. Eomero was predicting that there was going to be either a Lantern or Registeel in the backline for Frostfire, and he predicted correctly. So he's going to have this Swampert matchup. You do have a Protect Shield advantage if you're the Lantern, so this isn't terrible, but it's going to be tough to Spark down or even Vine Whip down this Gligar. So Gligar's definitely going to get a Charge Attack somewhere else.
Yeah, that's a really great point you brought up there. There is still a shield advantage on Frostfire's side. You see Eomero baiting with the Aerial Ace, and we get the shield! That's a huge shield. This puts it in a more uncomfortable position for Frostfire. Frostfire might not go for the full commit. Oh, actually swapping out to the Swampert. This is really interesting now because you still have the Superior in the back, and just the Vine Whip damage is going to really add up against Swampert. The real question is Frostfire going to save it for a catch or just come in and try to like disrupt this Swampert with a few Vine Whips?
And this is a prime example of the Adventures Abound update because Lantern is slower to those surfs. And here comes a huge bait with and called by Frostfire!
No
that is not very
there.
effective. And once you whittle down this Swampert low enough, you could Vine Whip this thing down. You're gonna take nothing from those mud shots. You get the Protect Shield here. Now suddenly, because of that call, combo move into the Superior, catching the energy, so didn't get those Vine Whips, but now soaked the energy here so Lantern could finish off this battle.
Yeah, that's a really great play. Even that one Vine Whip, you can see chunking away at the Swampert, putting it closer and closer to knockout range. Surf should do it at this point.
Oh, he
Frostfire
shields,
needs to get to it. He's going to shield a Hydro Cannon. Interesting play. Maybe Frostfire just doesn't want to get taken out with just like fast moves afterward. You can see Frostfire going for the Spark Down. Gets the Spark Down. That is absolutely huge for Frostfire. Super calculated plays and has this Surf for the Swampert.
And put this Swampert in Surf range, in Frostfire without his Shadow Charizard takes a clean victory in game number 1 on the back of a huge call on that Hydro Cannon bait from Eomero. Well played from Frostfire there.
Yeah, falling for the bait the first time around. I mean, that first bait from Eomero was super clever because I think most people would shield that move regardless the moment that he had that dig energy. Frostfire, though, making the calculated play that, yes, this is going to be resisted Hydra Cannon, but I don't want to get taken out by Fast Boost. I'm going to shield it. I know that Eomero doesn't get to a dig at this point in time. Really calculated play. You can see the first aerial ace bait, a huge bait from Eomero, and on top of that, still swapping over to the Swampert, which looked really strong into the back-end matchup, but that little pesky Superior in the back, and also this huge no shield call on the Hydra Cannon bait.
And this is a perfect example. I don't know if the ground types are enough to counter the Lantern. You see this Lantern just powered through 2 ground types in the back. That's why these trainers that have won it all have had either a grass type or a dragon type to hard beat the Lantern. Frostfire brought Lantern against a backline of 2 ground types and still won the battle because of the strength of Lantern in this matchup. Now, do you unleash the Shadow Charizard because you've maybe scared off that Mantine, having that Lantern in the back, and maybe even the Swampert won't be there in the game number 2, but I'm expecting a very similar strategy from Eomero. I think you're gonna try to run those either double ground or have 2 answers for the Charizard, maybe something like a Swampert Mantine.
Lantern just super strong in this meta. It's on 6 out of the 8 teams in Top Cut, and for good reason. You can see Frostfire making it work even in the worst matchups it can have against Eomero's team, but Eomero doesn't have a grass type, so this is really good for Frostfire. And you see Lantern in the back yet again, and we have that bulky neutral matchup with Gligar and Umbreon to start it off.
I mean, alignment matters in all games, but in this game in particular, there is no shot for Eomero and his Mantine if he lines that up against the Lantern in the back. Even if he is in a moment against that Lantern, it's terrible from Eomero's point of view. So can the Umbreon out-bulk this Gligar here in the lead matchup, or will Frostfire, like last time, just pivot out of alignment, not caring about it as much, thinking he's scared off that Mantine?
This is going to be an interesting one too, and it really depends on how much these trainers are going to value alignment. It looks like Frostfire is content on just letting this go as well, maybe expecting that this is the only ground type for that Lantern. I think that's going to be right. Oh, and catching a resistant foul play. That's a huge catch from Eomero. The real question is, what does Frostfire come in with? Do you come in with a Lantern or do you come with a Superior? Superior is the right choice, and here comes, it is a Superior. Frostfire completely reading his opponent's team here.
Yeah, this is so good for Frostfire in the back. Not only are you going to guarantee a Mantine matchup, but that Gligar is getting low too, getting almost into Surf range. So if you use the Protect Shields even against the Gligar, you don't need any Protect Shields against the Mantine. So I don't know how Eomero is going to be able to wiggle out of that Lantern trap in the back line.
This is going to be a tough one for sure. I mean, Lantern's already super strong into Eomero's team without any grass types, but now you have one of the worst matchups you can possibly have. At this point, Frostfire is so comfortable with this matchup, even getting as much energy as possible. Look at the timing here, throwing that French Spin right when the foul play is reached on Eomero's side. Do you spend a shield? No. Eomero's going to let this go. Having double flyers in the back for a grass type is pretty good, but this Superior actually going to hit both the Gligar and Mantine quite hard.
And speaking of that timing, that's exactly what Frostfire was trying to get better at in this tournament. He thought in Orlando he was a little clumsy with this timing. In day number 1, how many times did you see that Shadow Charizard in the in-game with just precise counting and timing? Once again, he's doing it into day number 2, and now it's going to be a Mantine already under half health. It's going to see the Lantern. Eomero not phased at all, actually, just going to throw this Bubble Beam, try to lower the attack of the Lantern, but you're going to need to land 2 digs, and there's 2 Protect Shields remaining on that Lantern.
This is going to be interesting because Eomero does have a little bit more health on this Gligar than Frostfire's Umbreon, and no shielding the foul play too. Wow, this is going to be super close. I mean, at this point, you're almost in Spark range, especially with 2 shields up. You see Frostfire is going to shield up the Umbreon because even the snarl damage is going to start adding up, especially at this health range. But closing in on another foul play, you can see throwing this foul play at the Gligar. Now Gligar finally putting up a shield, but how does Eomero take out the Umbreon and the Lantern in the back?
Yeah, you don't have enough pressure with the fast attacks to fast attack down. This Umbreon is just going to comfortably get to a foul play if you try to do it. Oh, maybe I'm wrong. You actually did have the pressure, so suddenly you're going to be able to get the double dig. Can you endure the Sparks? Remember, Spark does more damage in Adventurous Bound. Trying to call the bait, but Frostfire Frostfire was wrong. Eomero needed this to be back in the game. Can he get to the next? And he gets the double dig. No way. Can Manti do it?
It does get shielded up, but Frostfire, even though getting hit by Dig in the same time, is getting energy with these sparks against a Gligar, almost at a Thunderbolt. I mean, you don't even need a Thunderbolt, you just go straight for the Surf at this point. And here comes Eomero throwing the Bubble Beam baits. Well, I mean, not even really much of a bait anymore, just trying to debuff, I guess, just so you can potentially get to another move. Can you reach it though? Double super effective spark, and looks like no, Frostfire is gonna spark down, and Frostfire goes 2-0 against Eomero and his Mantine.
And without the Shadow Charizard in both the games, that was a pretty clean 2-0 from Frostfire. Really what we've seen from all these trainers in day number 2. Some clean 2-0s, but Frostfire able to keep that Lantern in the back, and that really goes to the storyline of, do you need that hard check for Lantern? Because we see a team that technically it has 2 ground types, so it should be okay to Lantern, but Lantern was still the hero in both of those battles for Frostfire.
We talked about it earlier this morning, Butters, with some of the spectators. Shadow Charizard, one of the strongest Pokemon in the meta, and it's not even just because it's good when it's out on the field. It gets your opponents scared of it, so they have to prepare for it, forcing Eomero to bring that Mantine in that game 2, expecting maybe Frostfire's going to bring it because he didn't have Mantine in game 1. Frostfire just doubling down on the Lantern and just going to make Eomero put himself in a really tough position, bring that Mantine into that Lantern. A really good call from Frostfire, who we talked about earlier, was a little worried about this Mantine, but I think he handled it quite well.
Yeah, I completely agree with that Charizard point, and we'll get to more of that later on because Lantern, we said it before, it's on 6 out of 8 teams. It has been so dominant in this tournament, also in Peoria. There was just no answer to it in Peoria. We saw King Alexander go 6-0 with that Water Gun Lantern, and SJ just had nothing for it. And once again, we have a top cut that's divided equally. 4 of the trainers have a grass or dragon type to counter that Lantern, and 4 of the trainers do not. A key factor is 3 of the trainers on top side of the bracket have those grass or dragon types. Eomero on that bottom side of the bracket had the double ground, and you see right here, the double ground just did not work out.
It did not at all. I mean, Eomero was even prepared for this. 2 ground for a Lantern, a neutral matchup with a Magic, still just not enough for this fish. And you see Gligar actually putting in some work, and Eomero with a great catch, catching the resisted foul play, but it was just so tough for Eomero to find a way around that Lantern in the backside, especially when your best check, which is Gligar, was already getting whittled down by the Umbreon. You can see a huge dig getting landed, and Eomero actually got to a second dig, but the problem is that Mantine just too low on health, and even if he had a lot more health on that, I just don't know how you overcome that matchup.
Yeah, it was a glimmer of hope, but Mantine just doesn't do damage, as you can see with that Bubble Beam, because there isn't that coverage charge attack. Yes, it has Bullet Seed as a fast attack, but no way to do any damage against that Lantern. Only has Aerial Ace, Bubble Beam, Ice Beam, Water Pulse, just really can't do anything. And now's a perfect time to go back to that Shadow Charizard point, because we were talking about it. In my opinion, Shadow Charizard has the greatest gravity of any Pokemon in Championship Series because of the way it can warp your opponent's strategy. Not knowing if it's in the back, not knowing if I can go down Protect Shields, even seeing it in the lead and gaining 4 wing attacks of energy. Now you know I can't use any Protect Shields now. I know that Shadow Charizard could ramp up and get to Blast Burns down the stretch. So Shadow Charizard, which was such a factor at the end of North America last season, once again is a factor right now because we got Dre Flames up next.
We do. Let us know your thoughts if you're at home. What you think about Shadow Charizard? What do you think about this matchup? What do you think about all the action we've seen here in Sacramento? Let's take a look at some of these tweets of people that have already submitted some stuff. You see from Gallery Games, we're only partway through day 1, but we want to thank all our staff for their hard work in Sacramento this weekend. It takes a lot of hands to make everything at a regional happen, and we couldn't do it without them. And we appreciate you all too. A lot of you at home, you might not see behind the scenes all the staff at all these tournaments, regionals, international, world championships, but it takes a lot of people to make this operation run smoothly.
Yeah, absolutely. And Straw Hat 199, the goodies I got in my first regionals play Pokemon, those are fantastic mats right there. How about that Gengar bag in the back too? That's awesome. And if you watched yesterday, there was someone out there giving some Gengar goodies if you had any Gengar-related merchandise or anything Gengar-related. And Dunebug, look at that. It's motion from one of the previous champions.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was everyone's reaction, too. I didn't see it coming either. We were watching backstage, we're like, wait, Registeel was able to beat Gligar in that one shield scenario, but Dunebug finding a way, and Dunebug still in that winner's bracket. Will be in the winner's finals, but we do have some action for you first. Let us know your thoughts again on X at @PlayPokemon. Use hashtag #PlayPokemon if you want to potentially be featured on stream. Either you're at the venue or at home watching. Let us know what you think of the action. But speaking of action, we've seen a lot of Shadow Charizard. Maybe not in that previous series, but on day number 1, and we got our second Shadow Charizard user, Dre Flames, coming in hot here in this losers bracket.
Yeah, and against Jogger Swall. And is Jogger's running a very similar team to Elite's team and King Alexander's team, but plugging in that Umbreon as well. This is going to be his first top cut ever, coming in on that loser side of the bracket, running Gligar, Umbreon, Lantern, Frostlass, Medicham, and the Lickitung. So pretty much a hard meta team here from Jogger Swall, but he's been piloting it amazing so far.
And we got Dre Flames too. First ever top cut performance, gone to every California regional, a SoCal native, and you know, a Charizard fanatic here. And he definitely brought the heat in day number 1. He was running that Medicham, Shadow Charizard, Purified Sableye, Lickitung, Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and the only Diggersby in top cut. Honestly, one of the only Diggersby we saw on day number 1, at least on stream. And so, first time ever top cut for Dre Flames, 3rd tournament. Jogger Swall actually gone to a number of tournaments. First one was Charlotte's 33rd place, Fort Wayne 65th, North America International Championships 49th, Pittsburgh 49th, Peoria 65th, but now already in the top 8 here at Sacramento. I love that, the persistence, the dedication to the craft, and now earning him a spot on the big stage. We'd love to see it, and we are getting into game number 1. Jogger Swall versus Dre Flames. We got the battle of the ice here. It's gonna be Frostlass versus Powder Snow, Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And this is another reason why Frostlass is so good in this meta, because of the shift from Shadow Claw to Powder Snow for the fast attack of Shadow Alolan Sandslash. Gives a lot more play for this Frostlass against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, because now you can just reach for the Shadow Ball. Shadow Alolan Sandslash doesn't really want to take a Shadow Ball from the Frostlass, but does anyway, and suddenly Frostlass is ahead on this matchup and could even Powder Snow down if you give up a Protect Shield here, but decides to pivot into Umbreon and try to catch some energy. Instead, Dre Flame banks it all and has the Medicham, but it is going to be a Psychic Medicham.
Yeah, so the patience from Dre Flames as well, not throwing the Ice Punch nor the Drill Run, saving that energy for later could be very useful. However, Alolan Sandslash is probably not going to win charge priority against Frostlass later, so got to know how to use that energy properly. And like you said, it is going to be the Psychic Medicham, better coverage, a little bit safer, however, a little bit worse into this Umbreon matchup.
Yeah, and Umbreon can flip this at times, so you just go for Foul Place here, but you need to land a last resort at some point if you don't have Dark Pulse on your Umbreon, which this is a Foul Play Umbreon here. So the next charge attack out of Jogger is probably going to be that last resort, but I actually don't even think it has the reach to knock out this Medicham, because you got some Snarls against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash that weren't against the Medicham, so I'm not sure if it's enough. It actually just goes for the Foul Play instead.
I think this is the right play too, because like you said, it's not enough to take out the Medicham, but if you throw this Foul Play, you could potentially get to another one. It's going to be close. Snarl damage. Oh, actually we see the pivot over from Frostlass, getting the full Powder Snow down. That's huge. Yes, there's energy on the Alolan Sandslash, but he's going to throw the Frostlass Avalanche first because you know they're going to charge from priority. So good call by Dre Flames, but still shielding up the Avalanche. It's going to be a hard-hitting Avalanche. Now, though, you get a full lick down, and that's going to be pretty nice because you have that Lantern in the back.
Yeah, that was an awesome play from Jogger to swap in with that Frostlass to get the Powder Snow down and then get the Protect Shield out of Lickitung there. Remember, Shadow Alolan Sandslash has all that energy banked, but it's really low health. I don't know if it will be able to get off 2 attacks there against a Spark Lantern, and this is where, proper Protect Shield from Jogger there. You would not want to take a Power Whip because then you would be in Body Slam range and have to use the Protect Shields and Body Slam, so great Protect Shield.
Dre Flames going straight away for the hard-hitting move, and speaking of the hard-hitting move, Jogger Swap returning with it with the hard-hitting Thunderbolt, but Dre Flames also making making a great shield call, shielding up the Thunderbolt. I like that play a lot from Drayflames because out of all the moves remaining, that is definitely be the harder hitting move. And you see, trying to get the power whip, it catches the power whip on the Umbreon. Drayflames completely undercharging and trying to get as much energy as possible.
This is really risky though. I mean, I don't know if you can lick down before this Umbreon is going to be able to get to a foul play, but no, actually Drayflames, what a perfect undercharge. Executed brilliantly. That was precise of where you needed to be with that undercharge.
Drayflames is not messing around, going for another power whip. I like this play though, because if you grab this shield, you can guarantee you could land that drill run at some point in time.
Oh no, got sparked out. Swapped into the spark with all that energy.
Swapped in mid-spark, and that is such a gamble because that can happen. The spark can cut you off before you get the fast charge move off. You can see he's probably not super pleased with that. And here we go, Lantern, maybe the MVP of the meta so far, closing it out. 1 versus 2 against the Alolan Sandslash and the Lickitung.
Drayflames taps his chest and says, my bad, because he knew that he swapped into that spark, and that spark damage registers because it takes 1 turn to swap into a Pokemon, and that 2-turn fast attack will apply before you can use the charge attack. So Drayflames, if he wanted to ensure that he used the drill run, he had to wait until the Lickitung went down. So all you had to do in that scenario is just get that Lantern in range of drill run, which I think Lickitung could have done with just 1 body slam. So Drayflames had a lot of options there, but Jogger outplayed him in the end there with that Frost Slash, Powder Snow down, and able to catch on the Power Whip and win that game number 1.
I think, and Alolan Sandslash typically will win charge priority against Lantern, so I think you're absolutely right there, Butters. Here we see a little replay of this, the quick fingers of Jogger swapping it in, farming down, getting that final shield, or again, first shield from Drayflames. Come in here, and here's the big catch on the power of Drayflames. So recognizing the catch and saying, you know what, I'm going to undercharge this, get as much energy as possible. Swipe 2 bubbles.
Look at that, yeah, he did 2. Those 2 were perfect.
Actually perfect. And now looking really good for Drayflames, throwing another power whip and just going straight for power whip. Didn't even throw a body slam this game with Lickitung. 3 power whips against Jogger Swap. But
here
this is the swap. We gotta see the swap. Oh, and you can see the spark coming through, and you can tell Drayflames like, yeah, I got a little too fancy with that. I had to play just more straightforward, and it definitely worked out in the favor of Jogger Swap because of that.
Yeah, he just needed to land the body slam, let the Lickitung go down. You will win charge attack priority on that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but he was trying to end the game quickly, just got a little too impatient, and now his tournament dreams are on the line. He needs the reverse sweep here, and he's matched up against the Umbreon, but it's not terrible because Drayflames does have that Powder Snow Shadow Alolan Sandslash here, and in the back line, there's nowhere for Medicham to go, though. It's going to be Froslass and Gligar in the back for Jogger.
Yeah, switch advantage is not as important for Jogger, but it is very important for Drayflames. I mean, yeah, Medicham doesn't have a lot of places to go. It's just pick your poison. Do you want it to be against a Froslass or the Gligar? But you see Drayflames actually swapping out. Interesting swap by Drayflames. I think this is the right call because what if he has a Gligar in the back? What if Jogger Swap has a Froslass in the back? Turns out he's got both, so you really need to save that Alolan Sandslash for some heavy-duty matchups there.
Yeah, maybe he's expecting those Medicham answers in the back, so he's trying to bait out one of them right here with this Lickitung. But Umbreon can just stay in this matchup. And here comes the Gligar. Gligar's actually going to be coming against this Lickitung with a bunch of energy, but I really like the positioning because if you could land a dig and wing attack down, you can get a lot of momentum here, but this is not the Shadow Gligar. If 1 dig is not enough, I don't like that swap in.
Yeah, you're right. I think it might. The Lickitung is already lower on health though, so I think Jogger Swap is fairly in control of this matchup. You could choose a shield later if you want because you're not in lick range. Going just for the chip of the aerial waste, I don't think Drayflames is going to shield it. The real question is, can you put this in wing attack range, or do you have to potentially shield a body slam? It looks like it's going to be pretty close. Oh, and here comes Drayflame aggressively swapping.
Oh, he doesn't get it though.
Sandslash. Here comes a dig. Does Drayflames know though?
Oh, he's counting. He's thinking about it. Is it going to last second? There it is.
Big shield call from Drayflames. Is going to Powder Snow down. However, you still have to worry about that Froslass. How do you take that out? Umbreon, though, is chipped quite a bit, so this extra energy on Alolan Sandslash is pretty good. Oh, Jagger Swap actually coming in with a Frost Slash. This is going to be really great for Drake Flames.
Yeah, trying to soak the energy, but not soaking it all, because using the Protect Shield against this Drill Run, trying to reach for a Shadow Ball, but I think the Shadow Alolan Sandslash will get there one Powder Snow before, so suddenly you brought this into the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, but it hasn't been great for the Frost Slash, and now your counter for the Medicham in the back is getting quite low. It's just getting lower and lower as you're gonna try to reach for the Shadow Ball. Does Drayflames commit, thinking that there's no answer to the Shadow? Yes, he commits on the Protect Shield to the Shadow Ball, and now Medicham is still not looking strong, but it has a chance.
And here comes
There's
that catching the Power Play too. Catching the energy on the Medicham. Yes, it's still the move of choice for Jagger Swap, but you save the health on the Alolan Sandslash. Alolan Sandslash leaving with the Drill One as well. And now Medicham is going to go for an aggressive counter down, and this is going to be huge because the Psychic is going to threaten the health of the Frost Slash, forcing Jagger Swap to probably shield, and then you clear the way for Alolan Sandslash.
Yeah, this is perfect because you will get this full counter down. Do you have to take a foul play here? And no, it looks like you get that full counter. You could go straight Ice Punch. Caleb, you don't even need to go for Psychic. Actually, just going for the winning play, thinking that Jagger will try to call the bait, just going for the big Psychic, but it gets Protect Shielded. So now Frostlass can technically outpace, but there is just so much left on that Shadow Alolan Sandslash in the back.
I don't even think it outpaces. Here goes the Ice Punch too. A little extra chip damage. You see Jagger Swap whispering the good games there too, recognizing Drayflame. Still 3 Pokemon remaining. What an adjustment from Drayflames. You see Jagger Swap is going to throw this parting avalanche, but there's just not enough juice in the tank left on this Frostlass. Drayflames able to close out game 2 and force a game number 3 to keep his tournament dreams alive.
Yeah, ties up the series. I thought Jagger was in amazing position in that game number 2 because he had the Frostlass and Gligar against the Medicham in the back, but in both scenarios, he brought the Gligar into the Lickitung in a situation where you didn't even really have a clear path to finish off the Lickitung. You actually had to just commit the double aerial ace, which isn't that efficient, and you had to absorb a ton of body slams. And then the same thing, bringing in the Frostlass against the Shadow Alolan Sandslash, where you didn't have a clear path to take out that Shadow Alolan Sandslash, and it just whittled down your Medicham counters. And in the end, Medicham was just able to get a runway and finish out the game.
Drayflames, I noticed in game 1, but especially game 2, he's not afraid to swap in and out, dance around his opponents. Yes, it didn't work out so well swapping in on a Spark with a loaded Alolan Sandslash, but in game number 2, it worked out great for him. He just never let Pokemon just faint out. He just swapped in when they're low on health, swapped out, and just found the matchups he looked for. It looked really tough just on a head-to-head standpoint in the beginning of those team compositions, but Drayflames finding a way to bait out the Gligar, bait out the Frostlass, so that his Medicham had more play in the backhand matchups. Really great plays from our experienced Drayflames. Jagger Swap, though, is looking to get further up in these rankings. Let's see who takes it all in this final game number 3.
And they're locked into this game number 3. I believe Drayflames is just thinking about his last options here, but both of these trainers have their tournament dreams on the line. If they lose this game, they are eliminated from the Sacramento Regionals, and there it is with your tournament dream on the line. Drayflames brings the Shadow Charizard versus the Umbreon of Jagger.
I love it. You know what? He said, this might be my last battle of the tournament of the weekend. I'm going to bring my signature Pokemon. I'm going to bring my favorite Pokemon. And we do have Shadow Charizard on the field, choosing not to shield the foul play.
Yeah, just letting that go, knowing that Snarls aren't going to pressure you like the licks of Lickitung pressure you. So now you can just bank up all this energy and go for the huge bait. Jagger has his tournament dreams on the line. He doesn't want to get Blast Burn, but will he make the call of his life? No! He Protect Shields on the Dragon Claw, instant pivot into Lickitung to soak that foul play.
And you see Drayflames leaving with that, I think, Blast Burn, or almost at a Blast Burn worth of energy. Now swapping on Lickitung. Lickitung actually for Drayflames is actually very important for this back-end matchup. You have the Lantern and the Frostlass you can counter it with, but now you're stuck in a worse matchup with the Umbreon, and now Drayflames is thinking, maybe I shouldn't have swapped into Slickathon.
Yeah, I mean, you really don't have a pathway to finish off this Umbreon, and then if you lose the alignment, you're going to have all that energy soaked by the Lantern, so there's not a ton of upsides for Dre Flames here if Jogger decides to just stay in and try to win the alignment. Already used a Protect Shield here, but Dre Flames could then pivot into his Medicham, but that would bring out the Frostlass, so it looked really good for Dre in the start, but now Jogger has the proper backline to counter that Charizard.
The longer that Jogger is in this matchup with Dre, and I think Jogger might just let the Umbreon go, the better it is for Dre Flames, because if he can take out this Umbreon, he not only has switch advantage, but also his timer's up, so he's not locked into a matchup. And you can see switch timers on both ends are up now, and you see Jogger going for this foul play. Dre Flames just going to let it go completely and say, you know what, I'm going to put everything in the backs of this Charizard, and Medicham, shield advantage though on the side. Dre Flames is actually not looking too bad despite the fact that he's probably going to get this Frostlass locked into the Medicham. You have some play.
He got the counter down before the foul play was available, so that's a big swing for Dre Flames. Now match up against this Frostlass. This Frostlass only has one Protect Shield. You could land a Psychic here and win this matchup up a Protect Shield against the Frostlass, and you do land that Psychic, but you will need to double Protect Shield and then swapping combo move into the Frostlass, getting the Protect Shield, but crucially, now Jogger can pivot into Lantern, get a Spark down, but will probably have to absorb a Dragon Claw in the process. No, Dre had it. Dre had it, right?
I think he pressed on it, but he actually got knocked out at the same time. So, unfortunate, very narrow loss there for Dre Flames. He is going to let the first Surf go. I like this play because he's up 2 shields, probably a bait. Well, actually, yeah, he knew there's no way it was at a Thunderbolt worth of energy. But this is putting Dre close to fast move pressure damage. Dre is going to have to land a Psychic. A debuff would be huge for Dre Flames. I think, though, he might still be able to get the countdown. You can see he's hoping for the debuff. No debuff for Dre Flames.
How much energy does Frostlass have? Does Frostlass have an Avalanche banked? If Frostlass has an Avalanche banked, this game is a wrap. But if it is one Powder Snow away from that Avalanche, you could double Protect Shield Surf here, counter down, and Psychic that Frostlass. Decides to go for the Ice Punch, though. I don't know about that. Maybe Dre Flames knows there is an Avalanche banked here, and he's hoping he can get the back-to-back Ice Punch. Was there an Avalanche? He was one short. I think the win condition was going for the counter down and Psychicking, now reaching for the Ice Punch. He gets it, but it's not enough, and Dre knows it.
You can see him shaking his head, saying, you know what, I don't think this is enough. But Jogger Swallow not entirely sure. Jogger Swallow able to take the Ice Punch and get the victory over Dre Flames. That pivotal spark against the Dragon Claw. I think Dre Flames was pressing on the Dragon Claw. It just was barely not enough to get it in time. And if he landed that Dragon Claw, it would have been a huge difference in that matchup. I think you're right though, Butters. If he went for the countdown against the Lantern, as long as he survives the Spark, he can do it. But maybe lost track of the counts there too. Only one Powder Snow away, so it was super close there in the end.
I mean, I lost count and I could see both screens. So
exactly.
I can make sense that he lost count there. I thought that it was one Powder Snow away, so that was the win condition there. Dre Flames was just so close in this series. Even in game number 1, I feel like he had a bunch of win conditions, but those little moves by Jogger, like that Frostlass Powder Snow down, and then the swaps on his Umbreon into the Power Whip just put him over the edge.
Yeah, and that catch too from Jogger Swallow getting himself a huge advantage in that first game. And of course, we had that spark in the middle of that Alolan Sandslash. That was a huge moment. I'm sure one that Dre Flames might be having nightmares about after this one.
Yeah, he will want a couple of these plays back. Definitely that combo play that the spark knocked him out, and then maybe that counter down with the Medicham. And there it was, that combo move. And again, the spark registers because it takes one turn to swap, and then it's a 2-turn fast attack. It registers before you can charge attack there, and it just didn't get there in time. And then these little moments from Jogger, just try to find any chance, like enduring the Powder Snow to hang on for the dig. It was just a theme all series.
Jogger Swallow playing really well in the end game and making all the right calls, even the team reading too. We talked about how hard it is to beat someone with a Shadow Charizard, but Jogger Swallow finding the way and bringing that Lantern also in that pivotal game number 3, the one game Dre Flames actually brought that Shadow Charizard.
And I want to see if we might not have this one, but I want to see if that Shadow Charizard in the end did have that Dragon Claw that could have thrown onto the Lantern there, which would have made the counter down a lot easier for the Medicham. And then in the not very effective Ice Punch. This is the change in the meta. People are dropping the Shadow Alolan Sandslash and they're bringing the Frostlass for that matchup in particular. Instead of being double weak to Medicham in the back, you resist those Ice Punch, you take that matchup, you win in the back line. So congratulations and good tournament for Dre Flames. I thought he played awesome, just came up a little bit short, Caleb.
Jogger Swap moving forward to the furthest that he's ever come in this tournament. He's looking for more. He's trying to get that final finish, that auto qualification for World Championships. I know Dre Flames is out with our Shadow Charizard, but we still got another Shadow Charizard left in the field. It's going to be Frostfire, and he's going to be facing up against the C2U.
Yeah, I mean, Frostfire, his counting has been a work of art so far. I've been so impressed. That's one thing that he's been trying to get better at. And speaking of art, we got an art contest, Caleb. It's the Pokemon Company International and Creators Inc. have announced the Pokemon Trading Card Game Illustration Contest 2024 is back for another year, and are inviting participants to submit their best creative artwork capturing the theme of this year's contest, magical Pokemon moments, just like with that Shadow Charizard. The contest is simple. Choose one of 10 Pokemon, like Charizard, Pikachu, and draw an illustration that captures the Pokemon enjoying a moment in its day, or draw an illustration that shows the Pokemon looking cool or dynamic, like winning a championship series game with a Blastburn, to capture the magical Pokemon moments themes. The contest is open to applicants 18 and over in the US and Japan, in addition to UK, Canada, Australia, and New Zealand regions for the first time. Entry opens October 12th and runs until January 31st, 2024 at 5:59 a.m. PST. For more information for full contest details, eligibility, and prizings, please visit www.ptcgic.cr.com/2024/EN.
I even saw Bidoof as an option to draw too. I'm not much of an artist myself, but I would love to see some submissions from people too. And hey, you might be featured on some official art down the road.
Yeah, and if you want to see some beautiful art, keep watching this stream, because Frostfire is trying to redeem Dre Flames as the Fire Bros, trying to win with the Shadow Charizard. And I think Shadow Charizard's looking pretty good in this matchup, because we got our two competitors on stage. Let's head on over to Frostfire 14 versus the C2U. And the C2U is running that Lantern, Purified Sableye, Lurantis, which we saw a little bit of, not too much, but it definitely puts Lantern in check a bit, that Lickitung, Medicham, and Shadow Alolan Sandslash.
And we have that bulky Umbreon Registeel on the side of Frostfire, paired up with the Shadow Charizard, Medicham, Lantern, and Serperior. We actually haven't seen Frostfire bring Serperior a ton in this tournament so far, but just even having that bench pressure can be really, really nice. And honestly, it's got a pretty solid matchup, even in that head-to-head grass matchup versus Lurantis. Lurantis can hit with neutral superpower, but you have to debuff yourself. And yes, Fury Cutter is super effective, but it's just not a lot of damage. Whereas Serperior, you have that super effective Aerial Ace really coming at you pretty quickly. And it just has a lot of play against the entire team of CTU outside of that Alolan Sandslash. So that's really the only matchup you don't want to see Serperior against. I actually think Frostfire might bring Serperior quite a bit into this matchup, especially because the CTU doesn't have any flying Pokemon.
Yeah, I agree. I think it's going to be a lot of Serperior and Umbreon from Frostfire in this series. And there it is. There is that Lurantis, and the CTU does not like it, because it's matched up against the Shadow Charizard, instant pivot into Sableye, met by Umbreon. Frostfire just with the full team composition read against the CTU.
This alignment looks disastrous for the CTU, and I think the CTU expects it too, because here's the thing. The CTU not only it has a terrible lead, he didn't really bring a check to Charizard. His best matchup is probably Lickitung in the neutral situations, but I don't even know how you win alignment to make that happen. Frostfire going to let this first return go, knowing that you can definitely tank it, and then you can see Umbreon just so bulky, one of the most reliable Pokemon, especially when it's in a neutral or positive matchup like this one. And here you see forcing the CTU to shield. CTU knows that he needs switch advantage somehow, but how do you play around this? And do you get to another return? Another return is going to be reached. Does Frostfire shield? Frostfire is going to instantly shield here, recognizing that alignment is going to be pretty important for this one for him too.
And unfortunately, the C2U went on turn alignment there, so the full snarl went through, so gave that little extra energy for this Umbreon here, and now you gave up a Protect Shield, and now suddenly your Sableye is knocked out, and the Umbreon is still healthy. So coming in with the Lurantis, and this is not great. You have those super effective Fury Cutters, but there's no way you're going to Fury Cutter down. You're going to have to take a foul play here. You're going to have to probably even commit to a Leaf Blade unless you want a superpower and then clear that debuff down the line.
The superpower might not be a bad play too, because you're probably, oh actually no, at this point you're coming into that Leaf Blade range, but this Lurantis is getting dangerously low, and the C2 needs to throw something very soon. How does C2 adjust here? Getting as much energy as possible, trying to maximize, going all the way to 100 energy on Lurantis, which is, I mean, it's okay in this situation, but you really don't have anything to throw at this Charizard.
Yeah, I think you're just going to superpower and then swap, right? No, just swapping with that energy, swapping into Lickitung, but met by the Medicham, and you can win this matchup, but you have nothing left on Lurantis if you're the C2U, because you're going to have to match up against that Shadow Charizard in the back with no health and just one superpower as a Hail Mary, but it's definitely not going to be enough. Giving up the Protect Shield on the Psychic, which is the proper play here, but it's just going to be so tough to finish out this game.
You can see C2 trying to make everything possible work in his favor, but it is just not working, especially into Frostfire's team composition. Frostfire doesn't even need this Medicham really at this point. You just save a shield for a Charizard and you're fine. You see, oh, and then throwing on Charizard priority, a little unfortunate for CTU. Frostfire giving away a parting Ice Punch, and this is going to really seal the deal in this matchup on Charizard priority. So tough because on top of this, you lost all this energy against a Medicham and had to tank the Ice Punch. Shields are down too, and that is not a good sign if you have a matchup like this against Charizard.
Yeah, and going for the wing attack down, you probably, you protect shield this because everything from the Lurantis is going to be not very effective. Either the Leaf Blade that's double not very effective, or the superpower that's single resistant combo move into the superpower. The superpower is going to land, but so is that wing attack. Once this Lurantis gets its defense dropped, I think that one wing attack is going to knock out the Lurantis, and down goes Lurantis, though actually hangs on to take a Dragon Claw instead.
That superpower actually did a lot more than I expected.
Yeah, it did a lot.
Superpower, no same type attack bonus, but Lurantis could kind of hit hard if only he had a little bit more energy and Frostfire able to close it out. But I mean, CTU was fighting all the way down that entire match and made it a lot closer than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if that Lurantis had double superpower. It would have been close to knocking out that Shadow Charizard there. That is one of the flaws with Shadow Charizard. It is quite frail. It is so good at closing games, but doesn't want to take a lot of damage. So you have to be precise with it like Frostfire has been all tournament. And he leads it. He keeps it in the back. I mean, it's just been awesome to see how Frostfire is able to play with the Shadow Charizard. And does that force out the Lantern from the C2U in that game number 2. Look at that superpower damage. That's just doing over half the remaining health there.
Yeah, it's a lot too. I think if C2U had maybe a little bit extra energy remaining on that Lickitung, maybe didn't throw Charge on priority, maybe has a slight chance. I don't know. It still would have been pretty close though. And I think it still would have been Frostfire's game. So how is CTU going to adjust? I feel like there's no way the CTU does not bring Lantern into this next game, right? Because you already saw how strong that Shadow Charizard is. But you know, if you're CTU, that Serperior also looks so good in your team.
I mean, those are the mind games, though, because the CTU knows that Frostfire is expecting that Lantern in that game number 2. Let's see if it is on the battlefield. Not again, the CTU says, because it's Lurantis in the Shadow Charizard, and there's no Lantern, but a different Say Swap this time. But it doesn't matter what the Say Swap is, because Umbreon is just going to crush it with its bulk.
You can see CTU saying, you know what, I'm just going to double down, but it did not really work out so well because Frostfire doubled down on that Shadow Charizard lead, this time with the Serperior in the back. And yeah, I mean, you know, Serperior into Sableye, kind of a more neutral matchup, but we saw how tough a lead that is. And now you have the Umbreon into Lickitung, which is even tougher because Umbreon's going to beat Lickitung even more clean scenario than the Sableye.
Double or nothing, and he ended up with nothing because the alignment, once again, this team that Frostfire's been running a lot, it's the core of the Shadow Charizard and Umbreon. And then take your pick. A lot of times it's Medicham, sometimes it's Registeel. In this situation, it's Superior because it's so good against the CTU's team and respects that Lantern in the back, but there is no Lantern in the back. So at least the CTU does have a chance to pivot here. You can get some energy advantage somewhere, but what do you even pivot into? You can't pivot Lurantis because the Shadow Charizard. You can't pivot Sableye into an Umbreon.
It's just, this is a tough one. I don't know, right? CTU has made it quite far in this tournament so far. So if he can find a way, then he's going to be the man to do it, especially running Lurantis, very experienced in it. But that is a tough hill to climb for CTU. And you can see Frostfire getting to another foul play. I think CTU is going to go for as aggressive a farm down as possible with this Lurantis, just like last game. But we saw in last game too, Fury Cut just not enough. You're going to have to probably throw a Leaf Blade. I don't know though, CTU might try to go for the full Fury Cut down. That might be the play CTU needs. Have double superpower, maybe do a lot of chip and dip on this Charizard.
Yeah, here comes the foul play into the Lurantis, and you will get that Fury Cutter down. So here it comes. It's just that one turn fast attack. It's so quick. Look at that little Lurantis go. And it's going to have the double superpower. One superpower does a lot, as you see, and actually the wing attack goes through here. The superpower is going to get no protection. I think you're going to pivot now. You're going to pivot and try to clear off this debuff so you can superpower again. Suddenly, that Charizard's actually really close to superpower range, Caleb.
I mean, look at this. The Charizard and the Lurantis have the same health in the back. I can't believe what I'm seeing right now, but there might be a way here. Going straight away for the Frenzy Plant. Do you shield this? Do you make a big shield call? Oh, and shields a huge Frenzy Plant. That's going to be massive for the CTU because now CTU is going to outpace on the foul play 2 Frenzy Plants against this Superior. And let's not forget, there's another superpower banked on this Lurantis, so you can't give all shields to your Frostfire because then the superpower is just going to take out your Charizard.
Yeah, and remember that Sableye swapped in first, so it does have that extra Shadow Claw or 2 of energy, so it's going to easily outpace to these foul plays. Protect shielding on a Frenzy Plant once again, and can you endure the foul play though? Maybe that is the win condition here. This is return energy if you no shield, and there it is from Frostfire. I love this call because you hang on from a foul play and you get to that next Frenzy Plant, and one more Vine Whip, you throw in Charge Attack priority, you lose Charge Attack priority, but the Sableye is energy dry.
I love this play though from CTU, recognizing that you're going to win Charge priority. Frostfire is going to just let it go. The question is, can Frostfire get to the moves in time, going straight away? Oh, and here comes a Leap Blade bait too from the Lurantis. CTU doing everything you can to win this matchup, and Frostfire is going to get baited there. How much more can you farm though? You can see CTU try to get that superpower, not able to get to it. I think this is back-to-back Dragon Claw for Frostfire. If it is, that's going to spell trouble for the Sableye in the back, who does not have a foul play yet.
And is the Sableye in Dragon Claw range? It surely is, and Frostfire is able to win this series with his favorite Pokemon, Shadow Charizard, 2-0 as he knocks out the C2U's Sableye. So CTU, awesome run here, was on the winner's side of the bracket. Unfortunately, lost on that side, lost on the loser's side as well. But what a game he made it with that Lurantis. How much damage was that superpower doing? Leaf Blade baiting on a Shadow Charizard. What an incredible run from the CTU.
I mean, I think if anyone saw the beginning of that battle in terms of the team composition, you're like, this is about to be a snoozer. This is easily going to be 2-0 Frostfire. But CTU fighting so hard throughout the way, making all the right shield calls, go over the right combo plays, but just a little bit short on the end there too. I mean, super tough compositions for the CTU in those games. And Frostfire going to continue his 2-0 streaks here in day number 2. Let's look at this recap. Let's see how hard his superpower is actually hitting the Charizard. It actually did a lot of damage.
It does more than the half remaining health there. One thing that Frostfire talked about in his shortcomings of Orlando was his inability to be patient down the stretch and make sure to count properly and utilize that energy down the stretch. That is the one skill set that I've been most impressed with Frostfire in this tournament. What an improvement, what a focus from Frostfire to completely flip it around from his weakness in his last elimination to literally his best strength in Sacramento.
Frostfire just seems so poised today too, making so many good no-shield calls, recognizing that, yes, okay, this is charge and priority. I'm not going to get the Frenzy Plant off, but that's okay. I'm going to save the shield for the Charizard. That is my win condition. Shields the Leaf Blade is not discouraged though. says, all right, I shield Leaf Blade. That means I can't farm as much. I'm still gonna get the Dragon Claw. That's still my win condition. You can see Nani's head, right? He got baited by a Leaf Blade saying, you know what? That's not a big deal. I still got this, right? Understanding his win conditions from the mid to late game is so important. And you can see that Frostbite has completely honed in on that skill. I mean, he's played incredible all weekend. The only time I ever saw him struggle was against Elite yesterday, and that was really just because he had a Lantern on, Lisa Lantern on his Charizard, and that's a tough situation for anyone.
Yeah, and Elite makes a lot of people struggle because he is one
I know about
talented
that
trainer.
one,
Yeah, I wasn't going to say you specifically, but...
Subtweet me later, Butters, but I can read between the lines.
Yeah, but just an amazing run for Frostfire so far. Remember, he is starting on this loser's side of the bracket, but just clean victories for these first 2 rounds of that loser side of the top 8. Can he be like the first ever Pokemon Go Masters Division World Champion?
A series where we showcase important matches throughout the history of competitive Pokemon. I'm Will Dunphy, and let's take a trip back to the first Pokemon Go World Championships in London, England in the summer of 2022. Dancing Rob from Germany and Godon Hada from South Korea took their seats at center stage for the Masters Division Grand Finals. What happened next was more exciting than anyone could have ever predicted. This was Pokemon Go's inaugural season in the Pokemon Go Championship Series, and only one of these trainers could become the first world champion. Pokemon Go's 2022 competitive season was characterized by the nearly unbreakable core of Walrein and Trevenant. This pair's synergy made them almost irreplaceable on a team of 6. But as Pokemon Go established its own unique identity within the championship circuit, so did its trainers. Unique Pokemon like Air/Mandibuzz, Ember, Shadow, Kanto, Ninetales, and Obstagoon claimed regional and international titles around the world. Dancing Rob competed earlier in the year at Pokemon Go's first ever live-streamed event, the 2022 Europe International Championships. Dancing Rob made a powerful run through the losers bracket in day 2, before being defeated by the eventual runner-up, Freaka. With that, Dancing Rob had qualified for the World Championships in London. That August, the World Championships began. After a promising 2-0 start, Dancing Rob was defeated by Lurgan Rocket, Pokemon Go's first ever regional champion, in just the 3rd round. This loss set Dancing Rob down into the losers bracket. What happened next is something that may never happen again in competitive Pokemon Go. Dancing Rob would go on to win the next 7 rounds, including a rematch against the Liverpool regional champion, as he completely swept the losers bracket. With a combined record of 9-1 and everything on the line, Dancing Rob took the stage, head-to-head against Godon Hada for the Grand Finals. As a result of Pokemon Go's double elimination format, Dancing Rob needed to win not 1, but 2 best of 5s against his opponent to claim the championship. The Grand Finals began, and Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales, Medicham, and Shadow Swampert secured him an early 2-0 lead. Then, Godon Hada and his Shadow Kanto Ninetales fought back.
You have the opportunity to close this tournament out right here, and right now, you might as well just go for it.
Godon Hada claimed victory in games 3 and 4 and tied the series 2-2. In Game 5, the world held its breath as the matchup between the final Pokemon on the field was decided by just a half-second Dragon Breath.
Galarian Stunfisk gets to the rock slide first, and we have a bracket reset.
Dancing Rob's Galarian Stunfisk reached the rock slide, and Dancing Rob had successfully forced the Grand Finals reset. In Game 1 of the Grand Finals reset, Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales met Dancing Rob's Alola Ninetales in the lead. Game 1 belonged to Godon Hada, but Dancing Rob struck back in Games 2 and 3. Godon Hada would even the series yet again with a Game 4 victory. Now, tied 2-2, both trainers were just 1 game away from becoming the first Pokemon Go World Champion. Years of hard work, dedication, and practice boiled down to one final matchup.
This is my moment. This is my opportunity. I'm going to seize this championship, this victory, this glory. This is it. This is my time to become the first champion. And we are queued up here for a decisive game number 5.
Dancing Rob and Godon Hada's decisive battle began, and dragon, steel, fire, and ice attacks erupted from the field. Dancing Rob positioned his Alola Ninetales to overcome Godon Hada's Shadow Kanto Ninetales, and the crowd roared as Dancing Rob finally defeated Godon Hada. History was made. Dancing Rob had just become the first ever Pokemon Go World Champion. Dancing Rob is proof that you need hard work, determination, and belief in yourself to become the best. Thank you so much for watching, and let us know some of your favorite moments in Pokemon Go history by using the hashtag #PlayPokemon.
What Dancing Rob accomplished will live on in history forever, but these trainers here in Sacramento are writing their own chapters. We are back on Championship Sundays. We continue our coverage of the top 8 remaining trainers here in Sacramento. I'm Speedy's Chief 2 here with Self Tough.
Thanks, Speedy. We are just speeding through this bracket here already in the second game of Losers Round 2, and just a couple more matches before we find out who is that Sacramento Regional Champion.
Gotta tell you, Soph, I'm starting to become a believer in the Shadow Charizards and in the elites of the world. I think that these trainers have everything that they need in order to win it. We're gonna take a look here at our bracket and how it's developed. Elite with that decisive 2-0 victory, stopping Bopper's Guzzlord in its tracks. And then Doombug as well, finding perfect positioning with his Lickitung, controlling the pacing of the matchup and defeating Lurantis. We're gonna see Elite versus Doombug coming up in that winners finals bracket.
I am so excited for that matchup. I've been looking forward to it and hoping it would come like even from the start of the tournament, but I think before that we still have some of the losers bracket to work out there. Looks like our first matchup we're going to see here is Bopper versus Joggerswalt, and then whoever wins that will go on to play Frostfire with that Shadow Charizard.
I gotta say, if I had to nominate one trainer for most improved, I agree with what our co-casters were saying. From Orlando to here, Frostfire is absolutely incredible, right? We saw the counting there versus the Lurantis, excuse me. I'm sure he did a lot of, scrims in practice last night, trying to get those counts down, because Fury Cutter is not an easy fast attack to count or to predict, right?
Yeah.
But CTU trying to make it as close as he could as well.
Absolutely. I've also been super impressed by Frostfire. Wasn't on my radar as much coming into the tournament, but I think staying so calm, especially that last game when the Lurantis came in, just committed to the win condition, like doubling up on that Dragon Claw just to really seal the deal. Yeah, super patient, super calm.
Yeah, like Caleb and Butters called out, when you shield a double resisted Leaf Blade, it does feel a little bit bad, but we saw Frostfire take that in stride. Speaking of stride, let's go ahead and head down to the stage. Our trainers are getting set up here, ready to battle.
That's right, we've got Bopper on the left and Joggerswalt on the right there. We still remember Bopper has that Guzzlord. Does have 2 things to watch out for on this team, the Medicham and that Frostlass, but we'll see what Bopper decides to do in the Venusaur as well. Looking like it could be a very dangerous closer here.
Joggerswalt with a very bulky team. We've seen that Lickitung Umbreon duo, and Bopper with the Guzzlord looking to break that up. We're heading into game number 1. We've got 2 Lickitungs on the field, one shiny, one not, both best buddies. Look at these backlines for this.
Yeah, so from Bopper we have that Lantern Venusaur backline. Like I said, potentially looking to set up shield advantage for that Venusaur for a potential late game sweep. And from Joggerswalt, looks like we have Gligar and Umbreon, 2 very bulky Pokemon.
As we look at these trainers on camera too, I've never seen 2 trainers that happy to see a Lickitung here, but we get a swap now into Shadow Venusaur, and a couple of Vine Whips ahead means that this Frenzy Plant's coming through hot and heavy against a Gligar.
Yeah, of course, Venusaur is just that grass type against this flying type, but it does deal neutral damage. Can still hit Gligar for a ton of damage here. Did take that shield, and Joggerswalt almost at 2 aerial aces here, gonna fire off the first.
Bopper likes taking away Protect Shields. He wants a second one here. He's going to give up one of his Protect Shields, reach for that Frenzy Plant almost immediately, right there on the charge attack priority, and this is definitely going to take a shield, or it's going to take down the Gligar.
Yeah, great timing there from Bopper, getting that maximum amount of energy. Looks like Joggerswalt does want to shield it up and throw this aerial ace. I wonder if you ever go for a tiny undercharge here.
Oh, actually, going for the great and all the way up to the excellent, wants the knockout onto the Shadow Venusaur. Bopper happy with the Protect Shield advantage, but there's still a lot of bulk to cut through. We talked about that Umbreon and Lickitung core. Jogger's got both of them behind this Gligar.
Yeah, you definitely don't want to have to take this dig here, but it looks like Bopper is okay throwing up the shield, probably going to keep over farming before finally throwing that surf.
Dig does get protect shielded up. That's a lot of super effective damage that Bopper just avoided. And the beautiful overcharge here as well, going for the surf like you called out. So this will get the knockout onto the Gligar. Super effective water type damage from the Lantern. It kind of resets the table too. We're going to see the Lickitung come in immediately.
Yeah, Lickitung going to come in and absorb all this energy. Bopper does still have some work to do though, because Joggerswalt still has that full health Umbreon in the back. Such a bulky Pokemon, just like that Lickitung. Looks like Bopper is coming back in with his own Lickitung here, but unfortunately it does throw the Body Slam onto that Umbreon.
Yeah, Umbreon hops out of the Pokeball to catch this Body Slam that was designated for the opposing Lickitung, but now these resistant licks are going to slow down this matchup quite a bit. We saw earlier Frostfire's Umbreon just controlling the pacing against C2U's Lickitung. We're going to see something very similar here as well.
That's right. I think they're both going to be content to just stay in here for a while, do as much as they can. I wouldn't be surprised if we see someone try to maybe swap out with some energy to bring into that next matchup.
We were commentating before we stepped into the booth here about how fast some of these games have been. A lot of Shadow Charizard play. Well, this is going to slow things down a little bit. Very meticulous, very tedious, and very calculated plays for both trainers. Another foul play going to come through here from the Umbreon. Lickitung dipping down to the yellow, probably the red now, as it can only absorb a little more damage before getting knocked out.
Yeah, it looks like that switch clock is coming up. Both Pokemon pretty low on energy here, so could come into play if someone decides to switch in.
Healthy Lickitung in the back for Joggerswalt. Lantern has barely seen any action in this matchup so far, and the counter swap into Lantern to catch a foul play here.
Yeah, preserving that Lickitung with its charge move to take the foul play here, and this Lantern still has a lot of health here, doesn't have quite the energy it needs, and unfortunately gonna have to eat the super effective Power Whip from Lickitung.
I don't think this quite KOs, but you can tell that Bopper is a little bit tense here. He knows this is gonna deal a lot of damage. Lantern does hang on. He's gonna try to reach for a charge attack here. Doesn't get to the surf, and he finally pulls the trigger on the surf here to get this valuable chip damage, but this looks very uphill, so.
Yeah, I think so too. You do still have a little bit of your Lickitung, so you're gonna need to farm as much as you possibly can, but I think that Umbreon in the back is still just a little bit too healthy for this Lickitung to deal with all by itself.
Yeah, need to throw this Body Slam off before the opposing Lickitung in order to give yourself a chance. Bopper playing to the win condition here, but like you said, Soph, that Umbreon's very, very healthy. You wish you had more energy. You wish you had a Power Whip. Now the Umbreon's gonna pace that foul play really quickly. He only needs one more Snarl, gonna connect right there and get to the foul play. That was a long, tough matchup, but Joggerswalt and his Umbreon eventually came out on top.
Yeah, I think Bopper just didn't have a great way to deal with that kind of, double tank strategy that we saw so much yesterday. Both the Lickitung and the Umbreon. Bopper kind of only having his Lickitung at the end there to navigate that was a little bit difficult.
We talk about interplay and how these matches go. We also talk about how a series develops, but how is a tournament developing for a trainer, right? Look at Bopper. He brought that Guzzlord so confidently in that winner's bracket. Now that he's in the loser's bracket, he thinks it's a little too obvious. Maybe he doesn't think it's as good, but he just saw Lickitung and Umbreon, and if there's one Pokemon on his team that can break that up besides Medicham, it's probably going to be that Guzzlord.
Yeah, that's right, and we do know, backs against the wall here. If you lose one game, you're out of the tournament, so might need to bring that Guzzlord. You kind of just have to make a call on what you think your teammate is, your opponent is going to be bringing.
Yeah, opponents, sometimes teammates, right?
Sometimes.
If you are close friends, but here we see the Umbreon delivering the foul play into the Lantern. Bopper kind of dancing around in that matchup, trying to stay in it as long as possible, but we've seen time and time again that Lickitung just struggles against that Dark-type Umbreon.
Yeah, I think especially with these long neutral matchups, you really have to be careful thinking about where you want your charge attacks to land, right? Like sometimes you don't want to do too much damage, right? Because it's a bit wasteful. So making those catches sometimes, while they might not be super exciting if they're not resisted, can still make an impact.
Exactly right. Bopper, if he loses this game, will be eliminated from the tournament here in Sacramento. He brings back the Guzzlord. The camera pans out, and Joggerswalt staring down the mouth of the beast here.
Yeah, great prediction, Speedy. We do see that Guzzlord here trying to deal with that Umbreon Lickitung core, and it finds the Umbreon here in that lead matchup. So great start for Bopper.
Big overcharge here. Joggerswalt going for the last resort. You definitely don't want to throw that resisted foul play. Meanwhile, Bopper has a lot of energy of his own. He can't hit very hard with the Guzzlord. He only has access to Dragon Claw and Crunch. Goes for that same type attack bonus, Dragon Claw.
Yeah, it does do a small amount of neutral damage, but what's really adding up here are those neutral Dragon Tails. Looks like Joggerswalt is reaching for that Gligar, which Bopper didn't have a great response to. We did see him struggle a little bit with that in his last matchup, but looks like now this Guzzlord is loaded up and ready to chip.
A little tough. Gligar switched in, throwing off the turn alignment, but the defense drop actually helps the Guzzlord quite a bit. Wanting to capitalize there, Bopper throwing the 2 Dragon Tails and the Dragon Claw. Do we see a switch out here, Soph, to catch this charge attack energy?
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Going into that Lickitung, we've seen this so much, right? You do some damage with your glacier Pokemon, and then you bring in that Lickitung or that Umbreon to kind of just absorb once you've chipped it down.
It's that, and also Bopper's playing keep away, right? He saw that Umbreon Lickitung matchup game number 1. He wants no part of that, so he's going to go ahead and send Lickitung in here against the Gligar, where it's much more useful.
Yeah, so was able to preserve that Guzzlord for the Umbreon, but keep in mind here that the switch clocks are just a little bit misaligned. Joggerswalt going to be able to swap soon, potentially get a farm with Frostlass or bring in the Umbreon.
Great counting by Bopper, throwing the Body Slam just before the Aerial Ace is ready. Kind of feels bad to soak this energy onto such a low health Gligar, but you don't want to take energy yourself. You rather maintain some switch alignment as well. Going immediately for the foul play here as well, so I'm kind of surprised we didn't see at least a Snarl or 2.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. Potentially lost track of that energy there. I also would have liked to see potentially a farm down on Frostlass because that energy can be so valuable.
Reaching for that Frostlass. Joggerswalt wants out, pressing that escape hatch button, reaches for the Frostlass. Here comes the Lantern. Bopper loves to see it here. He knows that this Lantern has a favorable matchup, especially when he's up 2 Protect Shields to 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This is a great position for Bopper. The Shadow Ball is the hardest hitting move, but regardless of whether you shield, I think you're still in a great position here. These sparks are really starting to add up.
Bopper probably thinking it's too risky to Protect Shield early on in case it is an Avalanche bait. Does absorb the first Shadow Ball, but like you said, Soph, that makes the most impact, but relatively speaking, Lantern's still in a comfortable position. Guzzlord lurking in the back. Don't forget, there's still an Umbreon that Bopper needs to chew through, so I do appreciate the shield call here.
Yeah, I think so too. I think Bopper might just be going for a full Spark Down and try to come out with as many charge moves as you can to throw out that Umbreon.
Yeah, you called it perfectly. 3 sparks do the trick. In comes the Umbreon, 1 single spark, and the Surf. Great move timing and discipline by Bopper. Late in the matchup, Joggerswalt has only 1 Protect Shield left, running out of options, does not use it here.
Yeah, in a very difficult position for Joggerswalt, unfortunately. Bopper has a very straightforward path to victory here, just going to fire off these serves, and then you just maybe need a couple of Dragon Tails to finish off the game.
Do we see a Guzzlord switch in? Do we see a cheeky Dragon Tail finish? No. He lets Lantern bring it home. That ties up the series 1-1. Bopper bringing the Guzzlord, striking back against Jogger. He's not finished yet.
Yeah, like you said, great adjustment from Bopper. Didn't see the Lickitung that time from Joggerswalt, but still the Guzzlord was able to find a favorable matchup there.
Now the mind games really come into play, right? Bopper has made a little bit of progress. Joggerswalt had that early lead in the series. He's at risk of losing that. He's at risk of getting sent home. I don't think either of these trainers want to go home just yet.
I don't think so either. They have made it so far, already going to be walking away with a lot of prize money and a lot of booster packs. But of course, still kind of gunning for that guaranteed invite and championship points.
We see the Lantern kind of piecing away brick by brick, surf by surf at this Umbreon to get the knockout. Again, Joggerswalt was kind of out of options, realized that it was just a road too far to travel, and the double sparks there get the knockout on the Umbreon to seal up game number 2. Patience being measured, all these things are really critical, and team predictions come into factor here. We've seen Bopper run a lot of double dark, but that really betrayed him in the winner's side bracket. Maybe he doesn't go back to that here.
Yeah, I mean, of course, we have seen so few fairies here. I think your Alola Ninetales prediction would have come in really well, but nobody seems to believe. So we'll see what Bopper decides to do. Like you said, relied on it a lot day 1. So could go back to that, you know, it could be a comfortable line that he's practiced a lot. So we'll just have to see what he decides to do.
I'm just saying, so if we still have another North American Regional Championship this month in Toronto, so any trainers that are traveling there maybe want to bring that Alola Ninetales, I fully support it.
Yeah, absolutely. It's really interesting thinking about how trainers kind of react and adjust to what they've seen in the most recent tournament, right? So looking forward to Toronto for sure.
All right, but we are here now in Sacramento. Decisive game number 3. Bopper on the left side of your screen. Joggerswalt on the right, fighting for their tournament lives. This is a decisive matchup, and we've got solid leads on the field. Lantern versus Lickitung.
Yeah, pretty neutral matchup here. Of course, Lantern does have to watch out for that super effective Power Whip, but can definitely tank one and deal a lot of neutral damage in return.
Trying to catch the Power Whip. Here comes Bopper and his Guzzlord. Resisted grass type damage. I don't know if Guzzlord likes vegetables, but it's going to eat that Power Whip no problem.
Yeah, absolutely a beautiful catch there. Not just getting the resisted charge move, but also getting a full Dragon Tail on the swap there to put it just a little bit ahead in this Gligar matchup.
Guzzlord looks hungry. Here comes the first Dragon Claw into the Gligar. Going to land all those Dragon Tails like you mentioned, so much neutral damage. And typically we see Dragon Breath coming from these Dragon-type Pokemon, but Dragon Tail also very powerful.
Dragon Tail, a great move as well. Of course, you do lose a little bit of flexibility with that 3-turn fast move, but Boppard sees that the Guzzlord is very valuable here, right? Jogger Swap didn't bring in a Medicham or a Frostlass, so choosing to shield that up and hopefully going to be able to get a lot of mileage out of this Guzzlord.
I really appreciate that you called that out. It probably tells Boppard that Umbreon is in the back, so if he can control switch advantage, he can line up his Lantern against the Umbreon and avoid that Lickitung matchup. So I really appreciate the call out a lot. I think that's exactly what he's thinking as well. Dragon Claw gets the knockout onto the Gligar. In comes the Lickitung, but these licks are resisted. Do we get a big crunch? And yes, Guzzlord taking a bite out of the bubblegum Lickitung.
And Guzzlord just has so much HP. This is going to be a difficult lick down, I have to say. And like you said, Bopper is able to realign that Lantern so it doesn't see the Lickitung.
My gosh, three more Dragon Tails, Guzzlord. What a monstrous Pokemon. Here we see Lickitung switch in, now Umbreon, and we see the counter swap into Lantern.
Yeah, I think this is exactly what Bopper wanted. Looks a little bit perturbed by that Snarl that just came through, but still has so much energy from that lead matchup. This is a great position for Bopper. I think that swap into Guzzlord really changed the game there.
I think so as well. We're going to see the foul play from the Umbreon. Now we get to kind of like the marathon portion, right? Maybe the Guzzlord was the sprint portion. We saw a lot of damage output. Now we're slowing it down. We're in the marathon, the patience portion of this matchup. Going for the Surf here, again, trying to conserve energy and be efficient. You don't want to just hammer Thunderbolts when the Surf is actually going to be a little more efficient down the stretch, especially for such a long matchup.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you don't know when your opponent is going to throw out these shields, so if you just need consistent damage, you can just keep throwing these cheaper charge attacks here. Foul play landing here, Lantern getting into the red there, but still has some energy banked, and Bopper still has a full health Lickitung in the back as well.
Pacing for Umbreon is quite fast, 4 Snarls and then 3 for these foul plays, so Lantern needs to strike as much damage as possibly can. Bopper knows what the timing looks like. Does he try to make a catch and preserve his Lantern? No, actually going on the charge attack priority. This is really, really tough for Jogger.
Yeah, throwing up this Surf, and Jogger Swap just wants to make sure that he can preserve the energy on this Umbreon. Bopper actually swapping into the Lickitung to absorb the foul play here.
Don't know that it was completely necessary, right? Because Lantern has done a lot of work for you. You recognize Lickitung is weak in the back. Foul play's a little bit tough to absorb, but the question is now, do you go for double body slams or straight Power Whip and Lick Down?
I don't know. It's kind of a tough decision here, but Jogger Swap isn't quite locked in, so I don't know if you necessarily want to commit to a lick down. Does bring in that Lickitung here, throwing that body slam. Bopper probably just needs to overfarm a little bit before knocking this out.
If we think in terms of relative damage, I'd rank Power Whip as the most damaging charge attack that could come from these remaining 2 Pokemon. Bopper decides not to shield a potential Power Whip, calling the body slam, goes for a body slam of his own. He wants his Lickitung off the field, and he gets his wish. In comes the opposing Umbreon, and again, the question of double charge attacks or just single Power Whip. Oh, he's going to go for the former, but taking that Snarl is a little tough there.
Yeah, shaking his head a little bit, but this Umbreon is in the red. I think you can maybe try to fast attack down before this Umbreon gets to enough charge attacks to take you out.
Yeah, another foul play coming through here, and as we see that Umbreon get weaker and weaker, the clock is running out. Bopper absorbs the foul play. Gonna look for a body slam here. Actually, never mind. We'll just lick it down.
Yeah. Great ending to that game there. Great play from Bopper coming back from that early game loss. Great adjustments as well. And really, like you said, just playing that marathon out and coming out on top.
I just want to compliment Jogger as well. Such an incredible performance here in Sacramento. I really can't wait to see what that trainer has in store for us if they go to compete at other locals or regionals or internationals. I think there's a bright future for them. Bopper remains in the tournament with his Guzzlord. A really tough opening matchup in the winner's bracket, but he continues to fight his way through that loser's bracket. That was an exciting series, and I think the absence of Medicham and Frostlass from Jogger was really the storyline there.
Yeah, absolutely. Really allowed Bopper to get so much mileage out of that Guzzlord. We saw it not only take out the Gligar, but do so much damage to that Lickitung, right? Almost took out like 1.5 Pokemon or something there. But we'll see how Bopper continues to try to play it out, feeling out what matchups might be its best.
That was a fun 3-game series. Let's take a look back here at game number 1, catching a foul play onto the Lantern. I think that Jogger really kind of took control of this matchup with that overwhelming bulk. That Umbreon and Lickitung core is so tough to break through, and the foul play seals the deal here for Jogger in game number 1. That's the thing, though. It can almost give you like a false sense of confidence when you win that game number 1, because these trainers can strike back at any moment. I'm sure Jogger Swalt wanted nothing more than to close out the series in game number 2, but Bopper had other ideas.
Yeah, it is difficult, though, right? If you lose that first game, you know, you kind of feel like you're on the defensive. You're the one who has to make the adjustment. But conversely, if you just won that, you're like, okay, well, do I just keep the same strategy? Or, you know, you don't want to like necessarily overcompensate for the changes that you're predicting from your opponent.
Yeah, you can't over-predict or overcompensate because it throws you off balance. Going for the Power Whip here. Catches it onto the Guzzlord. Resisted grass type damage. Dragon typing is so powerful in the championship series, and we see it on full display here. Bopper really happy with that.
Yeah, I think that was probably the play of the series there. 50 energy down the drain, resisted, as well as getting that full Dragon Tail there.
Exactly right. Well, Bopper's Guzzlord did top the charts here in terms of usage, and I believe that might be the first time that's happened, and actually in a long time. First time this season, right? We did see Magic Mason and Guzzlord last season, but I think it's worth another look at our usage statistics for the tournament here in Sacramento. Metachamp at 100% rating there. My gosh, Metachamp is so solid. And I'm telling you, everybody, if you haven't been to a regional championship and you need Metatite XL candies, come to a regional championship because they're spawning everywhere.
Yeah, absolutely. Metachamp so powerful season after season, so consistent. We also see Lantern and Lickitung on about 3/4 of those teams, probably 6 out of 8 trainers. And then we've got Gligar and Umbreon kind of following it up. So we do see a lot of teams, right, with both the Lickitung and the Umbreon for that bulk.
Check out the rise of Dark-type Pokemon. Umbreon appearing on 4 out of these 8 teams. Purified Sableye and Guzzlord as well. I think there's so many targets for Fairy-type Pokemon. I know I keep saying it right, and maybe the meta will like adjust by the time this actually comes to fruition in Toronto or in Lille, but still, I do think it's a hole in the meta, if I may, and I think that there's a lot of room for Alola Ninetales, Clefable, even Shadow Granbull for some trainers who might enjoy that. I don't know, that was too far for Soap.
Maybe too much there.
Maybe too much.
I think you're just maybe 2 steps ahead, right? Because I think all these dark types are appearing as kind of counters to Lickitung, right?
Yeah,
trainers are
true.
still trying to figure out like, okay, now I don't have Noctowl. My options are basically, do I run like Power Up Punch or Dynamic Punch on my Metachamp? Do I bring a dark type to resist those licks? So maybe the next step is, okay, now I bring a fairy to counter those dark types that are being pulled out.
Yeah, it's like circular thinking, right? Or you can be like Tua Butters and just play Staraptor, which he tends to do and go Battle League, right? But I know a lot of trainers are watching the tournament at home. Let's hear from you on social media. Make sure to use that hashtag #PlayPokemon because we love to see you engage with our streams. This is Hourly Quag and Claude, and that's a really adorable profile picture, but check out this tweet as well.
Such a good interview, asking all the greatest questions. Hashtag #PlayPokemon is, I think that might be from our analyst lounge, right? I recognize the little Yamper with the Marsh Stomp writing on its back.
Yeah, and look at that little microphone too. I don't know what Quagsire's saying, probably just its name, but it's communicating a lot. We have Desby as well saying hashtag #PlayPokemon. This is my weekend entertainment. Got the triple screen going on, maybe some squad stream action going on.
Oh yeah, you've got the VG, you've got the Go, and you've got the TCG. You know, really great to be able to understand and follow all 3 games there.
Right, and look at all these cards. Mike Bisson says just simply hashtag #PlayPokemon. Enough said, right? You look at that table, enough said.
Yeah, look at all of those cards. You know, I really want to see some of these trainers who go far today open their booster packs and see what they get.
Right? It's always fun. You never know what you might get. Just like at a championship series event, you never know what teams you might run into, and it's been so much fun to kind of watch these trainers and their storylines develop. We were so concerned, for example, about the losers bracket with Eomero versus Frostfire.
Right.
That Bubble Beam Man team was so dominant in a lot of matchups for Eomero on day number 1, but Frostfire found ways around it, right? He's able to maneuver around it. That's a very important part of adjusting to your opponent's teams. In Go Battle League, you might lock in you 3 Pokemon and might say, okay, I've got a few win conditions, but there's certain teams I can't beat. In the championship series, when you have a team of 6, there's a lot of flexibility, a lot of modes of attack, a lot of different ways you can pivot and shift up your strategy. team prediction, team reading, player tendencies, all that kind of simmers down and boils down into just one formula.
Yeah, I think so. And especially coming into day 2, you have so much more information than day 1, right? Where you might be going in blind, you know, you might see something that you didn't necessarily practice against, but day 2, you know exactly who you're playing, who you might be playing round 2 if you do win that first matchup. And like, you get so much more prep and you can really get some targeted scrims in.
Yeah, and these trainers continuously keep learning, right? They're students of the game. They're watching back the VODs. They're actually watching their opponents compete, trying to pick up on these small things that could give them any advantage. Because if you can just pick up on one small thing, oh, Frostfire likes to bait his Dragon Claw early on in the opening matchup, that could be one small piece of information that leads to a big victory in the future. Speaking of Frostfire, he returns to the stage here with that Shadow Charizard, looking to set it ablaze. The Umbreon, Registeel, Medicham, Lantern, and Superior round out the team, but Shadow Charizard has really been the star, and then Bopper on the opposing side.
Yeah, we just saw Bopper, so right back in the action there. We do see that Guzzlord again, of course, as we've been talking about this whole broadcast. I don't know if Frostfire is going to rely as much on the Shadow Charizard here, though, because Bopper does have that Lantern, a lot of fast move pressure coming from the Sableye and the Guzzlord as well. So might need to make some adjustments to his strategy here.
We talked about this in the opening segment yesterday, but the question of where are the steel types? Frostfire has an answer. Guzzlord has not had to contend with a steel type Pokemon, and he's got that Registeel on his team, which is going to serve as a hard wall for that Dragon and Dark type Guzzlord.
Yeah, absolutely. So we might see both of these trainers kind of having to make adjustments from some of their kind of standout picks that they've been relying on this tournament as core breakers, and kind of maybe shift back towards some of those safer Pokemon, right?
Yeah, I agree with you. And to your previous point about Lantern, it was really, really deflating for Frostfire early on in the tournament to see his Shadow Charizard come out with energy, with shields, with everything it needed, and then a Lantern on the other side to just spoil the party. So I'm sure he's going to want to avoid that. And that comes into the mental game as well. Like, does Frostfire leave his Shadow Charizard on the bench? Does that then make, Shadow Venusaur stronger for Bopper, for example?
Yeah, I mean, it's interesting. I know some players who say, okay, when I have a Pokemon that gets absolutely walled by something on the opposing team, I just don't even touch that, right? And then some players are more willing to take that risk. Like Frostfire, we have seen him bring the Charizard even into matchups where there's a Lantern.
Frostfire has found his way out of tricky situations before, like the Mantine, but there's also a few things to consider. He's got some ground coverage, a Medicham as well. There are some interesting, avenues here for him to strike back.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, Frostfire, I think we've seen use Superior a lot today, right? And it looks pretty decent into Bopper's team, even against things like that Venusaur. Of course, poison typing is difficult, but you can hit back with the Aerials. And Frenzy Plant still does a lot to Guzzlord as well.
It absolutely does. Those Community Day charge attacks are powerful. One of our trainers is locked in and ready to go. Again, we are in the losers semis. These two trainers have made it this far, but a single stumble, a single misstep could spell the end of their tournament life. Frostfire on the left, Bopper on the right. Game number 1 is queued up.
Yep, we've got lead matchups on the field here. Frostfire leading Registeel into Medicham. I feel like this used to be such a common matchup, and we don't see it as much now.
Exactly. Dynamic Punch also has a similar effect to the Medicham and Lickitung matchup. You can really just knock this Registeel on its back with a super effective charge attack. Here comes the Zap Cannon first from Frostfire. No Protect Shield from Bopper. I think Bopper's kind of surprised that we haven't seen a switch out.
Yeah, I'm surprised as well. I expect one right now. You definitely don't want to take that Dynamic Punch, but Frostfire actually content to stay in here. He is technically ABA weak to counter, but has Bopper not revealed this on stream yet?
Bopper kind of scooping up those fighting type bubbles and doesn't quite get the excellent, but maybe that was intentional as he gets the full counter down. Perfect undercharge, and in comes the Guzzlord swapping to the Medicham, and the counters are going to add up here. A reverse situation from the lead, right?
Yeah, really interesting here. We see Bopper bringing in that Guzzlord to take these super effective counters and Ice Punch here. Maybe didn't want to get farms down. Is able to throw off this Dragon Claw, though.
Dragon Claw does deal a lot of damage. This Guzzlord Medicham matchup is not that comfortable for the Medicham. Look at it. It's already at 40% HP. It will go for the Ice Punch here. Bopper doesn't want any more of that action. He's going to let his Guzzlord faint.
Yeah, and Frostfire's Medicham is still pretty healthy here, has some energy, and pretty safe against the rest of Bopper's team. Actually, we don't see a Sableye over there. So actually choosing to bring in the Lickitung to absorb this. this.
Going to Lickitung, and we see the Umbreon counter swap. Switch timers are a little bit displaced. I do think Bopper can reach for his Medicham probably about 10 seconds after this body slam gets fired off. Now, how does that affect the dynamic, though? Because that means Umbreon needs to store some charge energy.
Yeah, exactly. Great call. I was just thinking that as well, because you don't want the Medicham to be able to swap in and you have nothing to throw at it, right? And like we said, here comes that swap, throwing the dynamic punch. Luckily, Frostfire saved some shields here, and now knows, of course, that there is a dynamic punch coming.
That was a charge attack priority tie switch in from Bopper, getting real crafty here in the losers semis. We see the foul play come from the Umbreon and a protect shield from Bopper onto his Medicham. The problem is, though, like you pointed out, so we have another foul play on Umbreon already, and there's just so much pressure piling on.
Yeah, this was great energy management from Frostfire. I think Bopper is in a little bit of a difficult situation. You have to shield up this low health Pokemon because it's your best way to get rid of the Umbreon, but now you're so low. Actually just going for the Ice Punch here.
Oh, pulls the shield.
Yeah, it does pull the shield, but okay, but is this still okay for Frostfire? You still have a lot of energy, but the Lickitung is super healthy though.
I really like the instant foul play here from Frostfire. He recognizes he's taking much more damage from Medicham's counters. It's not worth it to try to stay in this matchup against some additional Snarls. He's just going to get the knockout and now deal with the Lickitung. Lickitung might be able to close this out, though. This Umbreon and Medicham are really, really low in HP.
Yeah, absolutely. The Medicham in the back, only in the yellow there. I think a Body Slam or a Power Up plus some licks would be enough to take it out, and you still have the health advantage in this matchup as well.
Going for the Body Slam here. Bopper really needs to capitalize on the timing. There's no room for error here. No space for mistakes. Body Slam does land. In comes the Medicham. Counter swap really quick. Almost has the Psychic.
Gosh.
Bopper tries to avoid a dangerous situation by throwing the Body Slam here.
Yeah, he tracked the energy so well through this matchup. That Medicham switched out so early, but does it still get to the Psychic?
Oh my gosh, huge lick down, and we can see Frostfire there. He really wanted that Psychic. He really wanted a piece of the Lickitung, but Bopper, too fast on his feet, lets the Snarl through, but it doesn't even matter. Body Slam will come through, and this is enough.
Wow, that was a great end game from Bopper, putting both of those shields on the very low health Medicham, but just to get off that counter damage, I think really paid off.
Yeah, late game counting, I'm telling you, that I think that is probably the hardest thing to master for a competitive Pokemon Go PvP player. When you've had so many switch-ins, so many overcharges, so many undercharges, so many different, plays that are happening, it's so difficult to compartmentalize and remember exactly how much energy a Pokemon has when it comes back out.
Yeah, absolutely. Not just remembering how much energy your opponent has, but sometimes remembering how much energy you have, right? Did you bank a move? How far off are you? When can I swap? All right, and looking at these replays here, we do see Bopper with this Medicham against the Umbreon trying to do as much damage as he can.
Now, I think in terms of relative damage, right, even the Ice Punch probably does about as much as a Body Slam from Lickitung. So Frostfire, we thought he was, protect shielding Dynamic Punch, but maybe just trying to maintain HP in general. But this Body Slam was so key, so just one counter before the Psychic and then the Lick down.
Yeah, the licks registering there and denying the Medicham that Psychic, I think pretty much flipped the game there. Well, maybe not flipped, but decided.
Yeah, that was the, the seal, right? That sealed the win there for Bopper. I do think that, one counter being 2 turns, so you get 2 licks, and then that charge attack trying to trigger takes another additional turn.
Right.
So 3 licks worth of super effective ghost type damage was enough. Bopper needs one more game, though, in order to win this and stay in the tournament. Frostfire needs to dig deep. He's got to reverse sweep Bopper here.
Yeah, and I think he still has what it takes to pull it out. We've seen a lot of reverse sweeps this tournament, so definitely not out of the picture yet. But of course, whoever wins this, I believe, goes on to that best of 5 losers finals.
Bopper has brought Guzzlord time and time again. He's tempting his opponents, right? Even if it's not Frostfire, even if it was his previous opponent, he's tempting his opponents to bring their Medicham, to bring their Guzzlord answers. Does that line him up for some Sableye play? Does that line him up for some interesting counterplay?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, if you think, your Guzzlord is so good that it, for example, scares the Umbreon away, that might free up your Sableye a bit, which is pretty safe against the rest of Frostfire's teams. But looks like we've got both trainers locked in here and getting the leads on the field.
Leads take the field. Last time it was Registeel versus Medicham. This time we've got Umbreon for Frostfire versus Lantern from Bopper.
Yeah, a pretty slow matchup here, so expect to see both people just staying in here for a little bit, kind of chipping it down, potentially going to swap out at some point with some banked energy.
Much more conservative lineup here from Bopper. He's got the 1-0 series lead, wants to keep that lead, but is it too conservative? Looking at this back line, the Lickitung almost feels like it has nowhere to go, but this opens a huge window, pulling out the Medicham. Frostfire gets his wish. That's going to clear the path for Umbreon later in the match.
Yeah, we saw this matchup so much. Registeel safe swap trying to bait out a Metachamp, but this time Bopper actually has that dynamic punch, so not going to be quite as low by the end of this matchup. And does get the attack drop there on the Metachamp. Bopper farming up just a little bit more before throwing this dynamic punch.
Yeah, 2 games in a row, 2 attack drops, and actually a shield from Frostfire, excuse me. He wants a second Zap Cannon against the Metachamp, but this Metachamp punch the lights out here for Registeel. Not quite. Second Zap Cannon gets fired off, but this is another great opportunity to overcharge yet again.
Yeah, exactly. Can't quite get there in time. Maybe would have liked to throw it before this Zap Cannon, and that second attack drop came through, but unfortunately just gonna have to settle for this overfarm and hope that whatever you come out with can hit the next Pokemon.
Bopper clocking in 5 counters there before the dynamic punch. This will definitely knock out the Registeel, even if it's double debuffed. Competitors kind of chatting on stage as well. But this is a tough matchup for Metachamp without access to Psychic and being double debuffed. Bopper needs to pivot out. What is he going to do?
He actually brings in the Lantern here. I think maybe was not quite sure on what he wanted to do, potentially thinking there might be a Superior or something in the back. Well, actually, no, we've seen all 3 Pokemon, excuse me.
No. I think what he was trying to do was catch an Ice Punch.
Oh, okay. Also banked up a lot of energy for that Umbreon as well, right? So kind of dual purpose there. But we see this Surf coming through on the Metachamp. Is going to land and do a bit of chip damage, taking the Metachamp almost to half health.
Yeah, Bopper snagging that Metachamp in the charge attack priority, gets off of it. It's valuable chip damage. Gonna go for the foul play here as well. This is where we started in the matchup, the Lantern versus the Umbreon, but these 2 Pokemon are so bulky, they kind of duke it out over time. Frostfire can overcharge here, but probably won't overcharge too much. Another serve coming though, Soph.
Yeah, the good news is that it doesn't do too much, but I don't know how much Frostfire is actually benefiting from this overfarm. You're almost capped at 100 and gonna have to throw soon.
Yeah, we see 1 single additional Snarl. Here comes a foul play from the Umbreon. Gonna knock out the Lantern for sure, but now this puts another kind of decision on Bopper's plate. He has to decide which Pokemon to bring in. That was an easy choice. He brings in the Metachamp, and he throws that Dynamic Punch right on the charge attack priority. Frostfire, though, using the final shield.
Yeah, I think, you know, you have a foul play loaded, maybe you want to save it. Actually, that was charge attack priority. A little bit unfortunate. Maybe you wanted the Snarl down, but is going to be able to knock out this Metachamp here and hopefully be able to deal some damage to this final Lickitung.
This isn't comfortable. This isn't easy. 2 Pokemon that on paper would beat Lickitung are still available to Frostfire, but they are weak. Bopper is going to bring in that shiny Lickitung. He's going to lean on this Pokemon like he did in game number 1 and try to close out this matchup. Metachamp comes back onto the field. You have a chance here to fire the Power Whip or the double body slams. Bopper charging so much energy right before the Psychic. Here comes an Ice Punch, and the Protectional comes up anyway.
Yeah, it does shield that up, but I think you're okay because you have those charge attacks loaded. Just throw 1 lick, get 1 off, get this Metachamp out of here.
Great call out. 1 single lick and the body slam. Lickitung throwing its weight around. It says, Metachamp, I could care less. Lands the body slam. And just like game number 1, gets the lick down. Looking for a Power Whip here against the Umbreon to try to wrap up this game, and he's got it.
And this is just a masterclass from Bopper on closing out games with Lickitung. So many times you see trainers using it in the lead or as that safe swap, and I think Bopper has kind of a unique strategy here. Is able to get that lick down and take out that Umbreon.
An incredible tournament run for Frostfire comes to an end. Bopper continues on from the losers semis to advance here in Sacramento. Incredible storyline from both of those trainers, and I agree with you, so it's kind of unconventional. We're so used to seeing like a Charizard sweeper or a Frostlass sweeper. It's not pretty to watch, right? Lickitung just kind of wears the opponent down and just outlasts you over time, just grinding through the matchups.
Yeah, exactly. You know, towards the end of those games, especially when trainers might have saved their Protect Shields expecting something like a Charizard, which is so hard hitting, but you just keep spamming off those body slams. I mean, what's your opponent gonna do, right?
Frostfire and Bopper was an epic series. Tons of twists and turns. We saw a lot of Umbreon, a lot of Lickitung, a little bit of Guzzlord, and eventually Bopper came out on top here. Metachamp with Dynamic Punch is such a game changer in the current meta of our regional champions so far. 3 of them have used Metachamp on their team, and 2 have had Dynamic Punch. Is Bopper on the same wavelength here?
Yeah, I think so. We did see it make a difference. The Metachamp did see the Registeel both of those games, and I think if it had Psychic, Bopper would have had much less of an advantage, right? For example, Frostfire had to spend a shield. Normally, you wouldn't do that if you had to just get off that second Zap Cannon.
You're exactly right. Body Slam was just too much for Frostfire, as we affectionately like to call it. The Body Slam spam coming from Lickitung just absolutely overwhelmed Frostfire in the final moments of Game 1 and Game 2. Body slam here to the Medicham. Almost poetic how it does not quite KO, but the licks do the rest of the damage. Body slam, bam, into Medicham. Couple licks do the trick. In comes the Umbreon, as we saw just a few moments ago. And it's a very solid victory for Bopper.
Yeah, absolutely. And how great must it feel to win both of the games with a shiny, best-buddied Pokemon? You've spent so much time with that Lickitung on your screen in-game, and being able to take it to these tournaments must be so fun.
That's ironic as well. I was talking to one of our judges, and they actually are almost done building their best buddy Lickitung, right? They've been attending these regional championships, catching some of those Lickitung for the XL candies and trading them as well. That best buddy ribbon is almost on as you kind of top it all off, right?
Yeah, exactly. And you do get that extra CP boost from the best buddy as well. So it's not just, you know, a fun flex, it's a functional flex.
Exactly, right? You got utility in that.
Yeah, utility.
Which is pretty cool. We've seen some really exciting matchups. We've seen a lot of Shadow Charizard. Unfortunately, both of our Shadow Charizard players were eliminated here in Sacramento. It's just so tough to deal with all this bulk that we're seeing in the Great League, right? I don't think we really saw this Umbreon-Lickitung duo coming.
Yeah, I think so. I think some of these really glass cannons that kind of deal a lot of damage but don't take damage all that well do struggle against the tanks, right? I think that's one of the issues with Shadow Dragonite, if I'm being honest.
Oh, yeah.
If you bring it into like a Lickitung or an Umbreon, you don't do that well. You're using shields on things you really don't want to shield, like a body slam or a foul play.
Yeah, and that's exactly what Frostfire was saying in the interview, right?
Yeah.
He said even with that loaded energy, Shadow Dragonite just can't really deliver the wins. We're going to go ahead and fly across the Atlantic, though, and talk about our leaderboards in the EU region. Again, Lille is next weekend, so there is going to be coverage of that on the official channels. You definitely want to watch that stream. Swilus, our Barcelona special event champion, leading the EU here with 200 championship points after resetting the bracket and winning in the grand finals against Patoman.
Yeah, and like you said, with Lille next weekend, we are going to see these leaderboards shake up just a little bit. But remember, the CP requirement for Europe is just a little bit lower than the US, so a lot of these trainers are actually well on their way to that Worlds invite.
Exactly right. Halfway to Honolulu, we should say, right? And taking a look here at North America, one of our judging staff, actually, Dijon the Jin, is leading the pack at 302 championship points, only 200 away, 198 points away?
Yeah, that could be accomplished in like one regional and one local tournament.
Just win a regional, Spicy. Just do it. Like
second is okay, too. Second is okay.
Yeah, there you go. Chris Reisner at 260. We see Wadaj at 250, as well as some Fitzy action. Lyle Jeff, No Trouble Clef. So many notable names, even Jacob Jean.
Yeah, absolutely. We've got SJ there, my friend at number 9 with 210 points. You know, just 290 off of that 500 mark.
And we're only a few tournaments into the season. As we've shown a couple times throughout the stream, that regional championship schedule is long. There's so many different ways, so many different opportunities to qualify for Worlds. And we're going to go kind of, you know, through October. It's a very busy month. We've got LAIC in November. We've got San Antonio and Texas in December. And then January, we hit the ground running again with tons and tons of tournaments.
Yeah, absolutely. And it's not just these regional tournaments. Remember, you can get a lot of championship points at those local tournaments, the cups and the challenges. I think a lot of the players on that leaderboard just now have been attending a lot of those.
Well, so I think we've been really excited to cast all these matches, right? But there are a couple that we feel like we would have really loved to cast. I think we're going to get a real special treat coming up here in a second.
I think so too. I'm so excited. We've got Elite versus Dunebug here in those winners finals. 2 regional champions facing off here on the stage.
I need to see some hype in the chat, whether you're watching on YouTube, Twitch, or anywhere else. Let's see some hype for Elite and Dunebug. This could be a grand finals. These two trainers have been so impressive, so calculated. Dunebug incredibly resilient, and Elite is just moonwalking through the competition here today.
Yeah, both of these players have like reset losers finals before too. Like you said, so resilient, so experienced as well. I think Elite has a new plushie up there too. I believe he won it at one of the side events here in Sacramento.
I can't see it. It's too small. I can't see it on the screen. But I will say that Dunebug's team does feature 2 flying type Pokemon. Meanwhile, Elite's Frostlass looks like it is in a great position. It's got favorable matchups against the Medicham, against the Gligar. It can even beat a Registeel if you ask Arrow.
Yeah, absolutely. I think you actually need to watch out for the Lantern the most there, but like we were saying yesterday, one of the main differences between Mandibuzz and Umbreon obviously is that weakness to ice. So with Elite's Frostlass there, that can make a difference.
All right, our trainers are locked in. Let's get hyped. This is our winners finals in Sacramento. Elite on the left, Dunebug on the right. This is a showdown.
All right, Leeds elites on the field. We've got Gligar into Gligar.
All right, Gligar mirror on the field. Backlines also looking very similar. Lantern shared by both trainers. Medicham is going to be a difference maker, but the Mandibuzz that Junebug has brought time and time again appears here in game number 1.
Yeah, that Mandibuzz would have really liked to see that Gligar. There is a potential it ends up seeing Elite's Lantern, so Junebug has to be really careful with how he chooses to lock in his Pokemon here.
First Aerial Ace fired off by Junebug. Does some meaningful chip damage. Here comes an Aerial Ace in return from Elite. We don't know which one of these Gligar will win the Charge Attack priority, but it could be very important down the stretch. Pacing at the same energy. Elite going actually almost back-to-back with the Aerial Aces, just trying to throw off Junebug's timing.
Yeah, throwing back almost back-to-back, like you said. Getting off this Aerial Ace, the next one will take out if Elite is able to land it. And like you said, gonna come down to that Charge Attack priority. I don't know if these trainers know how likely their Pokemon is to win that.
I don't know. I think these trainers are very familiar with a lot of their matchups, but the question's gonna get answered right here. Both going for the Aerial Ace, and Elite getting there first. If this knocks out, it will control switch advantage. Junebug has played hard for switch advantage in day 2, and it looks like he's gonna do the same thing here.
Yeah, absolutely great call out there. Remember last match, double shielding in the lead just to get switch advantage, and here going down a shield to do it again. Elite is okay with this outcome. The great thing is that this Gligar is actually dry now. So potentially, I don't know if you can get this farm down.
It's great, but look at this Gligar. It's gonna get to the dig. Oh, it can't get there. Junebug wanted the dig against the Lantern, but he can't quite do it. But I'll tell you what, controlling switch advantage is massive. He keeps his Mandibuzz safe from this Lantern.
Yeah, Dune is able to keep it safe, but I think Elite is still in a great position here. You got all that energy from the farm down. You're up a shield. Medicham doesn't mind the Mandibuzz matchup either, so Elite in a very commanding position, I think.
I think Elite is pretty far ahead, both in terms of energy and positionally speaking, but Junebug going for the Thunderbolt, and this is a fantastic shield call, right? If you want to win this Lantern matchup, you gotta shield the Thunderbolt.
Yeah, and I think based on what Junebug brought in, Elite is thinking, okay, there's probably not a Lickitung in the back. This Lantern is going to be super valuable, so I like that shield a lot, and that would have been the most heavy-hitting move on Junebug's side.
You're seeing the difference maker here, right? Junebug kind of on the ropes, going for another Thunderbolt. If this does, oh my gosh, this is actually awful for Junebug. If this doesn't connect, which means Lantern's going to be very healthy going to this next matchup. If he's able to get the knockout here, does Junebug try to catch a Surf on the Mandibuzz? No, he doesn't reach for it.
No, and I think Dune knows that this game is pretty much over. Elite just calmly going for that overfarm. Doesn't know what's in the back, but maybe based on Junebug's reactions, could make a guess, and here it is.
Oh, Mandibuzz comes out, but the Lantern is just so far ahead. A lot of trainers think Lantern is the best Pokemon in Open Great League, and it's so hard to argue against that when you see how much of an impact it's making.
Yeah, we're looking at Junebug's team. There isn't a grass there, right? So Elite does have that superior for bench pressure against Junebug's Lantern. Unfortunately, Dune just doesn't have the same.
This is going to be a hard-hitting Dark-type attack. Dark Pulse rattles off, gets the knockout onto Lantern, and pulls out the Medicham. So that's actually really valuable information, right? This is a longer series. You want to know what your opponent's thinking, what they're bringing. Seeing the Medicham here is actually very important. I'm really glad Junebug didn't just kind of give up and stop throwing his charge attacks. This is actually very valuable.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially, in earlier rounds, you might even get some moveset reveals. So definitely important to keep fighting, keep tapping. And the good news for Dune is that this is a best of 5. So going down 1 here isn't too bad.
Yeah, a lot of knowledge gained, but a victory gained for Elite. Like you said, just casually taking that game 1 victory over Junebug. But you can see on his face, very serious, right? I don't think he's letting anything in. No distractions.
No distractions, not like with Heidonis yesterday.
Exactly, right. Yeah, you're not going to see him very expressive on stage. Junebug as well, kind of on the back heel. But like you said, so when you go down early in a best of 5, you can recover. This was a pivotal moment of the matchup, though. Junebug reaching for the dig, trusting in his Gligar. One more wing attack, can't get there, and I think that would have definitely helped him a lot.
Yeah, that was absolutely huge. Would have done a ton of damage to that Lantern just to help your Mandibuzz in the back, right? Yes. But unfortunately, just not able to get there.
Another opportunity here, Junebug, you could say maybe should have surf baited, but instead goes straight for the Thunderbolts 3 times. Speaking of going straight into it, we've got game number 2 queued up here. We've got some leads on the field. Junebug is back with Registeel, but Elite has an answer.
Yeah, Elite has that dynamic punch Medicham, just like we saw last match, gonna make a huge difference. And just like the last match as well, we see the Registeel staying in, but this time Dune actually going for the swap, going for the catch, met by the Gligar.
Yeah, wanting to catch that dynamic punch, but Elite is so calm, cool, and collected, does not allow it to happen. First Ice Punch will connect to the Gligar, but that flying typing is gonna help and hurt it, because you're gonna take double super effective damage here, but you resist all these counters.
Yeah, Elite continuing to farm up here before throwing an aerial ace. I don't think it's quite gonna knock out though, so gonna have to commit a Protect Shield or just let your Gligar go down.
Elite with the single finger swipe, getting all the bubbles on the flying type charge deck. I can't do that, but here comes another aerial ace. This will knock out the Medicham if Doonbug lets it through. He's gonna fight out this matchup a little bit longer though, allowing the charge deck priority to Q and firing his Ice Punch.
Yeah, here it comes, Elite making that decision that we just talked about, actually choosing to shield it up, get a few more wing attacks off here to take out the Medicham.
6, 6, and 5. Medicham closing in on the Ice Punch. Gligar going on the charge attack priority, and this is a critical shield call. Doonbug going to let it go, and another single finger swipe from Elite to get the knockout.
Yeah, fantastic counting there, like you said, throwing on that charge attack priority. But now Elite has seen the entire team from Doonbug, knows how important that Medicham's energy is as well, and bringing in the Lantern.
Turning the tables there with the full spark down of the Gligar. We do see now the Lantern for Doonbug is ahead, going straight for the Thunderbolt against Elite's Lantern. Still, the matchup on my mind is that Registeel versus Medicham, and when Elite took control of switch advantage there, it really kind of closed the door, closed the window of opportunity for Doonbug, trying to make an opening, switches in the Registeel, gets out the Zap Cannon, and avoids the charge attack priority, but Elite was ready for it.
Yeah, Elite was absolutely ready, switched the Medicham right in, probably going to farm up just a little bit more, did get that attack drop though, so, you know, this Dynamic Punch isn't going to do quite as much damage.
All that stored energy is coming in handy for Elite, because even if Doonbug protects shields this Dynamic Punch, he's just going to get hit with another one. He uses the first shield there, reaching for another charge attack, but Elite closes in. That was a right hook and a left jab, and this is definitely going to deal a ton of damage to the Registeel as it gets toppled.
Yeah, unfortunately, not a lot of mileage out of that shield for Doonbug. Elite still has this Medicham, able to do a lot of damage to this Lantern, and I think this is also going to be Elite's game.
I'm trying to think of win conditions here for Doonbug. Medicham just has too much health. It's not a comfortable matchup. You look at the Lantern in the back, and it's also outside of Thunderbolt range. There's just so much work for Lantern to do, and I don't know if they can close this matchup out.
Yeah, I don't think it quite hand. This Thunderbolt will connect and do quite a bit of damage, but Elite still has a lot of health on his own Lantern in the back. This Medicham does hang on, and the Lantern already has a move as well.
And there is the Thunder. Here comes a Thunderbolt from Elite into the Lantern from Doonbug. Doonbug seriously on his heels now, down 0-2 in the winners finals against Elite. But we talked about experience, we talked about resiliency. Doonbug has been in this exact position before.
You're so right.
And it had a very different ending than you'd expect.
Yeah, absolutely. He absolutely can't come back, but first he needs to figure out how to deal with this Lantern. I think you might need to bring that Lickitung. He's been avoiding it so far, trying to deal with that Lantern through neutral damage, but it's just too much to deal with, right? It's so safe for Elite. Also, that Medicham has been putting in work.
Yeah, and I think that as the series develops, a lot of trainers kind of keep that in mind. They recognize what they're influencing their opponent to do, and I think both Elite and Doonbug have such series knowledge and such series awareness, they're able to make those calculations. Great swap in by Doonbug. Elite tries to match that pacing, but just can't quite do it, but still gets the victory in the end. And you know what, Soph? We're going fast here. I think our trainers are already locking in. They're ready for game number 3.
They know what they're doing. They have their game plan. And here is that Lickitung from Doonbug. Unfortunately, seeing the Medicham here.
Now, we have seen a lot of these common picks over the series, but a couple change-ups here. We see the Frostlass from Elite finally surfacing, and another solid lead for him as well. I don't think Doonbug's won a lead this entire series.
I don't think so either. It's just been kind of uphill here. Elite with this Medicham continuing to overfarm before throwing this Dynamic Punch. This does a ton of damage to Lickitung.
Now, we saw CTU baiting Ice Punches here. Doonbug protects shields anyway because he does not want any part of all that super effective damage. Going to go for a body slam just as quickly as he can. Right before the Dynamic Punch, does Doonbug pull the trigger? Yes! One lick prior.
Yeah, fantastic counting from Doonbug here. He knows that Lickitung can win this matchup. We just saw it a few rounds ago. So maybe continuing to do that strategy here and go for switch advantage.
Exactly right. Doonbug has double shielded Lickitung in the past. He does the same thing here, trying to control the pacing of the game, trying to wrestle this series away from Elite. The licks add up, and that actually might be instrumental because he's got Registeel, he's got Gligar. There's not a solid answer to Lantern, but I do think he can close off the Frostlass if he does come out. Now, he received Lantern and the Power Whip.
Yeah, I think Elite is just choosing to let this go, potentially going to put things on the back of that Frostlass. You're up a shield, you can get up energy if you want to, and that is exactly where Frostlass thrives. Here it comes, getting a few Powder Snows, and here comes that Registeel.
Yeah, we saw the switch in for Elite. He banked the Surf on the Lantern, reached for the Frostlass here, and that allows Doonbug to send in the Registeel immediately and avoid the Gligar versus Frostlass matchup. Shadow Ball does connect here. You need 2 Shadow Balls to knock out this Registeel, but Registeel will strike back with a Zap Cannon. Got to be very careful with your fast attack timing as well. You want as many lock-ons as you can possibly get.
Yeah, and Elite is choosing to shield this up. Zap Cannon would do a ton of damage, and potentially realizing how valuable this Frostlass is. Does get the attack debuff there. I think this Shadow Ball plus a bunch of Powder Snows is still going to deal a lot of damage though.
Going straight for the Shadow Ball. Attack debuff will help like you pointed out, but can Registeel hold strong? Shadow Ball connects. It does stand firm. Going for the Zap Cannon after a slight undercharge. I don't think this quite knocks out though, Soph.
I don't think so either. If you can get this Powder Snow down as the Frostlass and come out with an Avalanche, that would absolutely be huge. But you're so low.
Another attack fall.
And he gets it. He gets it. He saved the Avalanche.
Banking the Avalanche going into Lantern. Switch timers are going to be critical here. You need a big heads-up play if you're Doonbug. You got almost 2 Surfs on the Lantern. Time is running out. Elite might just have this one in the bag.
I think so. You're already almost at 2 Surfs. That's going to do a ton to the Gligar, probably even just take it out. And Doonbug, unfortunately, only has 1 pseudo.
Oh, it makes the catch! Let's go, Doonbug!
Great catch by Doonbug, but unfortunately, I think Elite did bank that Avalanche on that 1 HP Frostlass in the bag.
He did, absolutely did. We're going to go straight for the dig here. Doonbug trying to knock out the Lantern. A great swap-in catch to stay in this game. But like you said, so Frostlass has a sky-high attack. Elite comes in and puts the freeze on Doonbug with the Avalanche.
And a great gameplay there from Elite. If he had just been a little slower with that, Frostlass wouldn't have had that, and that Frostlass would have fainted. But a 3-0 from Elite to move on to those grand finals.
Right, 3-0, not breaking a sweat. He's all smiles now, but if you rewind to just before this matchup, he looked stern. He was not having any jokes or any laughter. We see some hugs on stage as well between these two phenomenal trainers. That was a 3-0 series, controlling the lead, controlling the swap, controlling the pacing of the game. Like you pointed out earlier, so at least just so cool and just like he's just doing what he wants to do.
He's so cool. I wouldn't be surprised though if we see that matchup again in those grand finals, right? But if that happens, Doonbug needs to come up with a strategy for that Lantern because it was so difficult there.
Hey, so what's cooler than being cool?
Ice.
Being Elite.
Oh, sorry.
We see a huge Thunderbolt here from Doonbug, and it does get protect shielded up by Elite. Elite's Lantern was actually so incredibly just dominant for him in games 1 and 2, able to control the pacing of a lot of matchups. Doonbug did wrestle away control for a moment here in game number 2, landing this Zap Cannon against the Medicham and then eventually succumbing to the Thunderbolt. But again, kind of back against the wall, really tough series for him.
Yeah, really tough series. The Lantern was just, again, so safe for Elite. And of course, Elite has incredible reflexes, not going to be thrown off by swaps here and there. And here is that last game with the Frostlass barely hanging on and banking this Avalanche.
So decisive, so incredible, right? If he stays in for a split second longer, he might get locked on down. But that play right there by Doonbug kept him in the matchup just a little while longer. And that's the point too, right? If Elite was just 1 Powder Snow away and didn't have the charge attack, Doonbug could have come in here with the wing attack and gotten the win. It was 1 second. We always talk about how fast Pokemon Go is. It was 1 second that took these trainers apart.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Doonbug was thinking that that catch might have saved him. Maybe not quite sure whether that Frostlass had the Avalanche in the back, right?
Yeah, but that was the deciding factor, right? And trainers like Elite that are so experienced as well, not only in the Championship Series, but also in Go Battle League, are able to make those calls. Are actually able to dial in and kind of see forward, right? I think there are a few points during a matchup where you kind of take a snapshot of your win conditions, right? You try to imagine how that game is going to end. Maybe it's like halfway through the matchup when you're using a Protect Shield. Maybe it's right after a switch, but you have to kind of take a small moment to visualize what's going to happen next, and Elite did exactly that. The future sight was just on point. Frost Ice Avalanche absolutely closing out that series.
Yeah, absolutely great foresight from Elite there, as you said. So clean, so confident throughout, knew exactly where he wanted those charge moves to land, where he wanted the fast move damage to spread around as well. So super impressive run. We'll look forward to seeing him in those grand finals.
Sorry, Soph, I'm getting something from production here. We're actually going to get a word directly from the world champ. Don't go anywhere. This is It's Axon.
I'd have to say Piplup would be my starter Pokemon. I love the Steel type, and it's the only starter that has that on it. I'm big into TV, just sitting back and relaxing on the couch after a long day of work, or Pokemon Go. Last year's world champion Dancing Rob definitely is one of them. He's one of the best battlers in the world. And then all my friends, like House Stark, Rise to Occasion, Arrow. There's so many incredible people in this community. My overall goal playing Pokemon would definitely be just to have fun. When I won Worlds, I wasn't really expecting that to be the tournament that I would win. I went in knowing, I like the game. I know what I'm doing, and, winning definitely is what I want to do, but it's not the priority. So I just like to have fun with Pokemon. When I'm at events, we actually have a tradition to get tacos before day one, so I definitely have to say that would be a tradition that we always get. I think my favorite city I've been to for Pokemon would have to be Yokohama. It was just the culture around it, like all the energy. It's hard to top that. The best thing that happened to me this month would have to be that I started streaming on Twitch, and the community is just so supportive, so incredible. They're always there to support anyone who's streaming, and it's just so humbling to see. I'm on twitch.tv/itsaxon or x.com/itsaxon as well.
Good night.
Good morning.
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 Pokemon Go has many different avenues to acquire the best Pokemon for PvP, but one stands above the rest to be very effective at increasing your PvP roster: trading. Trading is by far the best game feature to leverage. It allows you to collect Pokemon from events that you might have missed, reroll stats of specific Pokemon, get exclusive attacks that can no longer be obtained outside of Elite TMs, and even get legendary Pokemon into the Great League like Lugia and Tapu Fini. The best times to trade are during events such as Community Day or Raid Hours, as they allow you to easily meet up with other players and can sometimes provide bonuses to the amount of special trades you can do. This is the time to ask around for Pokemon you need on your roster, especially if they are out of season like Trevenant, which only appears during Halloween events. Another great place to trade is at Play Pokemon tournaments. Trainers there are just like you and likely have key Pokemon you've been looking for, or regional Pokemon such as Tropius and Hawlucha. Now, trading is a two-way street, so it's always best practice to keep Community Day Pokemon and special event Pokemon for future trades, as other trainers might need them from you. Here's a list of some of the top Pokemon used in the Great League for Play Pokemon tournaments. While this meta is ever evolving, it's important to add these Pokemon to your roster as they are consistently performing at the highest level in both Go Battle League and Play Pokemon. The friendship gifting system can also help you lower the costs of trades. For example, someone that you are good friends with will cost you 20,000 Stardust for a new Pokedex entry, while someone you are ultra friends with will only cost 1,600 Stardust. This is fantastic for trainers that can trade with their local community, as you can easily work towards higher friendship levels, while also preparing you for potential costs of trades when you go to special events. The stats of Pokemon traded are also randomized, giving you a chance at better stats for that Pokemon. You can do this by either trading with lucky friends for a chance at better stats, or trading with someone new to have a higher chance at low stats. The lower your friendship, the lower the floor for stats of the traded Pokemon. Pokemon with maximum stats, otherwise known as 100% or Hundo Pokemon, are used and preferred in the Master League. Lower stats, attack in particular, can be useful on Pokemon who don't reach their highest level in a given league, like Lantern in the Great League. So be sure to always leverage the trading feature in Pokemon Go. It's a great way to meet new friends and build your Pokemon Go PvP roster. See ya!
Welcome back to the Sacramento Regionals. It's that championship time of Championship Sunday. I'm 2-0 Butters, joined by Caleb Pang.
We've seen some epic action today, but it's Elite that's been on top of the field so far, undefeated in the winter semis and that winners finals, playing so well. And the real question is, how do you stop that fish? It's looking so good overall in Peoria and now in Sacramento.
Doonbug had a problem dealing with that Lantern in that series versus Elite. And of course, I mean, 6 out of 8 of these trainers in the top cut did have that Lantern, and Bopper does have that Lantern. And actually, these are our 2 picks going into day number 2 here in the losers finals. I picked Bopper and you picked Doonbug.
Maybe I should have picked Elite, but these 2 trainers here in the losers finals are still quite accomplished themselves. Doonbug, Hartford Regional Top 8, Arlington Regional Champion, Baltimore Regional Top 4, Milwaukee Regional Finalist, and also 2-time Worlds Qualified competitor here to fight it out and try to get back in that grand finals, running that Lantern, Mandibuzz, Medicham, Gligar, Registeel, and Lickitung.
Now, on the other side, we have Bopper, who was formerly a VGC player. This is actually his second top 8 after the Arlington Regional, and then of course he is going to be already top 3 in Sacramento. He's running the Lantern, Sableye, Lickitung, Medicham, Guzzlord, his spice of choice. It's looked so strong in this tournament against those Lickitungs. And then on the end, the Shadow Venusaur, which has been quite strong as well. I think we're ready to get into the games. Remember, this is best of 5. So game number 1, there it is. There's that Lantern, but this is good for Dune. This is one of the better matchups against the Lantern.
Dune is ready. I think Bopper was paying attention to that winners round, seeing how strong Lantern was for Elite, is going to bring it in the lead against Doonbug. I mean, he has great solid play against everything, trying to catch a Power Whip, not able to do it, and now being met by the bulky Registeel.
Yeah, and this is a key difference here. Almost no one is running Registeel besides Doonbug. So Registeel can hard counter this Lickitung. It can hard counter the Guzzlord as well. And it seems like Doonbug is very comfortable to run these ABA weak to Medicham teams. I believe Bopper is also running that Dynamic Punch Medicham.
Yeah, it takes a lot of guts to do it, but Doonbug trying to pull out the big plays and big reads. No debuff is going to be a small factor here, but Doonbug should still win this matchup unless Bopper starts deciding to spend shields. The right call is still to throw that Zap Cannon though, because you have to throw 2 moves anyway, so you might as well go for the potential debuff to save yourself a little bit of health.
Yeah, and you can do 1 more lick damage if you have some more attack on your Lickitung, which often those shinies do have a little more attack, but I don't think it's actually doing more here for Bopper's Lickitung, as the Zap Cannon is going to be coming through. This will most likely knock out, unless there's an undercharge. No undercharge, and that does knock out the Lickitung. So how do you take this out? This is a great way to take it out, because you either get Dynamic Punch energy or Ice Punch energy. It's going to be super effective in the Lickitung or double super effective. Bopper reached for a swap there, though.
Yeah, almost getting the swap off, but Doonbug smart in throwing the Zap Cannon in between the counter, not allowing that swap to happen. Attack is going to be dropped, though. So the real question is, do you want to come in the Gligar or not? And it decides to come in the Gligar, and here comes a combo play from Bopper throwing this first serve.
Yeah, this is going to be super effective. As you can see, the Gligar can hang on from 1 and probably 2. But once you start taking these sparks, then you get in range of the surf. The surf is just available and swapped into the Lickitung. So precision from Doombug right back at you, Bopper.
A lot of catches back and forth, and here catching the neutral surf, not doing a ton of damage to this Lickitung. Lickitung still has a lot of energy. This actually could be still anyone's game.
Yeah, and the Power Whip is already available. 1 Protect Shield remaining. If you land the Power Whip, then you can go straight Body Slam. This is actually huge for the Lickitung here because you're almost at that Body Slam. You throw it before the surf. Yes, wow, Doombug is on point with his timing. Just 1 turn away from that surf being available, throwing it right before, ensuring the knockout into Lantern. Now, Lickitung has a good amount of health. You have 2 Protect Shields remaining. You're going to need the triple Ice Punch this Gligar, but I think Bopper can actually do it.
Yeah, it looks like he is going for this aggressive farm down. Medicham still has so much health. Doombug, though, does have an aerial ace banked, if I'm not mistaken. However, he can't swap to it because the switch time's not up, giving Bopper so much energy, capped at 100 energy. But this is everything Bopper needs in this situation. You do get the wing attack, though, and I think Doombug, it's potentially possible that Doombug might just go for the wing attack down at this point.
Yeah, but can you still outpace to the double aerial ace? Nope, it looks like the double ice punch is available right now, but the double aerial ace is available. Can you endure that wing attack? That's what it comes down to. Can Bopper's Medicham hold on to this wing attack that went through so he can land the next ice punch? And he does! And he's able to land the double super effective ice punch and take game number 1 against Doombug.
A huge ice punch there too. Medicham countering all the way down, saving 100 energy. Bopper recognizing that wing condition despite the fact that it looks so bad in that backhand matchup against the Gligar.
And that energy is just so valuable against Doombug's line of 3. He was running Registeel, Lickitung, Gligar. So when Medicham gets energy against those 3, you're either throwing Dynamic Punch into a Registeel or Lickitung or Ice Punch into Gligar. I love the way Bopper played the Medicham there to just build up energy, pivot back out, and then use it later to win the game.
And we see this replay. It is going to be that Medicham going for the countdown. Bopper already knows I have the max energy, but I need every drop of energy I can get. And it mattered so much in the end here. You can see too, Bopper trying to go for that double ice punch and just barely surviving. 1 wing attack short of knocking out this Medicham. If Bopper played it any differently, he would have lost that matchup.
And it's crazy how Dune is set on running these teams that are ABA weak to Medicham, but Lickitung is okay against Medicham in that lead. If you face that Lickitung in the Medicham, at least you can Protect Shield on the Dynamic Punch and still be fine in that 1 Protect Shield scenario. So technically, you still aren't ABA weak, but the way Bopper's playing it is just banking up energy, then using that against the back line, and there's not a lot of great options that can soak energy from that Medicham. I expect Medicham to be in every battle for Bopper, which actually forces out Medicham from Doombug.
And I think Bopper was really paying attention to that matchup against Elite versus Doombug in that winners finals, right? Drawing a lot of similar strategies, relying on that Lantern, relying on that Dynamic Punch Medicham, recognizing that Dune is particularly weak to that core. I mean, here's the problem with Doombug's team. There isn't a hard Medicham check. Yes, Gligar, you have the aerial ace and wing attacks, but you take double super effective from Ice Punch. Mandibuzz pretty much loses the 1 and 2 shield scenarios if you start shielding. And then, yes, you have Psychic Medicham, but if you don't land the Psychic or you don't get the Psychic on the Medicham, you're in a tough spot. On top of that, you have that safe option of Lantern. We've seen Doombug overcome so many challenges in the past. Can he overcome this team comp disadvantage?
And there's no true counter to Gligar either on Bopper's side. Yes, you have the Lantern that's pretty good against that Gligar, but the Gligar will resist those sparks and throw those super effective digs. I expect there's just going to be a ton of Medicham Gligar core from Doombug, and then on Bopper's side, you're going to bring Medicham and Lantern yourself. But what is going to be that 3rd pick for both trainers? I feel like that could be the story of this series.
It's going to be interesting to see how Doombug is going to be adjusting. He's already down 3 games in a row from Elite, now down another game into Bopper. You know, if you're Elite, you're probably looking for a rematch from Doombug because there isn't a check to that Lantern. But Doombug is going to try to fight her way through and find a win condition. I think this is a really important set, not only because Doombug needs to win it to get that rematch, but Doombug needs to figure out, how do I deal with this Dynamic Punch, Meta Champ, and Lantern Core? If he could crack this puzzle in this Losers Finals, he has a chance of cracking it against Elite in the Grand Finals.
I mean, it's all on Gligar at this point, in my opinion, because it is the safest Pokemon. It is the Pokemon that has the best play against that core of Medicham, Lantern. But I feel like Bopper is in the driver's seat because he can choose how he wants to play the game, how he wants the soft lose matchups, try to ramp up energy, pivot around. It just feels way safer for Bopper in this matchup. And here we are locked into game number 2. Doombug and Bopper both looking for a rematch against Elite in the Grand Finals here at the Sacramento Regionals.
Let's go. We are getting into game number 2. Let's see if Doombug can find a win and cut off this momentum. And we got the coveted Guzzlord on the side of Bopper to start things off in game 2.
An ABA strong against Guzzlord, so here comes a Safe Swap Lantern. There's no clear answer because there's no clear answer on Doombug's team. He was the only trainer in the top side of these top 8 without a grass or dragon type to counter the Lantern, and it's absolutely showing against Elite and now against Bopper.
This is a really great spot for Bopper as well because Bopper's kind of ABA weak to this Psychic Medicham. You have your own Medicham in the back, and you have Guzzlord. Both are going to lose that matchup. But we get the defense drop. That's going to be huge for Dune. Do you see a potential catch? No, he's going to stay in this matchup. Do we see a shield, though? This is a pretty obvious surf, and it looks like Dune is content on just letting this go.
Yeah, and you probably can get the counter down here. I mean, it's going to be close before the sparks. You might have to commit an Ice Punch, so you have to commit an Ice Punch just so you don't get sparked down here. I don't think Bopper cares as much about alignment. Yes, Doonbug is ABA strong. Oh, Bopper does care about alignment. He wants to match up his Guzzlord into Gligar, and then that means Dynamic Punch Medicham into Registeel, so that could be crucial in the back. And this Lantern might be able to get to a Surf against something. Yes, does get a Surf against Registeel, but also, no, tries to go for Thunderbolt.
Oh,
wow!
catching a resistant Thunderbolt on the Gligar as well. Doombug on top of his catches. I didn't even know if Bopper was going to get it off, but clearly both these trainers knew that was going to happen. Doombug made the adjustment, but this is tough, though. You still got that Dynamic Punch Medicham to contend with in the back, and Guzzlord is exactly where it wants to be at this point.
That was incredibly smart by Doombug because he knows that Bopper gave up that Protect Shield just for alignment. So Doombug is not going to be able to keep alignment. He banked up energy onto the Registeel, soaked the Thunderbolt onto the Gligar. You can't play that any better. And now the Dragon Claw is available. Actually, Bopper picks up a Protect Shield, and if Doombug isn't careful, there's another Dragon Claw on the way after one Dragon Tail. No, the dig comes out first.
Really great plays from Doombug. Doombug is actually in an interesting position now because Registeel wins that matchup against Medicham, even with Dynamic Punch, if you have that one shield advantage. So let's see if that's going to happen or not. And you see Bopper is going to throw. I think Doomog's probably going to let this go, right? Gligar is already done his duty, got the final shield. Oh, no! Choosing to shield. Okay, do we see him maybe swap over? And see, oh my gosh, swapping over with very little health left on that Gligar.
But the problem is Bopper also swapped over with the Dragon Claw. So I feel like Doombug is expecting to Zap Cannon this Medicham, get it within Aerial Ace range, which is going to get close to Aerial Ace range, absorb this Dynamic Punch, and then be able to knock out with your own Aerial Ace into Medicham. But even if you do that, Bopper banked the Dragon Claw, which will knock out the Gligar. So Bopper is in amazing positioning here.
And not only that, I don't even know if this Aerial Ace is enough. Oh,
wait a second, no!
Zap Cannon off. That debuff earlier was the thing that set Doombug up for this. What is this Registeel on? Doombug's Registeel surviving everything.
Wait,
this is going to be charge priority.
Charge attack priority. It's Gligar. I'm pretty sure it's Gligar. And no!
Oh, it's a Guzzlord coming through with the charge priority. We rarely see this matchup. I don't think anyone knows who would charge priority there, but Guzzlord able to close it out for Bopper 2-0. He is one game away from making it to the Grand Finals.
My goodness, that in-game was so complicated. I actually can't wait to see the replay of that, maybe in slow motion, so we can go through that piece by piece. But there were so many things that happened in banking out with the attack on Gligar. Then Bopper countering that by banking out a move with Guzzlord because you only take 1 damage from Registeel, so you're not worried about that. And then I thought it was a fumble by Bopper here, and this is the situation I was talking about, getting the Protect Shield here, and watch how Doombug banks an attack, swaps, and then Bopper banks an attack 2, and then swaps as well.
And then you see this critical Zap Cannon debuff getting to another Zap Cannon as well into this matchup. I mean, you probably could even throw a Focus Blast here if you're Doombug, but going for the Zap Cannon as well to take out this matchup. And we all saw this coming, right? We're saying it's charging priority. Who's going to take it? And it is going to be Bopper and his signature Guzzlord that's going to take this Gligar out. Butters, what am I watching? This is a Gligar in the losers finals. Oh, sorry, a Guzzlord, I should say.
Yeah,
Gligar
I mean,
2, I guess, a year ago. That would have been wild, too.
It's still pretty spicy. Yeah, we weren't expecting this when we were in that Walrein Nidoqueen meta, that we would be seeing Gligar Guzzlord in a losers finals, but we are seeing that, and Bopper is just one victory away, but this is not what he wants to see in his path to the grand finals. It's the Registeel, so he has to pivot out the Lantern. There's just no counter. There's no counter. Doombug doesn't have a Grass or Dragon.
Yeah, but Registeel is going to win this Zero Shield matchup, so it really depends on how Bopper plays this. Bopper can maintain a switch advantage if he decides to shield, but timers are going to be starting to be really misaligned at this point in time. Doombug pretty comfortable here because the Guzzlord is not that strong into the team of Doombug. You have neutral matchup with the Gligar and positive matchup with both the Registeel and Medicham.
Yeah.
And Medicham, again, looks really strong into the back line because Bopper, again, ABA weak to Psychic Medicham in the lead.
Right, this is the adjustment that Doom needs here. Needs to rely on that Medicham in the back because of how strong it can be against Bopper, because Bopper is always bringing his Medicham. Now he's bringing Guzzlord, so he is double weak to that Medicham in the back. He might even be able to pick up a Protect Shield. He picks up a Protect Shield here too, so now he's going to have possibly energy advantage and Protect Shield advantage for that Medicham in the back, and Bopper has to commit energy, swap in the Medicham, and just trying to get a counter down here, but he's got to absorb a Thunderbolt.
Switch timers are super misaligned at this point in time, but Bopper, I mean, this is pretty much the matchup you want. You are debuffed though, and so now coming in with that Dynamic Punch Medicham, you are down shields, and you don't have the best matchup because you're not running Psychic, whereas Psychic is going to be pretty hard hitting into his Medicham mirror matchup.
Yeah, and it hits onto Bopper's Medicham, and Bopper needs to get to double Ice Punch to knock out because, remember, it is Dynamic Punch, not Psychic, so you're not going to be able to Ice Punch and counter down. So Doombug is going to be able to threaten with that Psychic. Do you try to swap? Like you mentioned, the timers are so misaligned, you can't even try to swap on a Psychic. Charge attack priority, though. This is absolutely huge for Bopper. No shield.
Doombug just going to let all the energy go, and now Bopper has the alignment he wants. However, Gligar is looking very safe into the team of Bopper. Can you get the Ice Punch? And you can see the timing from Doombug, expert timing, throwing this aerial ace before the Ice Punches reach. Bopper already down a shield, doesn't want to spend the final shield. Can Guzzlord pull this off? That's the real question here.
Guzzlord, is he up to the task? And Bopper is gonna unleash it here, bringing in those Dragon Tails, Dragon Claw, Crunch. There's 2 Protect Shields remaining for Doombug's Gligar. Timing on your fast attacks will be crucial here. Going for the dig, instant no Protect Shield into this Guzzlord. Can it pull it off?
First dig is going to land a little less than half health remaining on the side of Guzzlord, going straight for the Dragon Claw, actually getting a no shield from Doombug. Doombug confident in this Gligar, but I don't know, you're starting to be in fast move range at this point.
And yeah, the Dragon Tails are just adding up, and now you finally do Protect Shield. Maybe he's trying to save that Protect Shield for the Surf, knowing that if he double Protect Shield Dragon Claws, there could be a combo play at some point with the Surf, but I remember that Lantern being pretty energy dry, as the aerial ace is gonna not be Protect Shielded. Last second Protect Shield. Bopper wants to win this with the Guzzlord. Pivot into Registeel. Registeel has energy. Pivot in the Lantern. Registeel outpaces, but is going to be energy dry here, and Bopper's going to be able to Dragon Tail down.
Can Guzzlord pull it off? Dragon Tail's resisted, but that just means even more energy for Bopper. You can see Registeel doing its best, but it cannot get to the moves. I think there's a move, though. No, there isn't a move, and we're going to the fast route. Guzzlord! Bopper taking it all the way, 3 times running Guzzlord, and a sweep in this loser's finals for Bopper to get himself a rematch against Elite in the grand finals.
What a ridiculous run by Bopper and his Guzzlord. I mean, you saw the vulnerability not only in Doombug's team, that weakness to Lantern, then that Registeel that was so weak in both of those games just gets fast attack down. What an amazing performance by Bopper. And you know what? Doombug played great. I swear, in these games, he was doing every little thing he could do to try to get some sort of advantage. It just wasn't enough.
I mean, can you blame him? Who prepares for these tournaments thinking that they're going to see a Guzzlord, right? And especially in a best of 5 in a losers finals, who's prepared to see a Guzzlord with their team? Not a single trainer brought a fairy type in this top 8. And so it just looks so good. You had a Registeel and a Medicham in that matchup for Doombug, and he still managed to get destroyed by that Guzzlord. Just incredible stuff. And honestly, after this tournament, I'm pretty sure everyone's going to start looking to see if their team could beat Guzzlord.
Let's see it again. I mean, you just need something to beat a Lantern, and I feel like Guzzlord was a fantastic pick. I mean, Speedius put it on his caster predictions. Bopper able to utilize that energy with the Medicham. This Dynamic Punch, Ice Punch is going to be a mirror match in the Grand Finals because both Bopper and Elite are running that moveset here. And Gligar, which was Doombug's MVP, I'm saying MVP because it was the most valuable Pokemon on his team, but it took a lot of knockouts in this series. It was so strong, but you're going to see highlight after highlight how it just keeps getting knocked out.
Yeah, it looks like Bopper's MVP of Guzzlord just trumps out this Gligar MVP, unfortunately, even winning that charge from priority at the very end of that second game, really being crucial, really just putting the stamp on how Guzzlord has been not just a spice pick, not just bench pressure, but actually the thing that carried Bopper to victory, especially in this losers finals.
Yeah, in winning that charge attack priority, I had no idea how this one went because Guzzlord's pretty bulky. I didn't think it had that much attack, but enough to poor Gligar. I mean, that's just, it's worst moments. This feels like a worst moments highlight reel for Gligar because every single game, Gligar is just getting knocked out here. But also the clunkiness to Registeel here. How many times do we see Registeel and Gligar in the back? And what do you think core breaks Registeel Gligar? You wouldn't pick Guzzlord, but Guzzlord in this matchup from Bopper is just able to clean up the clunkiness from Registeel. And once again, I'm sorry, Gligar, not your best day. You're going to get knocked out by Guzzlord once again.
High usage, but unfortunately, Guzzlord, one of the few Guzzlord, this is not even the only Guzzlord in this tournament, at least 2 we saw on Chem Coop's side, bring it in and proving to be actually a force to be reckoned with. I gotta give my sincerest apologies to our co-caster, Speedius Chief 2, who put Guzzlord on his predictions list. We all made fun of him on day 1, but it looks like he was onto something, and clearly Bopper's onto something as well.
You know, the biggest point to bringing a dragon is to hard counter that Lantern. But I feel like the reason Guzzlord is so smart right now is because the point we are in the meta where Lickitung and Umbreon are dominant. You can just throw Guzzlord in there against Lickitung, Umbreon, and have a great time. So the fact that you can counter Lantern, counter Grass, and counter Lickitung, Umbreon, it's the perfect Pokemon right now.
Yeah, it really is. I need to see Speedius Chief's DM, seeing if anyone gave him some insider info before coming to this tournament. I mean, even if Bopper told me he's bringing Guzzlord, I probably still wouldn't put on my predictions list, but that Guzzlord has been coming in clutch, and it's definitely something that Elite has to watch out for in this Grand Finals. Obviously, Lantern looks super strong for him in that Winners Finals, but you got a Guzzlord on the side, a Bopper, you have a Shadow Venusaur, you have another Lantern like this. The Lantern actually doesn't look so good in that particular matchup for Elite.
No, absolutely, because you not only have the Dragon, you have the Grass too. I was telling you the stats earlier, at 4 trainers on the top cut had a Grass or a Dragon. 4 trainers did not. Those 4 trainers that did not were going down quick. The only trainer that hung around without a Grass or a Dragon was Doombug, and then he got 2-0'd or 3-0'd by Elite, and then he got 3-0'd by Bopper because you're just so vulnerable to that Lantern and become so strong. That will not be the case because in the Grand Finals, both of these trainers have answers, and Bopper has 1 more than Elite does.
Before we get to those Grand Finals, so we have a special interview back on stage, so let's take it over there.
Hold it up. All right, welcome back, trainers. I'm here in Sacramento, California with our 2 Grand Finalists. We have Bopper on my right and Elite on my left. Now, we just saw Bopper live on stage. I'm gonna go to him first with a couple of questions here. First of all, Bopper, how are you feeling?
I still have the adrenaline going, so I'm still like calming down, but I feel really good. I'm very happy to be here.
It was a very impressive series win over Dunebug 97.
Thank you.
I wanted to ask you though, who's been your toughest competition so far here in Sacramento?
He's sitting on the other side of you right now, actually.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, he was very difficult to play against, and everyone's put up a very good fight, but yeah, definitely Elite.
All right, well, actually, it's a great segue, right? Elite, I'm going to do my best impression of you. You're just very serious. Yeah, there it is, right? There it is. All right, Elite, how are you feeling? I mean, you look serious on stage, right? You're all smiles after the matches are over, but how are you feeling on the inside?
People never assume this, but I'm like super nervous for like every match. It doesn't matter really who I'm playing. I'll feel like the same nervous as like the match before, and yeah, like I'm excited as well, but like yeah, just really nervous.
Well, you hide it very well. I think the matches are all very nerve-inducing and very anxiety-inducing as well. I want to ask you about team composition and how you're able to kind of borrow examples from other successful trainers, incorporate that into your own, and then kind of find success. Not a lot of people can do that.
Okay, well, yeah, actually speaking of my team, I got to give a shout out to my boy Wadaj. He came up with this team, and Pocket as well, he used it in Peoria, and yeah, so they basically came up with a team, but I like tried coming up with my own teams, and I'm doing scrim stuff, and I never really got any good results. So yeah, like just like having that option to like use another person's team, which is already good. Yeah, it like worked for me, and so yeah, I learned like the team, like the general idea of the team, and I don't really go too deep into like the meta. But I just like understand how the team works, what each Pokemon of mine is covering, and then yeah, and then I just play the battles.
Well, I was going to say a few things that we've shouted out on the stream. Soph and I have talked about your Go Battle League reputation and record, right? Incredibly impressive. Mechanically, there are very few trainers that are better than you in terms of counts, awareness of matchups, recognizing win conditions. But speaking to teams as well, Bopper, you've got obviously one of the most fascinating picks that we've seen here in the championship series. How did this happen? How did Guzzlord land on your radar?
It's been quite a process, quite a story. I team build a lot with I play Tennis LOL, Jabaku, Michael Starenka, and Kim Coop as well.
Oh, very cool.
And one day we were looking over the common Pokemon that are typically brought. You know, your Lickitungs, your Grass type Superior Venusaur, your Glygars, and just. Jabaku asked, why is nobody using Guzzlord right now? And after, team building with it, looking over some matchups, it looked pretty valuable, and decided to try to build a team that allowed me to bring it. And it's been pretty fruitful. It's been working pretty well.
Yeah, I would agree. Bopper, I want to ask you, because you also have experience in VGC, what does it take from a competitive perspective to come into a championship series event and perform well? I'm sure you've had some hits, some misses.
Yeah.
What's different about this run in particular?
I think with this run, really, I'm one of those people and one of those players where the more time I put into practicing, the more time I put into analyzing how my team functions against other Pokemon that are commonly used, the better I am. So, yeah, I put a lot of time into this tournament. All the free time that I had, I put into matchup studying, running scrims, everything along those lines, and that's definitely helped me a lot.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Elite, I wanted to ask you as well, it feels like for you this is a normal occurrence. I mean, you're in the grand finals. Every time I see you, you're in the grand finals. You actually made the joke as soon as you walked in. You said, oh, I'm in the grand finals. I guess we get to chat this weekend. How can you be so consistent, especially in your home state of California?
Yeah, I mean, just practice, right? I do a lot of scrims. If you end up asking me for practice and I'm available, there's like a 99% chance I'll say yes. And so yeah, people have been hitting me up, a lot of people. So that's basically how I get in by practicing. And yeah, and just so much practice, really I think is what got me to like where I am right now.
Yeah, like you pointed out, you don't go too deep into the matchups, but you have just a phenomenal feel for how a match is going, the pacing, the direction you want to take things. I think it's served you really, really well. So I think we're going to wrap up here our interview segment, but I just want to say, either of you have words for each other, right? You can actually talk here face to face. Bopper, is there anything you want to say to Elite? Is this your revenge arc? Are you going to get the win here?
I sure hope so, but I'm looking forward to the set. It's going to be very fun.
All right, Elite.
Yeah, I mean, this weekend's been a ton of fun. Yeah, and good luck to you. I'm looking forward to it. It's going to be a good match.
Yep. All right, everybody. We're really excited for those matches that are yet to come, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Thank you, Speedy. And we'd love to hear from our grand finalists, Bopper and Elite. What a great show of sportsmanship. And I love what they said there, Butters. They said they practice a lot, and that's how they got to the point they are at. So those at home, you're saying, man, I'm struggling Go Battle League. I'm struggling my scrims. I feel like I'm just getting unlucky with these team reads and calls. But the best of the best, they make their own luck. They find a way to find the wins. Yes, they might lose some here or there, but the consistency is something you cannot deny when it comes with practice.
And I hope you at home are feeling encouraged because Elite, who's a former regional champion, a trainer that has reached the heights in Championship Series, in Go Battle League, and plays all the time with a ton of scrim partners, and still every single series he says he is nervous to battle because the stakes are high in the road to Worlds. But if you're trying to compete too, don't feel bad if you feel a little nervous at first, because even the best of the best still feel those nerves.
Yeah, I feel like Butters is feeling those nerves too. He's too scared to even go on the stage, but maybe we'll see you on the stage one day with your Shadow Charizard, you know?
Shiny Guzzlord is my new
yes,
my new path now.
Yes, for those that don't know, he got a low friendship trade with fellow notable trainer Michael Staranka and got a Shiny Guzzlord under 1500 CP. So maybe we'll see some more Guzzlord on the stage one day.
Yeah, I'm pretty stoked about that. Guzzlord's been looking awesome, and we're about to have these grand finals matchups. But first, we got a Twitch weekly promotion, so let's check that out.
Yeah, and here we go, October 16th to the 22nd. We can see the promotions of various different events leading up to Saturday and Sunday of October 22nd. We have the Pokemon 2024 Regional Championships in Lille as well next weekend. So, especially if you're, you know, regardless of where you are in the world, you might want to tune into that one too. I know for us on the West Coast, we had to wake up a little bit early. You can see 12 a.m. start time, but I stayed up for Barcelona, and I'm probably going to stay up for Lille as well.
I definitely will want to see who will join Zweilous as the second European regional winner. So make sure to follow on socials as well, on YouTube and Twitch. Give us a follow, and then at Play Pokemon if you want to be featured on stream. We love seeing your tweets on stream, so please at Play Pokemon and hashtag Play Pokemon on X, actually. I said Twitter, X.
Yeah, I wonder if you already tweeted about your Shiny Guzzlord on hashtag Play Pokemon. But if you have any thoughts, let us know. But yeah, it's been an exciting weekend so far. I'm sure a lot of you are tuning in from all across the world to see how this meta is shaking out. And I mean, I don't know what to say, Butters. Every week I say, I don't know what this meta is all about, and now we have a Guzzlord in the Grand Finals.
All I know is it's fun, and we have the Grand Finals ready, so let's head on over to the stage. We got Elite versus Bopper. Elite trying to become the second North American trainer ever to win 2 straight regionals that they appeared in, joining Wood Dodge. He won the 2023 Fresno Regional Championships, and now he is just one best-of-5 series away from becoming the champion in Sacramento.
And we got Bopper on the right-hand side. There's a giant Dragonite for some reason on the table. There's another giant dragon, though, on the team. That's going to be on Bopper's roster with the Guzzlord paired with the Shadow Venusaur, Medicham, Lickitung, Purified Sableye, and Lantern. No flyers. Wow, Butters. Oh, wait, no, never mind. There's a flyer on Elite side. I was going to say, there's no flyers at all in the Grand Finals. There's one on Elite side, but no flying type on Bopper's side. However, proving to be still pretty useful.
No steel types in these Grand Finals, right? There's no steel type for either trainer, and we're just in it. And there it is. Once again, it's Guzzlord, but the one Pokemon you really don't want to see. Remember, Elite is running Ice Punch, Dynamic Punch, so this Guzzlord wants no part of that. Swap into Sableye, into Umbreon, and Elite is just continuing his momentum here.
I think Bopper, again, going for those ABA strategies weak to Medicham. We saw ABA weak to Psychic Medicham in the Losers Finals, but now ABA weak to Dynamic Punch Medicham in the Grand Finals. However, Bopper didn't drop a single game in that Losers Final, so if it worked before, it might work again.
Yeah, and trying to land the return, actually protecting the first return from this Umbreon of Elite, just trying to keep it healthy. And does Bopper just say, hey, I got the Protect Shield, come in with Guzzlord and try to sweep with Lickitung in the back? Lickitung a strong Pokemon, but it definitely isn't a Pokemon that could sweep a backline. So letting the Sableye go down, you're going to be able to get to the return though. So actually you get a Protect Shield and you get this Umbreon pretty low and decided to go for optimal move timing, and Elite could have knocked out before the return but decided not to.
And looked like Bopper going for optimized move timing as well. So both trainers just trying to get as much energy as possible. This is actually not too bad for Bopper. Bopper now has a shield advantage. Yes, you have energy on the Umbreon, but it's not the end of the world. Guzzlord is got some bulk to it, right? It's a pretty big Ultra Beast, but you can see the Last Resort doing a slight chunk of damage to Bopper's Guzzlord. I think Bopper's going to go straight for these Dragon Tail all the way down, coming out to the energy so you can start chipping away at this Medicham. It's really going to take by committee to take out this Medicham because the Lickitun's not the strongest counter either.
Yeah, and you're trying to knock out this Umbreon here. You have to throw before the Last Resort. I mean, what are you going to give up a Protect Shield on the Guzzlord just to ensure this energy, just to ensure the full Dragon Tail down? And yes, now you give the Protect Shield back up. So yes, you have all this energy, but Medicham should be able to soak it. At least you could double crunch. Looks like he's trying to bank all the energy. No, trying to throw a crunch, maybe trying to get a debuff here, try to force a swap from the Medicham as well as the Lickitung is going to be pivoted in unless he wants to go for the double. No, pivot Lickitung, no debuff from the crunch.
We haven't really seen any debuffs from crunch. A little bit unlucky for Bopper this weekend. However, you can see Elite going straight away for this Ice Punch. Honestly, that crunch and Dragon Tail damage actually really start chunking away this Medicham. It's already below half health, Butters.
Yeah, we know it has more attack than we thought because of winning charge attack priority with Gligar. Now, can you get this lick down before the Dynamic Punch is available? You can't get there, and you use your last... No, wait, you have no Protect Shield, so Bopper's going to go down with over 2 body slams of energy with that Dynamic Punch, and suddenly there's just this Guzzlord remaining against the Gligar. A little revenge for Gligar here. It was taking a lot of shots from the Guzzlord in that series with Dune, but now Elite should be able to just wing attack down.
Yeah, I don't think Gligar's going down to this one. It's a little bit different of a scenario, and Bopper, maybe a slight miscalculation there, trying to go for the lick down, or maybe trying to time the body slam a little bit better. Unfortunately, not able to take out that Dynamic Punch Medicham. The part is, even if he got to that body slam, Elite can still shield it and throw the Dynamic Punch. So it would have been a tough spot for Bopper either way. I think going for that lick might be his only win condition if he could get that lick down. But unfortunately, Medicham just had a little bit too much energy there, and it allowed... yeah, you can see, right? There's still a shield on the side of Elite. So even if Bopper threw that body slam, Elite still gets his Dynamic Punch off.
Yeah, and wasting all that energy, but there wasn't much you could do in the back there with Lickitung. You're trying to sweep the entire team from Elite, and Elite brought that Umbreon, Medicham, and Gligar. So how do you counter that team? I feel like Bopper is definitely wanting to bring Sableye into these battles to counter Medicham, because otherwise your best counter to Medicham is that Shadow Venusaur. But if you're expecting a lot of Gligar, you're not that strong with Shadow Venusaur, so you're kind of stuck into Sableye, and if you're stuck in Sableye, then Elite's bringing Umbreon, so you're stuck into Sableye Guzzler Core.
I'm not even sure I fully follow that, Butters, but it just seems like Bopper might be stuck in certain situations here, and I think that is true. I mean, anyone facing Elite this weekend knows he's a very talented trainer, but he's also making great line reads as well in finding the ways to, outmaneuver the opponents. Bopper hasn't taken a single game off of Elite yet. Not in the winter semifinals, not in the grand finals. In fact, Elite hasn't dropped a single game in day number 2. Pretty impressive stuff from Elite. Really sporting a high win rate here in Sacramento. Can Bopper find a way to cut off this momentum?
I mean, we've seen Elite get hot in the past. That's how he won the Fresno Regional Championships. Can he continue that streak? Remember, this is a best of 5, but Elite will win and be the grand champion if he wins the series. Bopper needs to reset the bracket by defeating Elite here, and then he needs to win the next series as well. And this is one step forward, one giant Guzzlord step forward.
Yeah, this is definitely the lead matchup Bopper wants. Bopper really needs to maintain alignment. That Gligar, though, going to be slightly a core breaker. The Gligar is a slight core breaker because it has play into the Lantern and the Sableye. But it's really the Medicham that doesn't have too many places to go. Let's see how these trainers play it out. Throwing the Dragon Claw here is pretty safe for Bopper because even if Elite tries to catch anything, it's still neutral across the board. No Fairy type, no Steel types on the side of Elite's Guzzlord honestly looking pretty good.
Yeah, exactly. And that's why I thought that you would be stuck into Sableye Guzzlord core. And this is exactly what Bopper was looking for with that core. He was looking to align, and actually giving up a Protect Shield here just to ensure that alignment. Pivot in the Gligar here, trying to catch an attack here. You can't give up the Sableye because you're expecting that Medicham in the back. Doing a little bit of a chip and dip, trying to throw this crunch, trying to get a debuff, and I expect a pivot into the Lantern.
Do you throw another crunch is the real question.
There it is.
Oh, and here gets the defense drop. That's huge. And Elite is forced to shield now. This is going to be a much better situation for Bopper because now he can come in probably with the Lantern. I don't think he's going to come in with the Sableye. Let's see how it plays out. And swapping in the Lantern, trying to potentially catch an Airways, not going to happen. Now Gligar is coming in and closing in on 2 digs. This is actually starting to swing back over to the side of Elite.
Yeah, this was tough for so long for Elite, but now he found his window of opportunity. He's already at the double dig on charge attack priority, wins charge attack priority against the Lantern here, and Bopper will just go down, so decides to Protect Shield here, but there is a Protect Shield remaining for Elite, so you could Protect Shield this Surf that was on charge attack priority, but decides not to, just trying to keep Medicham around for the back, but Medicham is going to be facing Sableye in the back line.
This is a great decision from Bopper, in my opinion. Yes, it is charge priority, so you don't really come away with any extra energy, but you can now get this matchup, and you can see Medicham going straight for the counter down. The question is, does Elite shield this Thunderbolt? It is going to do a good chunk of damage, and Elite is going to shield it. Now, here's the thing. Medicham not great into Sableye, but Dynamic Punch actually does pack a punch into Sableye, despite the fact that it's resisted. It gives you some more play into it. So you can see Bopper trying to figure out, yeah, I'm probably going to come in Sableye, but this start going to add up. Actually throwing an Ice Punch, though, going to be a little less damage than the Dynamic Punch.
Well, because I think he plans on throwing multiple Ice Punches into the Sableye. Yes, Dynamic Punch will do slightly more, or throw a Dynamic Punch later, because already at that Dynamic Punch, just really trying to put this Sableye in range of Foul Play. That is the goal, and I think it is pretty much in range combo move. No, there is no energy available, so here comes the swap into the Guzzlord. The Guzzlord's not reaching for the Dragon Claw yet. How much will this last resort do? I don't think it will knock out, but it'll get extremely close.
Yeah, this is going to be a little bit tough for Bopper. I think Bopper threw an extra Dragon Claw.
It barely holds on!
Oh, wow. Great timing from Bopper, surviving with 1 HP. You can't even see the health on that Guzzlord. Guzzlord has so much health, but able to get that Dragon Claw off. But the thing is, the Umbreon's not down yet. You have to throw the Foul Play. Oh no! Not able to get the Shadow Claw down.
This is so close. I don't know. Sableye could endure, and it does endure, but you have to return. No, but he threw the Foul Play. He needed to do 1 Shadow Claw to knock out the Umbreon and get to a return, but I don't know if he would have been able to get to return because I think he was 2 Shadow Claws away, but wow, what just happened at the end of the game there for Bopper?
I think the silver lining for Bopper there, despite that he lost that, despite the fact that he threw a Foul Play at a 1 HP, 2 HP Umbreon, is that the Foul Play wouldn't have been enough even if he Shadow Clawed down the Umbreon. Yeah. So I think because the Medicham health, for the most part, can tank that Foul Play, so even if he went for that play, it just wouldn't be enough. And
well, there was another play where he could have thrown the Foul Play before Umbreon's Foul Play. Look at this. This is what gave Bopper a chance here, because Bopper's Guzzlord holds on with literally 1 health, but puts this Umbreon within Foul Play range. So when we move on to the part of the clip with the Sableye, the Medicham's energy dry. Yeah, you could throw the Foul Play right here before the Foul Play is available for the Umbreon, and then outpace the Medicham to double Foul Play, and then Foul Play plus Shadow Claw would be enough to knock out the Medicham in the back.
Yeah, I think you're right there too. I mean, we'll take a. I don't know if we'll be able to see the Medcham's energy at the end there, but there's a chance that the Medicham might outpace the Sableye to an Ice Punch. But I think you're right.
Oh, it was dry.
Okay, yeah, you're right then. Yeah, I think that was the play. A little bit of a blunder then for Bopper. Bopper needs to win 3-0 right here. Reverse sweep to get a chance at a bracket reset. Let's see if it can happen. And it's going to be Elite in the lead here with an Ice Punch Medicham throwing in on charge priority against the Shadow Venusaur.
And finally busting out that Shadow Venusaur, just trying to find something different to switch up this series, because like you mentioned, Bopper is against it right now. He needs to win 3 straight battles just to reset the series, and Elite is just 1 victory away from becoming the Sacramento Regional Champion, but Guzzlord is in his way.
Bopper swapping into the Guzzlord a little bit late, so giving this Gligar a decent amount of energy. This is, I mean, we saw this matchup versus Doombug, but this is kind of a different situation. You have like quite a bit of energy lead, and the thing is, if you're Bopper, you can't go down your final shield because there's the Medicham in the back. If you get countered down, there's nothing to protect that Shadow Venusaur.
And this crunch does a good amount to the Gligar. No defense drop here, so now this Guzzlord is getting close to dig range. This dig should pretty much knock out the Guzzlord here. So what do you have in the back that can comfortably fast attack down the Gligar? You probably have to come in with your Lickitung to go for the lick down, and that's what Bopper goes for.
Yeah, I think this energy is going to be super crucial, but the problem is there's still the Umbreon. You can see Elite maybe a little disappointed himself, could have gone for the dig, didn't realize we were going to get to the dig energy as well, so throws the parting Airways instead. However, Elite still very well positioned in this matchup. And, yeah, coming in with the Medicham too.
Yeah, I'm actually surprised it came in with the Medicham. I thought maybe he wanted to soak the energy on to the Umbreon, because now you'll take those super effective lifts, swap into the Venusaur, trying to go for the combo move right before the Ice Punch is available. I don't think you'll Protect Shield this, but that means that Umbreon will just have to do a lot. So here comes the Protect Shield.
I actually like this shield because the thing is, even if Bopper shields this in return, you know that Bopper can't overfarm too much, otherwise the Medicham is going to get to another Ice Punch, so you have to throw your energy. And it looks like, oh no, Elite now, because the switch timer was up already for him, he's able to come in with the Umbreon, and this is going to be tough. Yes, Frenzied's going to hit hard, but how do you overcome both the Medicham and Umbreon with your Lickitung? Lickitun's already chunked.
Yeah, you need to get the 3 body slams probably. Double body slam against, in perfect timing from Elite. He's just been absolutely unreal in Sacramento. He's gonna knock out with this foul play. I think you need 3 body slams. You need the double body slam, the Umbreon, and then you need to body slam the Medicham. And that is a tall task for even Lickitung here, but if this Lickitung is out of double foul play range, there's definitely a chance.
There is, but this is an uphill battle for sure. You can see Bopper doing everything he can, but the thing is, another foul play is going to connect, and you need to land a power whip and then have energy for the body slam.
And you have to keep energy, because Medicham is coming any second here. There it is, you have to throw, and you didn't throw in time, so Bopper goes down. That means Elite is your Sacramento Regional Grand Champion.
Undefeated on day number 2 for Elite, not dropping a single set here in Sacramento. I gotta say, he's probably the king of California. Fresno champion and now Sacramento champion. What impeccable plays from Elite here this all weekend. And he's going to be the 3rd trainer from North America to have that guaranteed invitation to World Championships through tournament qualification. Of course, actually technically the 4th, because Axe already qualified as a returning world champion.
Just looking unstoppable, especially in California. But really, those were his last 2 regional tournaments, in Fresno and now in Sacramento. Taking his team from, he said, would dodge, but it's very similar to also King Alexander's team as well, but making a couple little minor changes and then just playing out of his mind to absolutely dominate day number 2. He didn't drop a single game on Championship Sunday.
Amazing plays. I mean, just looking at his play style and all the decisions he made, they're so... I can't even think of a time where he made a misplay, right? His timings and his understanding of these matchups and knowing when to shield, not to shield was really what got him on top. You can study his gameplay under a microscope and it's still gonna look super clean.
Yeah, let's see that play right now. We got the full match highlights.
Yeah, sweep after sweep. It's going to be Elite. He's bringing out the broomstick here in day number 2. And here comes that Medicham with a hard-hitting dynamic punch. Love to see that dynamic punch Medicham in action. You can see, yes, the Guzzlord has some energy, but just not enough health left here. You can see Bopper doing everything he can. And, you know, I mean, you got to give it to Bopper, too. Bring the Guzzlord the spice, but the spice worked, too.
Yeah, a real role reversal in this series compared to against Doombug, because Guzzlord was getting the best of Gligar over and over, but Elite just able to find the opportunity so that Gligar could knock out that Guzzlord. And Umbreon, I feel like, it's really been an MVP for multiple trainers in this tournament, but I feel like specifically for Elite's case, he kept winning the lead against these trainers, and then they would say swap Lickitung, they'd say swap Sableye, and he just countered with Umbreon, and he just felt so safe the entire time.
We talked about how there's no Fairy, no Steel types, especially no Registeel in the grand final, so the Guzzlord looks safe, but that also makes that Umbreon look super safe for Elite. And you can see Elite capitalizing on that in every single one of these games in the grand finals.
Yeah, and this was a little unfortunate for Bopper there. I think he had a win condition earlier in that match if he threw the foul play into Umbreon and then foul played the Medicham in the back, but what an uphill battle it would have been. It would have been nice so that Elite dropped, you know, one game, but Bopper, just a shout out to him. What an incredible run in Sacramento with an awesome team, a signature Pokemon of Guzzlord, as you see on the screen here. No one else was really succeeding at that level with Guzzlord, and he made it look absolutely amazing in Sacramento.
Yeah, and losing to Elite in the grand finals, that's something that a lot of you are used to too. So that's nothing to be disappointed with. Getting to second place in Sacramento is still going to net Bopper a lot of championship points, and we hope to see him in a future tournament.
What a tournament, and now Elite joins Wood Dodge and King Alexander as the first 3 North American regional champions, and of course joining the EU region with Zweilous, in the Latin region with LNDS Harjeffi. What an awesome group of regional champions we have so far in this 2024 season.
Butters, I feel like this season, these trainers are not only stepping up the challenge to win these tournaments, they're saying, I'm going to set the highest win streaks I can. Harjeffi going undefeated in Curitiba. You got King Alexander dropping 1 game in day number 2 at Peoria. And now you got Elite dropping 0 games in day number 2 here in Sacramento. It's just like, you know what? If I'm going to win, I'm going to win in style, and I'm going to just dominate my opponents here on stage.
Yeah, Elite said, King, you dropped 1 game in the first round of day 2. That's a little sloppy. Here's how it's done. You don't drop anything, and yeah, you're right. They just keep one-upping each other. I mean, I don't know if you're ever going to beat Harjeffi, not dropping a single game in the entire regional tournament, but Elite's run is extremely close to be that dominant in day number 2 against the best of the best in North America. I mean, outstanding performance, and he officially joins with Dodge as the only North American trainer to win back-to-back regionals that they competed in.
Yeah, so we're gonna have to see what Elite has to share with us, but we get an exclusive interview with one of our leaderboarders here in Championship Points. I think Soph has that interview right now.
I'm here with Dijon in the lounge. Dijon, one of our superstar judges, as well as a superstar player. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good. I felt like a really good tournament this weekend, so I'm elated right now.
Yeah, great. I mean, we saw you on stage a lot, judging a lot of those matches. How did they go? How does this compare to your past couple judging experiences?
I mean, at this point, it's all par for the course. You know, there's really no surprises. As long as we have a good event, run smoothly, that's all we're striving for here.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, the judging team is super important. We do see a lot of matches going under review. Yeah. And without you, we wouldn't be able to have these tournaments run so smoothly. So thank you so much.
Yeah, of course.
But also, not only are you a very talented judge, we know you're a very talented player, right? Qualifying to Worlds last year, and also at the top of the leaderboards right now in terms of championship points.
Yeah, honestly, that is, you know, having 2 decent runs in the 2 regionals I went to.
Right.
And then, honestly, my local scene is amazing. I'm from the Chicagoland area, so so many stores have been doing TCG for years, so just give them a phone call, ask them, hey, do you guys mind hosting Go? And they're usually all for it. So, you know, if you don't have a local scene out there, you got to start calling, because TCG's everywhere.
Yeah, I think that's how I also got one of my local challenges going in the spring. I literally just called the store and I was like, hey, are you interested in hosting a Go? And they got it. But how have those tournaments been? Like, how do they compare to the regionals for those at home who haven't necessarily had one of those local challenges yet?
So they're generally smaller, obviously, right? Especially because how new Pokemon Go is.
Right.
So the biggest tournament we've had has been like 9 people. So not large at all. But honestly, it's been exciting to see people drive in from like Wisconsin and things down to Chicago to compete in these.
Right.
So my plan for the next quarter is to get like 7 or 8 Go Cups in the Chicagoland area, and hopefully do a big weekend of multiple cups. and have people from all over the Midwest drive in. So we'll see if we can get that working.
Yeah, that'd be amazing. 7 or 8 cups. If you heard that at home and you're in that area, definitely check those out. That'd be a great opportunity to get those championship points. Yeah, that's pretty great. All right, moving on. So, what are your plans for the next couple of regional tournaments? I know you talked about you want to get those cups going, but in terms of regionals, are you planning to judge coming up or compete?
Yeah, so I will be judging in Toronto for sure. That's an exciting opportunity for me as well. I always enjoy it. I have booked travel to a few others, and I have applied to judge them. So my kind of goal is, if I can judge them, I'm going to do that, and then if I don't get selected, then I'll go ahead and compete. So that's the plan moving forward.
All right, that sounds good. Dunebug, one of our superstar players here in Sacramento, did tell me he's planning to judge or play all 15, or maybe not 15, but every tournament in North America this year. Are you also planning to do that?
That's a little ambitious. You know, between having to take time off work and figuring out the travel logistics, it's tough. I'll try, but I'm sure I'll probably slip 1 or 2 of them.
Yeah, it is a lot of travel, but you've been doing a great job so far. Really appreciate you seeing you at all of these tournaments.
Yeah, of course.
And I know you're interested in some of the other Pokemon games as well. Do you want to tell us a little bit about that?
Yeah, so I think earlier this year I did my first build and battle tournament for TCG, which is like a very good way for people who don't really do TCG to get in there. You don't have to have your own deck or anything, and I did it. I had a great time, and now I go to local league for TCG every week, basically.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's fun.
Oh, that's super fun.
Fun fact, I have 8 championship points for TCG.
Okay. 8. All right. Are you planning to maybe do any regionals with TCG or kind of stick with Go?
Not really. I'll probably stick with Go at regional level. I don't think I'm quite there yet, but you know, slowly building my way up there.
All right. I think I'm in the same boat as you. Recently got into TCG, but I think for the regionals, going to be sticking with
Yeah, exactly.
All right. How did you get into Pokemon in general, though? I mean, you're so involved now, right?
Yeah.
Go, judging, playing, and then also TCG. Is this like a childhood thing? Or?
Yeah. When I was a little kid, the first game I picked up was Pokemon Ruby on the Game Boy Color. Loved it, and just kind of kept it going from there. I would be that kid in high school at the lunch table with his Nintendo DS playing some Pokemon. So, you know, a bit of a nerd, but that was that was my MO, and I've been in love with Pokemon since I was a kid and I picked up the first game.
Yeah. That's really great. I mean, I think a lot of people have a lot of nostalgia for this franchise.
Of course.
And it's really great to see you. And I think that's about it here. And we're actually going to go to Will on the stage for that award ceremony. But thank you very much.
Oh, of course.
All right, everybody, welcome back to Sacramento, California. We're finishing our coverage of the tournament this weekend. It's been a beautiful tournament here in the Golden State. We have some finalists to reveal to you here. Our 3rd place finisher, give it up for Dunebug 97. Congratulations, Dunebug. We have a medal there for you. All right, Dunebug. Congratulations, you've been on this stage before. You've had a lot of success in the championship series. What does it take to be so consistent?
Practice, a ton of practice, and resiliency. You'll get knocked down many times in your career, but you just put in the effort and you'll eventually rise to the top.
Absolutely. I know a lot of trainers are proud of you and all that you've accomplished. Is there anybody you want to shout out to? Anybody you want to thank? Anyone who supported you?
Yeah, shout out to Bad Hand for taking me in. He's been an amazing roommate so far. And shout out to my new Texas locals, Bopper, one of them. You guys are the best. You guys have helped me get to this point.
They say iron sharpens iron, right? Training with the best will make you the best. Dunebug, congratulations. We can't wait to see what you do next. Do you have any other regionals on your radar?
I plan on being at every regional, so beware.
Beware of the Dunebug. Congratulations again on your 3rd place finish. Thank you so much, Dunebug. Let's hear it in the chat and in the crowd. Very accomplished trainer, very resilient trainer, very talented as well. But our runner-up, finishing in 2nd place with Guzzlord of all things, welcome in Bopper. Congratulations, Bopper. That was an incredible run by you with an incredibly spicy Pokemon. We talked about this in the pre-Grand Finals interview as well. Your team building was fantastic. I think a couple people that helped you team build are in the crowd.
Yeah, of course. Want to shout out Michael Starenka, August, I Play Tennis, Kim Koop, and Jabaku. They helped me so much with team building. I really couldn't have done it without them. Practice makes perfect, and they really helped with that.
Bopper, you've been in competitive Pokemon for a long time. What would you say to trainers who want to go to their first ever regional or international experience?
I would say do it. Take the leap. It's an absolute blast. You can really feel the energy whenever you come in here. If you like to compete whatsoever, I would highly, highly recommend it. It's a really good time.
All right, Bopper, is there anyone else you'd like to thank? Anyone that's maybe not here in the arena? Anybody watching at home?
Yeah, of course. I would like to thank my really good friend, Ben Irons. He was a really good support system for me. And yeah, that's pretty much it.
All right, awesome, Bopper. We can't wait to see what you do next. Do you have any more regionals on your radar?
San Antonio, definitely. I am from Texas, so I will definitely be going to San Antonio. Outside of that, who knows?
All right, Bopper, I know a lot of trainers are really proud of you. Congratulations again on your second place finish. All those championship points, prize money, and beyond. See you soon. All right, everybody. He's been in the Grand Finals in 2 regionals in 2 seasons straight. Who is going to beat this trainer? Nobody beat him here today. Let's give it up for your Sacramento Regional Champion, Elite. Elite, an honor and a pleasure. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good. Yeah, I'm excited. I'm happy. Yeah.
All smiles, right? Like you said, a little nervous, a little anxiety there, but obviously you were in firm control of so many matchups. What advice would you give to trainers that want to take their game to the next level? Maybe they've made top cut before, maybe they place, in a disappointing fashion. What would you tell them if they want to excel?
Kind of what Dune said. Keep practicing, keep playing. Yeah, like there's gonna be times when you feel really bad at the game, and you just gotta bounce back and just keep practicing, and you'll get to the top.
You qualified for Worlds last season in Yokohama, Japan. Now you're headed to Honolulu, Hawaii to compete in the World Championships again. How are you feeling about Worlds?
I'm feeling really excited, and I'm ready to do better than I did in Japan. So yeah, I'm feeling really excited.
Absolutely. In our pre-Grand Finals interview, you talked about a lot of trainers that have helped you, giving you scrims, practice advice, team building as well. Is there anyone you want to shout out to, anyone that you really appreciate that's helped you along your journey?
Yeah, so first of all, just in general, if you've asked me for scrims before, shout out to you guys. Like, seriously, it definitely helped me. And I gotta give another shout out to my boys with Dodge and Pocket for helping me come up with this team and the team that I used. And then I gotta shout out the Raptors. It's a team with me and Ashish and Pocket. We're going pretty good and unified. And yeah, I also want to shout out my brother and my sister who came out here today, and my dad. They're really supportive to me, and I'm really happy that they came out to support me.
All right, Elite, there are other regional championships in California, including Los Angeles. Should trainers watch out for you to appear there?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be in LA for sure. I told myself if I do well here, I might do NAIC. So yeah, you might see me in NAIC. But yeah. Oh, and sorry, I have to give this other shout out. I forgot to my friends Arrow and Nighttime Clasher. They always ask me for scrims like so much, and yeah, I always scrim with them, and they're definitely 2 of the biggest scrim partners that I have.
Awesome, Elite. Well, congratulations again. You're Sacramento Regional Champion, Elite, heading to Worlds and everywhere else. Congratulations, my friend. Very, very well done. And we can't wait to see what you do next. Back over to casters.
Thank you, Speedy Chief, and we love hearing from our reigning champion of Sacramento, Elite, the champion Fresno, adding another thing to his resume. And he, thanked a whole bunch of people, but that really goes to show how much preparation and how many people it takes to help support these trainers to get to where they are at. Any words from you all from seeing the Sacramento performances?
I mean, just what a great week of Pokemon Go PvP. I mean, just a week ago, we were in Peoria, and an unknown trainer made a name for himself. And then in this tournament in Sacramento, a trainer that we all know kind of became in the section of Pokemon Go PvP royalty, as he is a winner of back-to-back North American regionals. Only Wadaj has done that before.
Yeah, absolutely. Incredibly consistent play from Elite at both of those tournaments, like you just mentioned. And I think a lot of these other trainers did really well as well that we already knew about, right? Dunebug making it very far. Bopper also kind of a household name in Pokemon. So really great plays all around.
Yeah, looking at this losers bracket, you know, we have a lot of names. Sometimes for, some of these first-time top cut, Frostfire making that 2-0 run and continuing on into that loser semifinals, but knocked out by Bopper, who came from that winner's side. And look at this winners bracket. I mean, Butters, we thought if Bopper was going to take it or Dunebug, but we really missed the mark on this one. It was actually Elite that took it all the way.
Yeah, Elite was looking elite all weekend. As you can see, he didn't drop a single battle in the entire championship Sunday, and this is your top three. We got Elite in first place, Bopper second place, in third place Dunebug, who's going to be at every single regional this year, so watch out.
Yeah, absolutely. We see our regional champions here, Elite, adding his name to this list. Of course, great friends with Wadaj, so great to see them both up there, and with King Alexander in the middle. These three trainers are all going to Hawaii.
And last week was the first time ever in any Grand Finals for Pokemon Go we haven't had any Steel-type Pokemon, and now we get a repeat of that in Sacramento. So I don't know what's going on with this meta, but here's our top 12 usage for Sacramento, and we see Metacham at the top, 100% usage again in a back-to-back tournament. So I can see why no Steel types are coming around, and now that just opens up the door for a lot of these Pokemon, such as Guzzlord and Umbreon.
And remember, in the Grand Finals, both of the Metachamps had Dynamic Punch, so those Steel types wouldn't be that strong. That Shadow, Alolan Sandslash, who actually Wadaj thinks is the most overrated Pokemon in all of Pokemon Go PvP for the championship series, dropped into, what, 10 in usage, and Registeel dropped a ton. Dunebug did have that in the top 3, but it wasn't always that useful in those series.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Registeel just feeling a little bit underwhelming, especially with that lack of fast move pressure, but the lack of Registeel, I think, is really opening things up, like you said, for things like that Superior and Frostlass.
And, you know, again, my apologies to our co-caster, Speed and Sheep, too. He put Guzzlord at number 3 there, and he was on point with that pick. I don't even care about the Berserker or Shadow Dragon or Alolan Ninetales. He was on point with Guzzlord, and he outspiced all of us. Of course, you know, you got Umbreon there, so myself as well, but those are kind of to be expected.
Yeah, those are kind of the meta picks. You know, Sableye did make a little bit of waves there on the runner-up team of Bopper, but it is hard to predict. The only thing I know right now is you definitely need to bring a grass or a dragon type, or else Lantern will just run through your team and you don't have a choice. And in the future, you might need something that resists fairy types, because there's a lot of dark types in the meta right now.
Yeah, I think Speedy was thinking that the Alolan Ninetales was going to come out and really dominate kind of some of these dark types pick coming out, but that might be something for Toronto or something looking forward, seeing how people kind of adjust to the meta that we've seen in Sacramento this weekend.
I love it. Looking forward. Let's take a look at the schedule for the upcoming regionals. Here in North America, we're closing it out in Sacramento, but we have Toronto at the end of this month, and then we head down to Latin America for the Latin America International Championships, the first international for this year, and that was the most hype crowd I've ever experienced. I'm excited to see how they turn up this year.
No, absolutely. And can someone take a game off Hard Jeffy in the LATAM region, going undefeated in Curitiba, and then of course a ton of regionals left on the North American schedule. And then next week, actually, we got Lille right in the European region as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Still tons of opportunities for trainers to get those championship points. Like you said, Lille next weekend, tons of tournaments all around the world, not just here in North America.
Yeah, but if you are in North America, Toronto, that is a tournament you want to head over there. A lot of Canadians might be heading over there too, and we had a big tournament last year, first one in that meta shift, and I'm sure a lot of people are tuning in from the Northeast there to figure out what they should run and their tournament runs.
Yeah, and Toronto last season was impactful because it kind of set the meta. Magic, Mason, and Brown Baller set the meta with their top 6 picks, but I don't think you can do that in this meta because a lot of things are possible. There's so much counterplay. So I can't wait to see Toronto and Lille next weekend, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. So much variety in this meta, especially compared to last season. Like you were saying, last season we did see those exact same teams in that top 2, and I think we're going to see a lot more variety this year, just like we saw this weekend.
And before Toronto, we do have Lille, like you mentioned, Butters, and that is going to be exciting to see. I know I'm staying up all night watching that tournament because I can't wait to see what these Europeans will be running. I think that we might see even more Guzzlord in that European regional, so very excited to see how that shakes down.
And if you're staying up late, make sure to @PlayPokemon or #PlayPokemon on X, because you might just get featured on the stream. We love to see you on that stream there, and make sure to follow on YouTube and on Twitch as well to stay tuned with all the action.
And welcome to the cast. So for your first regional, final words after being here in Sacramento on this side of the table.
Thank you very much. It's been a pleasure just kind of working with you guys and Will as well throughout the weekend. And we got some really amazing battles. I feel super lucky that my first regional was Sacramento, and I got to see so many of my good friends performing really well. So congratulations again to Elite, and thanks to you guys for an amazing show.
It's so great having you here. You have so much positive energy, and it just adds to the positive energy that we have in Pokemon Go PvP right now. It is a fantastic time.
And speaking of energy too, I remember day number 1, you saw Elite make a crazy catch and you shrieked in excitement. I gotta watch that back. It was amazing to hear that reaction and hear the excitement again. Congratulations to Elite on the huge sweep here in Sacramento. Thank you all for tuning in. Thank you to our judges. Thank you to our production, everyone who made this tournament make it work and make it a great experience. Hope to see you at a future one. And until then, be well and keep on tapping.